This guy's diving straight into a volcano to steal a phoenix out of a molten core. He grabs the guardian beast by the throat and drags it screaming into the lava like it's nothing. Then he uses that stolen godfire to erase the Demon King who owned it. But rewind, because it starts with the Demon King dying, wondering how his absolute black flames failed to stop the heroes. When reality hits this hard, it usually starts with denial. The Demon King stares out at the ruins of his throne room, his entire world collapsing into a truth he never saw coming. Those black flames he took so much pride in, the ones meant to be absolute, didn't even slow the heroes down. His strength was supposed to be peak, but as his vision fades, he's left with nothing but the silence of a defeat he still doesn't understand. Our protagonist started out miles ahead of everyone else, entering the elite Demon King Military Academy as the top student and graduating with the highest honors. He didn't just rely on talent, he spent every waking hour researching the Demon King standards, a foundational theory left behind by the very first emperor of the realm. He followed those rules to a T, building the massive towers and kidnapping the princesses exactly as the ancient texts required. He even put in the work to help the heroes who came to save those princesses grow stronger. To him, a hero's anger and sadness were a literal feast, but killing them too early would just be a waste of good potential. Sincerity means nurturing your food before you eat it, because the stronger the hero, the tastier the meal. He did everything right, followed the standards better than any ruler in history, and reached a point where world conquest was just a matter of time. He absorbed a lifetime's worth of misery from heroes and civilians alike and became the strongest Demon King to ever live. But as he sits broken on his throne, he's left with one question. If he followed the manual perfectly, why was he the one who fell? The Demon King stares up from the dirt, his mind refusing to process how his reign just hit a wall. It's the same question every time, and our boy is officially bored of hearing it. He looks down at the bleeding monarch and sighs, wondering why these villains always act shocked when their own predictable schemes blow up in their faces. To him, it's not just a defeat, it's a cliché. The Demon King tries to spit out a denial, but the sword god isn't having it, shouting that if these guys actually wanted to win, they'd stop kidnapping princesses and just kill the king already. Plunging a kingdom into chaos is basic strategy, but apparently, these villains have a very specific, very stupid rulebook. The Demon King actually tries to defend his logic, arguing that internal human conflict would just distract everyone from hating him, which would stop his growth as a proper villain. Basically, he's following a manual that says he has to be the center of attention to level up. Our hero just laughs, noting that the monsters the king sends to harass villages are basically just free training sessions for the hero party. Honestly, he's almost grateful. This Demon King might be a terrible strategist, but he's a top-tier coach. Consistently feeding your enemies XP while giving them a clear map to your front door is a choice. A bad one, but a choice. Apparently, invading the Demon King's tower isn't just a mission, it's an exploit. Hearing this, the Demon King is visibly shaken. He had been following the rules, carefully managing the difficulty to ensure the heroes wouldn't die before they could gather enough energy for his own plans. He was just playing by the book, the demon manual, but the manual didn't account for someone breaking the game. The sword god doesn't care about the rules, delivering a brutal kick that sends the king reeling as the reality of his failure lands in a wave of pure agony. To the heroes, the king is just a reset button. Once the tower gets boring, they kill him just to force a new tower and a new king to spawn so they can start the grind all over again. Standing over his broken opponent with a manic grin, our protagonist calls it the perfect hunting ground. The tower isn't a threat anymore, it's just a farm. They treat his entire fortress like a playground, openly celebrating what was effectively a high-yield farm run. The weight of the failure finally hits him. He isn't a ruler, he's just the godfather providing a convenient hunting ground for the people meant to kill him. The sword god admits the king was strong enough to rack up a decent body count, but he doesn't actually care about the fallen heroes. Their deaths were just the ladder he used to climb toward his own fame. He raises his blade for the final strike, offering one last dismissive farewell. The Demon King sees, unable to wrap his head around the sheer disrespect of it all. To be humiliated like this by a group of humans, it's a complete joke. If this is how a Demon King ends up, then the standards of this world are fundamentally broken. He refuses to let it end as a footnote in someone else's success story. He can't die in vain, not when there's still so much left to destroy. Our story kicks off with a desperate, blood-curdling roar as the Demon King clings to the last shred of his dignity. It doesn't last long. The strike is clean, final, and absolutely brutal, leaving the once feared ruler of monsters staring down his own end. Standing before him is the party of heroes who finally managed to breach the inner sanctum, their victory etched into the stone floor with every drop of blood. They've done it. The long, grueling raid is over, and the world is finally safe from his reign, fixing his fading gaze on the man who delivered the blow. He hasn't forgotten a single face. And even as his world goes black, he's making a promise. This isn't over yet. The battle is over, and the Demon King lies broken at the foot of his throne, gasping out the start of a final curse. Our protagonist, the Sword God, isn't even listening. He's too busy claiming the boss's horns as a trophy before his teammates can get close. But the victory lap cuts short when the body beneath his blade starts to pulse with a violent, unstable light. The Demon King is finished, but he's willing to burn the last of his life force to take the entire room with him. The Sword God sees the energy peaking and realizes this isn't just a death rattle, it's a total meltdown. Before he can even finish his thought, the king's remains begin to rupture, forcing him to scream a desperate warning for everyone to get back. It's too late, and a blinding wave of energy erupts from the throne, swallowing the heroes in the hall in a massive blast. One way to ruin a successful raid, everything is coming apart. As his body turns to ash and purple light, the Demon King realizes he played the wrong game from the start. He'd spent his life chasing a standard set by heroes, a logic that turned out to be a lie he never should have followed. It's a bitter way to go, but as the world fades, he makes one final oath. If he ever gets a second shot, he's done playing by their rules. Next time, he's giving them orcs. The world snaps back into focus with a jolt, leaving our protagonist standing in a massive hall under a night sky he doesn't recognize. 1 second he was fading out, and the next he's surrounded by a crowd of people in matching uniforms, all staring ahead as if nothing is wrong. He's alive, but the math isn't adding up. He shouldn't be here, and he definitely shouldn't be breathing. The confusion only deepens when a small winged figure at the front of the room barks out his name, Deus, demanding that he step forward. It takes him a beat to realize they're actually talking to him. The master of ceremonies is losing his patience, ushering Burya toward the stage while the headmaster watches from the shadows. Our boy just woke up in a new life, and apparently he's already running late for his first day. Deus can barely believe his eyes, but the recognition hits him immediately. Before he can catch his breath, the academy director calls him out, confused why his star pupil is spaced out during the most important ceremony of his life. Burya looks down at the red badge pinned to his chest, the exclusive mark of a graduate from the Demon King Military Academy. It takes a second for the timeline to click, but he's standing in the middle of his own graduation day from 15 years ago. He doesn't have the first clue how he regressed, but he knows exactly what to do with a second life. He's at the top of a class full of future Demon Kings, and this time, he isn't going to waste the head start. As the year's top student, Burya is called to the stage to lead the pledge, standing tall as he prepares to take his place at the front of a very dangerous line. This is peak luck. He's already done this once, and now he gets to do it better. Standing before a massive screen, Burya Deus stares at the rules that defined his entire previous existence. It's the Demon King Standard, a checklist for every aspiring villain to follow if they want to build a tower, kidnap a princess, and eventually be killed by a hero. To Burya, these aren't just rules, they're the trash that led him straight to his death at the hands of the Sword God. Seeing the hero's smug face in his mind is bad enough, but now he's being forced to stand in front of his peers and the demon elite to swear he'll do it all over again. He's supposed to be the model student, the perfect future villain, but every fiber of his being is screaming against it. The master of ceremonies calls his name, waiting for him to start the recital and play his part. Burji grinds his teeth so hard they might cracks. If the world wants a demon king, they're about to find out what happens when one stops following the script. Burji Deis stands before the entire assembly and drops the 2 words that officially end his quiet life. I refuse. The auditorium falls into a stunned silence as his classmates stare back in pure confusion, unable to process why anyone would throw away their future in a single breath. He doesn't just stop at a refusal, though. He unleashes a lifetime of repressed rage, shouting that he won't pledge himself to a system this stupid. To Burji, following the established path isn't just foolish, it's a total disaster, and he has no intention of playing along. He stands alone at the center of the storm he just created, having just called the Demon King's own standard absolute trash in front of everyone who matters. Peak strategy if he was trying to get expelled, or worse. A heavy fist slams down, rattling the entire hall as Archduke Arcane Blair bellows a name that just became the most dangerous in the demon realm. Burji Deis. The Archduke is ready to execute him on the spot for insulting the Demon King's standards, but the kid's record is too good to ignore. He's offered one final chance to survive. Arcane demands a full apology to the realm, or else Burji gets deployed to Arrain. The crowd goes cold because Arrain isn't just a bad posting, it's a dimension where Demon Kings die by the dozen. While some are shocked by the death sentence, others are just thirsty for blood, wondering why a criminal who insulted their way of life is getting any chance at all. Honestly, with a name like Arain on the table, an apology is a small price to pay to keep his soul attached to his body. The headmaster warns him that Arain is where demon kings go to die, but Berger Deus doesn't even blink before asking to be sent there. He's officially done with their rules and plans to prove that the current demonic standards are complete garbage. The request lands him a one-way ticket as the headmaster loses his patience, shouting out the deployment order for immediate transfer. This isn't a royal visit. He's stripped of his privileges and forced to go in without a single demon to back him up. The exile is absolute. He is forbidden from returning home until the entire human occupation is finished. Berger's morning is officially ruined, but he takes the free fall in stride. He knew causing a mess at the academy would have consequences, though falling through the clouds brings back some heavy memories. As it turns out, he's heading right back to the place where he died once before, straight toward the heroes who killed him. High-stakes homecoming for sure. Even before his regression, Berger Deus had a taste for the impossible, choosing the hardest difficulty because he believed only the strongest should hold the crown. It was pure arrogance, and back then, it cost him everything. He realized now that too many heroes were gaming the system, and that old life ended in a blinding flash of light that leveled the world around him. Now back in the Urgis Mountains of the northern continent, the Demon Prince lands amidst the snow with a weight that shatters the permafrost. He's back where it all went wrong, but this time, the standards of the Demon King won't be so easy to exploit. In this realm, the hierarchy is simple. One academy builds the kings, and this one builds the demons, who live to serve them. Our hero plays it off with a humble smile, telling his peers that every Demon King is a great person worth serving. But as soon as the mask slips, you see the real Gordon. For him, Lord Berger isn't just a boss, he's a god, and his loyalty is straight up fanatical. This guy is officially aura farming for his king. Meet Berger Deus, a demonic dragon prodigy and the kind of once-in-a-millennium talent that makes history just by showing up to class. For Gordon Dyrek, graduating alongside this legend isn't just a blessing. It's a ticket to conquering every dimension in existence. Gordon is already visualizing his own name engraved in the history books right next to his lord's, practically vibrating with the hype of a man who just found a cheat code for life. But then Berger speaks up, and the vibe shift is instantaneous. As the top graduates look on in pure confusion, Berger drops a truth bomb that levels the entire room. The Demon King's standards are absolute trash. This isn't just a hot take, it's a career-ending declaration that sends the hall into a collective mental breakdown. Gordon can only stand there in stunned silence, watching his glorious future evaporate as the top demon in the realm decides to go rogue in the most isolated mountains on the continent. Gordon is staring into the void, trying to process exactly how his life just took a sharp turn toward disaster. Berger looks back at him with that same calm indifference, noting that despite being promised no company, they sent a demon after all. Gordon is still in a complete daze as our protagonist offers him a casual greeting, like they're meeting for coffee instead of standing in the middle of the frozen Arain Mountains. Gordon finally finds his voice, asking why on earth he would do something so reckless, but Berger just plays dumb. That's the breaking point. Gordon starts losing his mind over the standards Berger threw out in front of everyone, convinced that being in a place like Arain means they're both as good as dead. Berger dryly tells him to stop pulling his hair out before he goes bald from the stress, but Gordon snaps back that his hairline is the least of his problems right now. Watching his guide have a full-blown meltdown, Berger has to wonder if this is even the same man from his previous life, because the Gordon he remembers was actually composed. Turns out, regression changes everything, including his opinion of his allies. Confidence stat, 0. Gordon is doing his best to keep the vibes high, but Berger is too busy weighing the reality of his situation. Telling his fanatical graduate that he's a regressor would probably get him a one-way ticket to a psych ward. The environment is brutal, leaving Gordon wheezing in the snow until he manages to swallow his pride and get back to his duty. According to the Demon King's handbook, a tower needs to be accessible enough for heroes to actually find it, and Gordon is quick to point out that this monster-infested mountain range is a nightmare for anyone trying to visit. But Berger isn't looking for a neighborhood with good schools. He slams his crystal into the frozen ground and doubles down on the worst real estate in the kingdom. Talk about an unconventional build. Planting a tower seed is simple enough. Stick it in the dirt and feed it the blood of a demon king. Gordon Dyrek watches in absolute horror as Berger Deus goes through with the ritual, shouting that this goes against every standard their kind holds sacred. He can't wrap his head around it, throwing away the pride of a demon king just like that. Berger doesn't even look up, quietly noting that he understands why Gordon is so disgusted. When you're a demon, those traditions are carved straight into your bones. It's the kind of faith you can't reject unless you literally die or go through something just as final. Berger has done both, so he's not exactly feeling sentimental. He squeezes his fist until it bleeds, letting the sacrifice drip onto the seed. Looking Gordon in the eye, he drops the hard truth. The Demon King standards are absolute garbage, especially here in Arain. Gordon just stands there, watching his entire worldview get dismantled by a man who couldn't care less about his heritage. This guy is officially speedrunning heresy. The snowy mountains of Aran hide a secret that's been burying demon kings for generations and pulls the very land into a massive ritual circle. As our protagonist explains, the problem isn't a lack of power. It's that this land is swarming with heroes, and the math has officially stopped working in the demon's favor. The tower scans him, identifying the user as Bergi Deus of the Black Flame Demonic Dragon Tribe, and the summoning tower erupts from the ground as the identification finishes. Bergi finally sees the shape of the trap. Humans have watched enough towers fall to learn how they work, and they've spent years using the demon's own rigid rules against them. The summoning actually worked, and now a massive tower looms over the frozen landscape as Gordon stands there questioning his entire reality. Our boy Bergi doesn't wait for a round of applause, heading straight for the front doors to find a first floor so empty it's actually kind of impressive. Usually these places are packed with high-level guards, but Bergi is realistic. This is just a budget tower for a demon king with zero perks, forcing Gordon to accept the hollow floor plan and pivot to the official rulebook. To really sell the image, it's time for Bergi to go kidnap a princess. Gordon Dyrek finally gathers his dignity and steps forward to offer some professional advice to his new boss. He lays out a map of the surrounding territories, pointing toward the kingdom of Corzin. His pitch is simple and classic: kidnap the princess, harvest the kingdom's rage and sorrow, and use that fuel to level up as fast as possible. Gordon fully expects to be ignored or shut down, but surprisingly, this is exactly the kind of energy Gordon was looking for. He's convinced Bergi's earlier weirdness was just graduation stress, and that the top-tier Demon King he signed up for is finally back in the game. As Bergi prepares to head out, the only question left is who exactly is on his radar. He's moving fast, and Gordon is just happy to be along for the ride. Bergi finally makes his choice. In the quiet of the night, the palace curtains drift in the breeze, but the silence breaks when a winged shadow arrives at the princess's window. This is his target, the 13th princess. In a family full of powerful royals, she is the one with the least presence. The ultimate sleeper build for whatever he has planned next. When a winged shadow drops into the 13th princess's bedroom, she doesn't scream, she just asks who he is. He gives her the grand introduction, announcing himself as the Demon King who has come to kidnap her. It's a solid opening, but her lack of terror is already making things weird. Instead of trembling, she starts to giggle, looking him up and down before asking if he's actually sure he can handle someone like her. Our boy is visibly shaken by the disrespect. He wonders if she thinks his entire title is a joke, because obviously he can handle a single princess. He's literally the Demon King. Apparently, that's all the convincing she needs as she holds out her hands and tells him she'll let him take her. The Demon King remains on high alert, warning the princess that he's far too desperate to fall for any of her tricks. She counters with a bit of logic. There was no way for her to set a trap when she didn't even know a Demon King was coming for her today. Once they make it back to his stronghold, his subordinate, Gordon Dyrek, is there to greet them. Rather than throwing her in a cell, the Demon King orders her to be kept in a room on the 4th floor, deciding that her lack of resistance has earned her a little leniency. She's surprisingly cheerful about the whole kidnapping situation. But high up on the 4th floor of his tower, the 13th princess finally finds herself alone in a massive empty chamber. Sitting on the floor, the reality of her situation finally starts to sink in. She's been kidnapped, and her new world is nothing like the one she left behind. There are no pillows, no blankets, and the lush gardens of the kingdom are a world away. But surprisingly, she doesn't seem to mind. Meanwhile, Berge Deus is busy dealing with his own set of problems when he receives a sudden invitation from the Tower of Beasts. Apparently, the other powers in the tower want to throw a welcome party for the new Demon King, but Berge isn't buying the friendly act. He knows a hazing attempt when he sees one, and he has no intention of being the newcomer everyone gets to push around. Demon Kings are usually way too proud to play nice with each other, but the threat of Iran is enough to force even the most stubborn monsters into an alliance. Berge realizes that while he used to think of these guys as weak-minded, his best move now is to actually show up and start talking. His journey brings him to the Tower of Beast, a massive stone pillar rising out of the jungle that looks like it hasn't seen a human in centuries. Waiting inside is the local power, a massive wolf-like creature named Draxon, who introduces himself as the Demon King of Beasts. He's been ruling this territory for 70 years, and he isn't exactly subtle about the seniority gap between them. Berge is already regretting the trip, demanding to know if this is a declaration of war or just a waste of his time. Berge Deas isn't exactly making friends in the demon realm, especially after he dismisses the local archduke as nothing more than a noisy old geezer. Draxon, the Demon King of Beasts, takes immediate offense, roaring about the boy's massive guts for talking down to royalty. To settle the score, Draxon slams a hunk of raw meat into the dirt, looming over Berger with a simple demand: lick the food off the ground, and he might just survive the insult. It's a textbook dominance play, the kind of humiliation Draxon probably uses to keep his subordinates in line. Our protagonist stays composed, reminding the beast that according to those very same laws, demon kings are strictly forbidden from killing one another. It's a solid shield, but Berger has a however ready that's about to change the entire vibe of this meeting. Berger drops the hammer, asking if the man really thought he'd follow some arbitrary rule. He's not just breaking protocol, he's dismantling it, and the pressure is so heavy that Draxon can barely breathe, let alone think. Stuttering, the werewolf tries to hide behind Archduke Arcane's orders, warning Berger that if he doesn't report his progress on kidnapping a princess within the month, he'll lose his authority. Berger doesn't even slow down, walking away while casually mentioning that he's already grabbed a princess. Draxon is left frozen in the crater of his own shock, but the real twist is Berger's reason. He's keeping her because she suits his taste. He's basically flexed on the entire hierarchy just because he liked the vibe. Back at his tower, Gordon is practically glowing with pride, telling Berger he handled that with the true majesty of a demon king. Berger just shrugs it off as nothing special, already calculating that their guest won't be making any more moves for a while. Berger needs to be ready for whatever follows, so he sends Gordon to check on their captive princess. He needs to figure out exactly how to use her to his advantage, but for now, his main concern is the other demon kings. If they all take the same aggressive stance against him, his new life is going to get messy very fast. Mocking the established order carried a much heavier price than he anticipated, yet he doesn't regret it. Some choices are worth the fallout, and he'd choose death every single time, before he bowed his head to trash. He isn't interested in repeating old mistakes. This time, he's building his foundation from the ground up. He expects a meager payout from kidnapping a low-ranking princess, maybe a few hundred points at most, which he figures is a safe, quiet start. Then the system updates, and the numbers don't add up. Over 13,000 points for a single low-tier kidnapping, that's not just a bonus, that's a broken economy. Before he can even process the windfall, a new notification pulls his attention. He just received a video recording from the Tower of Beasts. Under-promising and over-delivering, the system might actually be on his side for once. Draxon, the Demon King of Beasts, sends over a message that drips with a suspicious amount of respect, playing the part of the polite senior by offering backhanded praise for Berger's recent win. The flattery doesn't sit right, and Berger can feel the trap closing long before the panicked official bursts in to shout that something is happening on the fourth floor. Instead of the usual dark stone, the entire area is shifting into a bright, peaceful forest, blooming with flowers and butterflies that definitely don't belong in a demon's fortress. Berger can only stare at the sudden paradise. It's a gift, sure, but it's the kind that ruins your whole Tuesday. Berger steps into a lush forest where butterflies drift between the trees, only to find a girl greeting him casually from the center of a self-sustaining ecosystem. Building a whole forest in your room just to vibe with slimes is peak flex energy. He weighs the scale of the feat, knowing only one person on the continent has mastered all four elements enough to create life like this. He finally voices his suspicion that she isn't the 13th princess he was sent to find, and the dread only gets worse when she calmly confirms he's right. With a bright smile, she officially introduces herself as Ernan Hilderin, the first princess of the kingdom. The Hilderin kingdom just woke up to its worst nightmare. The first princess has been abducted by a demon king. Consumed by a vengeful fury, the king of Hilderin bellows for his knights to mobilize, demanding they gather every hero and the entire military to bring her back. He doesn't just want her returned, he wants the demon king's head. Imagine kidnapping a princess and expecting her dad to be anything other than a final boss. Rest in peace, bro. Ernan throws the question right back at the demon king, asking if he actually has what it takes to handle her. Berger is completely thrown off. He'd heard rumors of a genius elemental mage with massive mana, but he couldn't detect a single drop from her. He's trying to figure out how he got played so badly. She presses her advantage, asking if that's enough of an answer or if he's planning to send her back home. Berger locks up, realizing he's stuck. If he sends a princess back now, he looks like a coward, and nobody is going to fear a demon king who runs from a girl. His reputation is on the line, so he decides he has to double down and see this kidnapping through to the end. But the moment he commits, his system flares with a massive spike of demonic energy. Apparently he's farming rage points just by standing there. 19,000 points? Yeah, our boy is definitely in for a wild ride. Berger figures he's been targeted, but he isn't backing down from the plan. Even if Ernan isn't the specific royal he was looking for, he doubles down on the threat. She's still his hostage, and the fallout is already hitting the kingdom of Hilderin. His chancellor tries to play the voice of reason, pointing out they don't even know which demon king they're actually hunting yet. That logic just makes the king explode. He's not interested in waiting for patrols while his princess is missing, but the chancellor has noticed a weird pattern. Apparently, the Demon King of Lust just kidnapped a prince from another nation, and the timing is way too specific to be a coincidence. The last Demon King was a cautionary tale, a monster who pushed his luck until the heroes of the world finally put him down. So the kingdom's chancellor finds the current situation a bit strange. Why would a new Demon King crawl out of the abyss just to kidnap a princess and repeat history? Whatever the reason, the king of Hilderin isn't interested in the logic of it. He's vibrating with enough murderous intent to choke the room, concluding that if another one is surfaced, it just means he has a fresh target to kill. The search doesn't take long. A knight bursts into the throne room with traces of teleportation magic that lead straight toward the Urges Mountains. The location pulls the king's focus like a magnet. High in those frozen peaks sits Burjay's Tower, an isolated fortress cut off from the world by ice and stone. Inside the tower, a demon named Gordon Dyrick watches his master with a mix of curiosity and caution. He warns the Demon King that the Hilderin army is already on the march, and wonders if the man on the throne has bitten off more than he can chew. Burjay has the board exactly where he wants it, knowing the kingdom of Hilderin is officially stuck behind a geography check. Even with a missing princess, the king can't just march an entire army north through every neutral country in the middle. Burjay's already done the math. If the king wants his daughter back, he's going to have to outsource the job to a hero guild. Back at the castle, the king finally caves to reality and orders his men to make the call. The Hero Guild Tower is a lot of things, but it definitely isn't a charity. As soon as the contract hits the board, the local mercenaries take one look at the monster-infested destination and decide their lives are worth more than a royal paycheck. Peak survival instinct from the NPCs, the king is officially down bad. Our protagonist breaks it down with a smirk. The Hero Guild is too obsessed with their profit margins to ever risk a raid out here. They aren't looking for a fight that actually costs them something, which is exactly why he picked this spot for his base in the first place. Gordon Dyrick watches him, genuinely thrown by the level of calculated rule-breaking on display. It's one thing to be strong, but this guy understands the political landscape of Arene with a precision that almost makes it feel like he's lived through this exact timeline before. Standard Tuesday for a Demon King, maybe, but Gordon is starting to realize he's dealing with a different kind of monster. Berje looks back at the figures of legendary heroes, haunted by a fear he knows all too well. Determined to move forward, he orders Gordon to contact Draxon, announcing his plan to sell demonic energy for human money. Gordon's brain short-circuits on the spot. Selling the currency of dreams for pocket change? He lists off everything that energy can do. Transcending species limits, unlocking the tower, summoning monsters. And he can't wrap his head around why Berje would trade that power for mere cash. Standard Tuesday for Berje, but a total logic error for everyone else. Berje Deus has a plan, and it starts with realizing that if his demonic energy can't stop the heroes, maybe his wallet can. He travels to Holton Work, a fortress city sitting right against the Urges Mountains, and approaches the heavily guarded gates under a dark cloak. The knights on duty immediately flag him, demanding to know what kind of idiot mercenary wanders into these mountains alone. Apparently, the insane mercenary is suddenly a lot more trustworthy once there's gold on the table, and the guards happily let him pass through the archway. Berje knows he can't map out a place this big by himself, so he's going to need more than just a bribe to get what he came for. Our protagonist stands in the middle of a bustling mountain town, taking in the local crowd before deciding his first move is to secure a guide for the road ahead. His search leads him straight to the local Scarlet Hawk Mercenary Guild, where the atmosphere is anything but professional. Inside, a young member presses his captain about when they're finally going to move out, but the man is too busy enjoying his drink to care. For the captain, this city is a gold mine. The soldiers handle all the actual monster hunting, leaving his crew to just lounge around and collect the leftovers. When the rookie mentions the rumor of a new Demon King setting up a tower in the Urges Mountains, the captain immediately shuts it down as fake news. He's convinced Demon Kings are more predictable, usually planting their towers right where a hero can find them for an easy fight. Even the report about a kidnapped princess doesn't move him, as he scoffs at the very idea of a Demon King traveling across the entire continent just to grab one girl. He's clearly leaning hard into his skepticism, but in this world, that's usually the fastest way to get proved wrong. Over at the tavern, one of the Scarlet Hawk members mentions a rumor that the Hero Guild turned down a job once they heard where they'd be going, but his captain isn't buying the hype. He's convinced the guild is just playing hard to get to milk more money out of the client. A voice from the shadows agrees with his cynical logic, and the sword god suddenly looms behind him like a sleep paralysis demon. The captain scrambles backward, nearly falling over himself as his crew reaches for their steel. Our MC just grins, noting that since they seem so knowledgeable, they'll make perfect guides, provided they leave one man behind and the rest of them disappear. It's a generous offer, really, but the mercenaries choose violence instead, realizing he's the intruder they've been looking for and charging in with a collective death wish. Peak bad decision making right there. The tavern turns into a meat grinder the second the mercenaries try their luck, as the sword god carves a path through the room like they're made of paper. A massive brute swings a club with enough force to shatter a horse, but our protagonist meets him head on and snaps his guard without breaking a sweat. Honestly, he looks like he's having the time of his life, while the guys on the receiving end are just starting to realize they've picked a fight with a monster. A line of archers tries to reset the board with a volley, but the sword god isn't interested in a fair trade. He just ends the tavern's structural integrity along with the rest of their squad. This guy's basically aura farming in a starter zone at this point. The captain of the Scarlet Hawks is paralyzed, pinned down by a man who doesn't just look like a monster, he feels like one. Outside, the sounds of the tavern being dismantled piece by piece echo through the town square. But for the locals, this is just another Tuesday of mercenary brawls that nobody has the energy to care about. Our hero looms over the only survivor, offering a simple deal. Answer the questions, and he might actually walk out of here. He has zero interest in a fair fight, he just needs a location. With the terrified captain as his GPS, the sword god wastes no time heading for the gates. He's officially done playing games. Standing in the middle of a slave market, the sword god scans the cages and finds nothing but common human laborers. The Scarlet Hawk captain fawns over him, but our guy isn't here for the basics. He dumps a bag of gold that would make a king blush and asks for something rarer. The captain's eyes practically turn into dollar signs as he realizes his visitor isn't just a threat, he's a jackpot. Watching the man's grin, our hero can't help but notice the irony. This guy just watched his subordinates get dismantled, but the moment the money came out, the trauma vanished. It's a cynical trade. Humans chase gold, demons chase energy, and at the end of the day, back in the demon realm, our protagonist explains the play to Gordon. The goal of hoarding human currency wasn't just to have it, it was to buy back the otherworldly species humans have been capturing as trophies. Specifically, he's looking for an elf. Finding one with integrity would be the best move, even if the current stock looks like they'd kill him the second that muzzle comes off. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Hilderin, the king looks on with desperate hope as his greatest champion arrives to answer the call. Helen Cargill drops to one knee and swears a solemn oath. He'll bring the princess home and return with the Demon King's head. Our protagonist has a vision for the elven prisoner, a spy to slip through the front lines and throw the heroes into total chaos. It's a solid plan, mostly because everyone expects elves to be innocent, which makes them the ultimate Trojan horse. Facing a sudden pressure he can't explain, the traitor folds instantly, stammering out that he's more than happy to pay for the Demon King's new acquisition. He orders the room cleared so he can test his new asset in private, ignoring the auctioneer's warnings that the elf might snap and go berserk. The traitor just scoffs and heads for the door, deciding that if things get messy, he'll just make the MC pay for the damages. The elf doesn't miss a beat, immediately sensing the dark energy and questioning what a demon could possibly want with his kind. The Demon King decides to lay out the bait, offering the captive a rare chance to finally get some payback on the humans who put him in those chains. It's a tempting pitch, but the elf isn't buying it, noting that he trusts demons even less than the people who enslaved him. Our boy tries a different angle, promising that if the elf stays loyal for exactly 50 years, he'll guarantee his total safety and freedom. He argues that for an elf, 50 years is basically a long weekend, and it's a much better deal than staying here to be humiliated. The elf shuts him down again, pointing out the fundamental problem. Demons are currently trying to burn down the world tree that sustains everything. He finds it suspicious that a demon would even bother seeking help from an elf, and the logic hits our hero right where it hurts. This kid is way sharper than he looks. Berge decides to stop playing games and accepts the terms, swearing a binding vow on the great Demon King's name that he'll leave the world tree alone. In exchange, he demands the elf pledge his allegiance for the next 50 years, a request that clearly leaves the prisoner stunned. 50 years is a huge chunk of life, but Berge isn't looking for a simple favor. He's looking for a permanent ally. The elf sees the conviction in his eyes and decides to take the gamble. He introduces himself as Granada of the Maple Tribe, but he'll only make the vow after meeting the actual Demon King who sent Berge here. Berge doesn't blink, simply telling the man that he is the Demon King himself. This guy is straight up aura farming at the auction house. Granada immediately bursts into laughter, convinced Berge is trolling because a real Demon King would never leave their tower just to buy a single slave. Granada lets out a loud laugh, calling what he thinks is a massive bluff. If Berge really is a Demon King, then he'll pledge his loyalty for the next 100 years. Granada sinks to one knee, offering a vow that should carry the weight of a century. He's convinced that by tethering his soul to a Demon King, he's finally found the leverage he needs to settle old scores. Granada's brain is currently experiencing a fatal system error. He was supposed to be a key player in a grand, world-ending plan, but instead he's stuck in an apron doing kitchen prep. It only gets worse when Princess Ernan skips in with her cute spirits, asking to help make vegetable bread, like they're at a summer camp instead of a villain's hideout. Granada finally works up the nerve to ask the Demon King if the woman sitting next to them is really the crown princess. The boss confirms it with the same energy someone uses to confirm they ordered a side of fries. Granada officially loses it, screaming that kidnapping royalty brings every hero in the world to their door when the tower doesn't even have a defense system yet. The Demon King just tells him to sit down and eat, explaining that his panic is exactly why he bought a high-tier warrior in the first place. This man is actually delulu enough to think a nice steak solves an international kidnapping charge. Our protagonist is currently living through a total fever dream, watching the Demon King and the 13th Princess bond over a home-cooked meal like they aren't in a fortress of doom. Granada can only watch in confusion, wondering when the literal end of the world became a domestic sitcom. Once the food is cleared away, they head up to the fourth floor of Berger's tower, where the environment shifts to a massive outdoor training field. Granada assumes he's here to hold the line against the encroaching heroes, but the Demon King shuts that down immediately. If the heroes have already cleared the Urgest Mountains, the fight is over before it starts. Instead, our MC has a much more devious role in mind. Granada is going to be his personal disruptive force in the human world. It's a spy mission, essentially. But before the Demon King sends him out, he needs to confirm Granada isn't just a loud mouth with ears. Granada isn't exactly thrilled about the idea of dueling the master of the tower. So our lead decides to sweeten the deal with a few massive handicaps. He'll fight with one hand tied behind his back and zero demonic energy. And if Granada actually wins, he's getting 50 years shaved off his contract. It's amazing how fast fear turns into pure motivation when freedom is on the table. Granada drops his guard and lunges in, barely stopping himself from saying he's going to take the Demon King's head. He's down bad for that contract reduction, and he's coming in with everything he's got. Granada throws everything he has at the Demon King, who stays busy critiquing the elf's form instead of actually fighting. He's honestly impressed that Granada kept his edge after years of being a slave, even wondering if he boosted his stats on the fourth floor. Granada isn't here for the compliments, though. He's high on the rush, claiming he's well above average and the Demon King just picked the wrong opponent. But the momentum shifts the second the elf's feet are pinned to the floor by glowing vines. Granada doesn't even care. He sees a wide-open shot and lunges in to take back the 50 years he lost. The Demon King decides this is finally enough, and the mood flips from a sparring session to a nightmare. He looms over the elf like a mountain of shadow, reminding Granada exactly who he's trying to punch. He even offers a bit of terrifying comfort. He won't use demonic energy, and he'll try his best to control his strength so the elf doesn't actually die. Granada finally feels the gap in their power levels, but his plea for a timeout comes a second too late. The tower itself shakes from the impact, and it's pretty clear that Granada is having a very bad day. Back at the headquarters of the Red Hawk mercenaries, the captain welcomes the sword god with the kind of energy usually reserved for a long-lost benefactor. Apparently, getting the life beaten out of you creates a very specific kind of bond. Our protagonist wastes no time and offers to hire the entire squad for a full year, prompting the captain to immediately check the budget while his men wonder if they should just quit. That doubt vanishes the second a massive bag of gold hits the table as a deposit. Suddenly, the mercenaries realize that loyalty is the most important part of the job and swear to follow their captain to the grave, regardless of the prior beatdown. It's amazing how quickly a pile of gold can fix a damaged ego. The sword god accepts their newfound loyalty but adds one condition. He's placing his own man on the team to relay orders. That man is Granada, an elf who looks like he just crawled out of a losing fight with a mountain. The mercenaries can only stare at the bandaged newcomer, questioning what kind of operation they just signed up for. The Scarlet Hawk captain and his crew aren't just defeated. They're emotionally broken, weeping in shared misery after the absolute reality check they just received. They huddle around Granada like lost puppies, officially rebranded as the Red Hawk mercenaries. Our protagonist watches them with cold pragmatism, noting that while they look mediocre, their experience in Urgest makes them seasoned tools that are, more importantly, very easy to control. He shifts his focus to the board, already calculating his next move. The only hero likely to answer the Hilderan Kingdom's call right now is Hillen Cargill, the man famous for taking down the Demon King of Lust. Addressing his new subordinates, the sword god officially kicks off their first mission. His orders are direct. Investigate Hillen Cargill, the hero Hilderan has officially put on the payroll. This crew might be down bad, but they know how to follow a command. With the hero handled by Granada, Berger has a bit of breathing room, and he's decided it's finally his turn to focus on a power-up. Since he already burned through his demonic energy points, the standard paths to growth are basically closed to him. His only real option now is the Spirit Blossom, a rare crystal of mana that delivers a massive strength boost to anyone who consumes it. His aide, Gordon, immediately tries to pump the brakes, warning that wandering into monster territory without a plan is a death wish. Gordon's not wrong. These creatures are basically wild animals, and they'll tear into any opening the second they see it. Berje's basically just aura farming at this point, but Gordon's stress levels are already through the roof. Their planning session gets cut short, though, when a sudden knock at the door kills the vibe. Ernan is genuinely stoked to finally see the outside world, though she had her doubts about ever actually escaping the tower before Berje decided it was time to move. The Demon King doesn't exactly do gentle. He tells her to hold on right before he sends it, launching them into the sky while our girl screams for her life. Seriously, this man has zero chill. Ernan braces for the worst, eyes shut tight as the wind whips past, until the lack of a crashes forces her to peek out. It is the first time she's actually seen the realm in the light, since her original kidnapping was a midnight special she didn't have the chance to enjoy. Ernan knows she's been kidnapped, but looking down at the world from this height, the sheer scale of everything is starting to sink in. Her life used to be a loop of magic training and studying how to rule a kingdom, a cycle she honestly expected to continue until the day she died. She tries to share the wonder of the moment with the Demon King, pointing out that she might be the first person to ever fly over these mountains, but Berger couldn't care less. He's all business, even when she insists he use her name since they'll be spending quite a bit of time together. Berger decides he's been a little too lenient with his captive, reminding her of her place with a quick threat of an underground prison cell. The princess is immediately cowed, switching gears back to the task at hand as she prepares to use her spirits to track down the spirit blossoms. She sends her little elemental friends off with a quick cheer for their safety, while Berger watches them go. He's pragmatic enough to know that even if the search takes time, these spirits are still a much faster option than anything he or Gordon could manage on their own. Ernan spots the target first, her shout echoing across the range as she clutches the prize they've been tracking. Below them, the spirit blossom radiates a cold, steady light, but they aren't the only ones who found it. A pack of beastmen has already staked a claim, their heavy footsteps shaking the sand as they close in on the flower. Berger doesn't even bother landing before pulling rank, reminding these creatures that their ancestors once served the Demon King, and ordering them to walk away while they still can. The beastmen aren't interested in a history lesson. They reject his authority with a blunt promise to kill him instead. Berger just laughs, realizing he was being way too optimistic. He decides that if they're going to act like mindless animals, he'll just treat them like a brush fire and burn the whole pack to ashes. As the monsters rush him, the Demon King's power finally ignites. These guys are about to learn that some guests don't just leave. The Pillar Orcs finally make their move, screaming as they try to swarm the weak link first, but they never even touch the ground. Ernan watches in total shock as a massive draconic shadow erupts from the mountain pass, centered entirely on Berger, who looks as detached as if he were just clearing cobwebs. These orcs have a reputation for bringing down full-grown ogres through sheer teamwork, but here, they can't even get within striking distance. Berger crosses his arms and lets the mana overflow, while Ernan tries to make sense of the scale of what she's watching. It finally clicks. This isn't just high-tier magic, it's the raw, crushing power of the Demon King. Berger isn't just fighting, he's officially aura farming. Out in the frozen wasteland, Ernan kneels before a rare find, a hyacinth spirit blossom, radiating pure mana through the snow. Berger lets her admire it for exactly 3 seconds before making a deal. This one belongs to him, but if she can find more, he'll let her keep one for herself. It's a classic carrot on a stick move, and Ernan falls for it immediately, throwing her whole heart into the hunt. She pushes herself to the point of exhaustion, but the wasteland isn't giving up any more of its treasures. The second patch of blossoms never shows up. The man watches his captive, turning the name Ernan Hilderin over in his mind. Taking a crown princess was supposed to be a simple mistake, but seeing her attract spirits, even while she sleeps, changes the math. She might be more useful than he initially thought. He's not just holding a prisoner anymore. He's holding an asset. Hillen Cargill and a massive group of 32 heroes have finally left the capital. But they aren't marching toward Ergist. Instead, they're taking the scenic route, the classic hero's path, grinding out small quests and building strength for the long haul. Gordon's already got the countermeasures mapped out and ready for approval, but Berger trashes the entire plan before he can even finish his pitch. He's done sending trash mobs to slow them down. No monsters, no ambushes, and 0 interruptions. Apparently, Berger realizes that low-tier obstacles just function as free experience points for heroes, so he's trying something new. Granada will send mercenaries to help the heroes instead. Building trust and playing the long game is officially the new meta. Gordon knows his king is unconventional, but even he's worried that the current tower won't hold against the coming heroes. Berger tells him not to sweat the small stuff, as he's already planning a major reinforcement involving a dwarf. The idea of adding a diminutive species to the ranks alongside humans and elves sends Gordon into a full meltdown, convinced the demon realm will become a total laughingstock. Berger doesn't even argue. He just lets his aura do the talking, waiting for the silence to settle before explaining the real move. It isn't just about the dwarf. It's about the tools they bring to the table. Bear J knows the heroes are coming in expecting the usual weak monsters on the first floor. But they're in for a rude awakening when they open the door and find a battery of cannons aimed at their faces. Gordon is immediately sold on the brilliance of a first floor ambush, even if his traditional demon sensibilities are still screaming in the background. Apparently, standard procedure is the first thing to go when Bear J starts cooking. Gordon finds himself staring at an empty throne, but the silence only lasts a second before he starts screaming about yet another abduction. His morning is officially ruined. Meanwhile, deep in the dwarven underground city of Wolfner, the rhythmic sound of a hammer drowns out any outside chaos. Our guy, Loger Friedrich, is completely locked into his work at the forge, ignoring the world to focus on the red-hot metal in front of him. This man's focus stat is clearly maxed out. He makes a stop at the Midnight Inn to track down a lead, sliding a pile of gold coins across the bar to skip the small talk. He needs the best blacksmith in the city and he isn't interested in a tour. The barkeep appreciates a human who speaks the local language, which is usually just the sound of clinking gold. Berger knows that for all their pride, dwarves and heroes are both down bad for a heavy purse. The directions are straight to the point. Head to the inner city crater and take the elevator down through the double security scan to reach the forge floors. Berger drops deep into the heart of the dwarven city, following the barkeep's instructions to the very bottom floor, where the steady ring of a hammer echoes through the corridor. Peeking into the deepest room, he finds a workshop overflowing with heat and power. This is Roger Friedrich, the city's legendary blacksmith, a man so locked into his craft he doesn't even notice the Demon King standing in his doorway. But our boy is already thinking bigger. He wonders if he should just skip the formalities and kidnap the man. After all, talent like this belongs in his personal armory. Choice made. All he needs now is a quiet way to bag a master blacksmith. The piece of the forge vanishes in a split second, as the blacksmith's hammer comes down with enough force to level the building. Berger barely tracks the movement, realizing his faint demonic energy didn't just leak, it was scouted. He catches the crushing blow barehanded, the impact rattling the floor as he finally connects the dots. It takes a lot more than just muscle to track a Demon King's presence, which means he isn't just fighting a grumpy craftsman. Loger Friedrich doesn't plan on hiding it anymore, identifying himself as the hero blacksmith who imbues his gear with divine power. For a demon to waltz into the city of dwarfs is a death sentence, and Loger is more than happy to sign the warrant. His speech is great, but it doesn't change the facts. For all that divine power and righteous fury, he's still way out of his league. Berger sheds the act entirely, letting his true aura flood the room until the dwarf can barely breathe. He isn't some low-level demon looking for trouble. He's the Demon King. And the hero status Loger is so proud of just became a very short-lived title. The dwarf guards burst into the workshop after hearing a crashes, but they find nothing except drifting smoke in an empty room where their master should be. While the alarm goes up below, Berger watches the chaos from a high ledge with his prize pinned firmly to the floor. This poor bastard never stood a chance. Our hero keeps a hand on the blacksmith and makes his terms clear. One loud noise and it's over, no matter how many guards are searching the streets. Loger is convinced he's staring at a Demon King hunting for the princess, but Berger shuts that down fast. He isn't here for royalty, he just wants the secret tunnels every dwarf smith keeps for an emergency, and he expects Loger to lead the way immediately. Loger can only curse his luck, as his quiet life hits a brick wall. Apparently, having weakness as a trait doesn't make for a very heroic escape. Since Berger isn't getting the information he wants the easy way, he decides to pivot to a much more creative threat. He offers to kidnap the princess and let Loger go free, which immediately sets off alarm bells for the terrified dwarf. The dwarf spirals into a total panic, knowing his fellow dwarves would believe every word because of his weak reputation, and that kind of betrayal is a one-way ticket to a lifetime of torture. Berger is basically running a masterclass in psychological warfare right now. Back on the ground, Loger is weighing his options, and neither one looks great. He can keep his mouth shut for the princess, or he can talk and avoid a long session of torture. Berger decides to sweeten the deal, offering a guarantee of safety sworn on the standard of the Demon King. That changes everything, because for a Demon King, the standard is a religion, a vow they physically cannot break. Loger does the math and realizes his best bet at survival isn't loyalty, it's the guy currently pinning him to the dirt. He pivots instantly, offering to lead our hero straight to the tunnels with a look of fanatical devotion that's honestly a bit much. Bro went from terrified to a superfan in record time. Meanwhile at the workshop, the royal guard is standing at attention in front of a very empty anvil. Princess Louise Verft is not a happy client, and she's wondering exactly where her blacksmith disappeared to in the middle of making her new weapon. Not the best time to be a missing dwarf. Louise isn't hearing any excuses. As far as she's concerned, a hero shouldn't be easy enough to just snatch off the street. The guard captain tries to point out the obvious. The man is a blacksmith, not a frontline fighter, but the princess cuts him off with a direct order to hunt down the kidnapper and bring him back immediately. She seals the decree with a casual promise to start ripping heads off if they fail, which really clarifies the stakes for the guards. Berger is reaching his limit. Crawling through a cramped secret passage is bad enough, but being forced to stare at the dwarf's backside the whole way is making him regret his life choices. Loger stammers out an apology, but he finally manages to lead them out of the tunnel and into a massive underground cavern. The second they hit open air, the dwarf tries to wash his hands of the whole thing. He's shown the Demon King the way, and now he's planning to make a break for it. Loger barely gets 2 steps before Berger shuts that plan down. The dwarf tries to hide behind the standard, claiming Berger swore to keep him safe in exchange for his help. It turns out, Berger doesn't give a damn about trash standards or honorable oaths. He's not that kind of Demon King. As a dark hand reaches toward him, Loger realizes he should have just taken his chances selling out the princess instead of trusting a monster. Terrified, Loger shifts gears into a desperate sales pitch, offering up his legendary metallurgy skills to save his neck. It's a hilarious sight, a supposed hero begging to forge weapons for the enemy just to stay alive. Berger finds the irony delicious. A hero voluntarily siding with the Demon King? This might be useful after all. Loger Friedrich is officially ready to sell out his entire species for a chance at breathing another day, promising to hand over every secret in the Dwarven city just to stay alive. Berger Deus plays along with a bored sort of mercy, leading the dwarf to grovel at his feet and scream praises for the great Demon King. Honestly, the man should get an award for how fast he flipped his script. Of course, it's all a front. The second Loger thinks he's out of range, he's already planning to assemble a pursuit squad to wipe Berger off the map. He's playing the long game, waiting for that one moment of freedom while laughing like a man who actually has a chance of getting away with it. Then the world shifts. Loger's internal monologue hits a brick wall as he suddenly finds himself standing in the middle of a literal meadow. They aren't in the Dwarven realm anymore. They've arrived on the 4th floor of Berz's tower, where the lush greenery makes it clear he isn't running anywhere. This is a top tier, it was at this moment he knew scenario. Gordon Dierich is just as stunned, panicking over why a dwarf and a hero were just casually dropped into the tower, but the Demon King shuts him down with a single word. Berger isn't just taking prisoners, he's expanding the collection. Gordon tries to pivot back to his report, but he can't help noticing the new addition to the group. Apparently, Berger is accepting dwarves into the crew now. While the others process the arrival, Ernan looks at the blacksmith with wide eyes, wondering if this is the hero who finally came to save her. Loger Friedrich isn't exactly feeling like a hero, he's mostly just confused about why he isn't a free man. He thought the deal involved being released, but Berger has a very specific definition of mercy. Letting a man live is one thing, but letting him walk away? Our MC never signed off on that. When the dwarf asks how he even ended up in this meadow, Berger reminds him that he was simply knocked out and carried. It's efficient, sure, but it's a lot for a guy to take in. The realization that he's just traded one master for another finally hits, and Loger's brain decides the only logical response is to start laughing like a madman. He stands there in the middle of the peaceful field, hysterical and broken, while the rest of the team watches their new blacksmith lose his mind. No crumbs left on this man's sanity. That's one way to handle a career change. Berger looms over the broken dwarf, amused by the total collapse of his pride as he asks if Loger is really that happy to be his subordinate. Loger's mind is officially fried, force-feeding himself a hysterical laugh while he wheezes out that he couldn't be happier. Approving of the submissive mindset, Berger stands tall and prepares to drop his first mission on a man who's barely holding onto consciousness. Loger is clearly in his NPC era now. At the Ergist Heroes Journey Preparation Station, rumors are the only thing moving faster than the heroes. An elite elven warrior reports that word of the new Demon King's Black Flames has already reached the front lines. Naturally, the heroes are panicking, dumping their gold into fire-resistant gear and whispering that the lack of monster attacks means the Demon King is actually scared of them. The strategy is working perfectly. Berger Deus watches from the other side of the comms, knowing that if he keeps his monsters back, there's no honor to win and no loot to find. Without a struggle, the heroes won't grow, they'll just get bored and quit. He calls it a battle against time and orders his man to keep the surveillance tight. No monsters, no problem. As he walks back into the station, he realizes he's serving someone who understands human nature better than the humans do. Honestly, being on this guy's payroll is probably the only reason he's still breathing. Loger Friedrich is in full survival mode, desperately offering up his best inventions just to keep his head on his shoulders. He claims to have a rare tool that masks mana signatures, something he says takes 3 years to craft, and luckily there's one sitting in his shop right now. Berger isn't buying the sales pitch, dismissing it as just another weak excuse to bolt the first chance he gets. The dwarf insists he's serious, but Berger explains the new accessory is a magical tool designed for one specific task, separating a head from its body with a single flick of his wrist. It's a brutal way to build trust, but it gets the job done. Our protagonist follows up by handing Logar a second device, a mask that glitches out his face to keep him unrecognized in public. He warns the blacksmith that removing it counts as an escape attempt, and Logar is more than happy to keep it on forever. With his new, highly motivated assistant in tow, Berger begins a tour through the neighboring kingdoms. They spend the next month moving from one market square to the next, gathering a massive stash of mana-type materials and stashing them away in a subspace pocket. The Demon King is officially back in business, and he's not doing his own heavy lifting. After the dust settles, the hooded stranger and Logar Friedrich return to the dwarven kingdom of Wolfner. Back at the capital, the local guard captain is currently finding out that working for royalty isn't all it's cracked up to be. Princess Louise Verft has officially lost it, screaming at her soldiers for failing to find a kidnap victim after 6 weeks of searching. The captain tries to explain that the blacksmiths have dug way too many tunnels to search quickly, but his logic isn't landing. Louise snaps that of course the kidnappers are gone, and they'd have to be idiots to hang around this long. She drops a brutal 2-week ultimatum: find the culprits, or the captain pays for the failure with his life. Shook and fearing for his neck, the captain rallies his men to seal every tunnel in the city immediately. The search is on, but it's clear someone's head is on the chopping block if they come up empty. Louise stands over the wreckage of the workshop, surveying the aftermath of a fight that shouldn't have happened. Her eyes settle on a broken blade on the floor. A masterpiece meant for her, forged by the hero blacksmith Logar just before he was taken. She isn't worried about the man's safety out of the goodness of her heart. She needs him alive because her weapon isn't finished yet. A faint sound behind her breaks her focus, and she turns to find a familiar face peeking out from the shadows. It's almost too good to be true, and for a second, she can't even process the sight. Logar is right there, hiding in plain sight with a face recognition mask active to scramble his features. It turns out he wasn't just waiting to be rescued. He's been using his secret tunnels to move through the city under everyone's nose. Louise freezes as the pieces fit together, staring at Logar like she's seeing a ghost. She looms over the small dwarf, who can only stutter out a greeting as his mask starts to glitch under her gaze. This guy is officially cooked. Louise lets out a laugh that sounds more like a threat while cracking her knuckles. Her face shifts into a manic grin as she asks if he really went into hiding just to dodge making her a new weapon. Logar tries to plead his case, but the logic of a terrified dwarf doesn't hold much weight against royalty. Princess Louise isn't looking for an apology. She's looking for a permanent smith she can keep on a leash. She decides a little physical motivation is in order before his lifetime of service begins. Standard villain behavior, honestly. Her execution is cut short by an explosive strike that sends the princess sliding back, demanding to know who just ruined her afternoon. A new player enters the chat. Berger tells Logar to grab his gear and move, using a face recognition mask to keep his identity on lock while the dwarf scrambles to safety. Louise is officially fuming, unable to wrap her head around why anyone would risk their neck for a common smith. Berger Deus drops the mask, identifying himself as the master of the blacksmith Louise has been extorting. Louise isn't having it, screaming that the smith is her slave and won't be making weapons for anyone else. Driven by pure entitlement, she demands to know who he thinks he is before launching an all-out assault. Berger doesn't flinch, locking onto her movements with cold focus. He cuts through her momentum with a precision strike, catching Louise completely off guard by how fast the gap closed. Before she can even register the shift in the fight, Berger is already on top of her, cutting her mid-sentence and grabbing her face to end the conversation. He's just aura farming at this point. Berger lands the final strike, pinning the second princess of the Dwarven Kingdom as his power tears through the room. Louise Verft might not be a hero, but she's still exceptionally strong. In Berger's past life, before he regressed, she was a monster on the battlefield, standing over mountains of the dead far more powerful than she is now. He weighs his options while holding her down. He could end her right here, before she ever gets that strong, but it would drain every drop of his demonic energy, and he's not exactly at full power yet. Killing a princess would just bring her entire army down on his head, and since he's already shown his hand, she knows exactly what he is. Being a Demon King is apparently a full-time job in the annoyance department. Nearby, Logar Friedrich is straining to finish the job under the pressure. They're here for the Manus Phantom, a massive dwarven artifact built to hide magical traces. If they're going to get out of this alive, they need that machine, and they need it now. Naturally, the second princess of the dwarves isn't just going to watch them walk out, but Berger is already calculating his exit, even if it means leaving Logar behind. Without his demonic energy, he's running on a timer he can't see, forced to catch a crushing blow that rattles his entire frame. Louise is out for blood, promising to snap Logar's legs just to make sure no one escapes her workshop today. It's a bit rich coming from her, so Berger leans into the villain role, mocking her royal status while doubling down on the kidnapping. Behind them, the massive internal gears of the workshop begin to grind and spark under the pressure until Logar finally screams out his success. The machine is dismantled, and their window to escape just flew wide open. Louise Verft is too busy screaming at Logar for trying to snatch her loot to notice the real threat, providing a massive opening that Berger Deus is more than happy to take. He lands a heavy strike that sends the princess crashing through her own workshop gear, then immediately orders Logar to get clear so he can pop Subspace Pocket. Louise tries to talk a big game about how his attacks are useless against her, but she ends up talking to a room full of smoke as the pair vanishes, leaving her dwarf guards to roll up just in time to get roasted for their zero-tier arrival speed. 1-star review for the backup, honestly. Louise Verft watches her target vanish and immediately orders a full-scale pursuit through the tunnels, but she stops short by a massive collapse. It turns out Logar chose to bury the path behind him rather than deal with her, and the sheer pettiness of the move actually leaves her feeling slightly insulted. Did he really hate the idea of making her a weapon that much? Her frustration quickly twists into a dangerous obsession, and she smiles as she decides that Logar has finally become interesting enough to keep. Our princess might have a type, and apparently it's men who would rather cave in a mountain than talk to her. Inside the tower, massive chains finally click into place as a huge mechanical sphere takes over the entire first floor. The butler's cleaning shift just got way more complicated, but Berger ignores his confusion. This thing isn't a decoration, it's the peak strategy for stopping the heroes. Logar finishes the final setup for the Manas Phantom, so Berger orders him to activate the build without delay. He makes it clear that the device better be worth the trouble, leaving the mechanic sweating as he flips the switch. Blinding light floods the chamber, forcing the team to shield their eyes as the tower's new defense system officially wakes up. Berger stares at the new prompt flickering in the air, trying to wrap his head around the idea that this tower had a synchronization function tucked away the whole time. He decides to see for himself, dumping 10,000 points into the system and watching his balance evaporate in an instant. The investment pays off immediately as Mana's Phantom recognizes him as its true master, forcibly rewriting its own internal logic until its power source completely converts into demonic energy. Logar nearly short-circuits from the sheer impossibility of it, swearing he never even imagined a tower merge was on the table, let alone a total energy swap. Apparently, this is the discovery of the century, which is a little concerning given the guy who built it has no idea how it happened. Eager to stress test the new toy, Berger tells the princess to fire off any spell she wants. She doesn't need to be told twice, unleashing a chaotic swirl of elemental spirits that sends the butler into a total tailspin because he just finished cleaning the place. Rest in peace to those floors. While the butler inside loses his mind trying to stop the chaos, Berger watches from the snowy exterior, weighing the sheer scale of the magic being thrown around. Normally, a spell that massive would be screaming out for every mage in the kingdom to hear. Seeing the opportunity, Berger drops his hand and begins to manipulate the structure directly, forcing his own energy into the tower's core to see just how much control he can actually seize. Berger stares at the empty space in front of him, trying to process what just happened. The massive tower is gone, completely vanished from the snowy mountain range. He extends his hand, testing the limits of his authority over the terrain, and calls the structure back into existence with a thought. It's a game-changing realization. He can hide his entire base of operations at will. Of course, a flex like that isn't free, and the system window confirms it just drained nearly 1,000 of his demonic energy points. It's too expensive to keep active for long, but having a disappearing fortress is a hell of a trump card to keep in his back pocket. Logar is vibrating with so much engineering lust he can barely keep his sentence together, begging the Demon King for a chance to tear the tower's core apart for research. He's never seen tech like this in all of history, and the sheer zeal in his voice makes Berger realize this dwarf might actually be more bloodthirsty than a literal demon. Berger decides to dangle a carrot. If Logar's traps successfully wipe out the heroes on the first floor, the blacksmith gets total freedom to tinker with the tower's secrets. With Loger sprinting off to secure his prize, Berger turns his focus to his next asset, proposing that Princess Ernan take charge of the fourth floor defense. She tries to play the innocent princess card to get out of it, but Berger isn't buying the act. She's a genius spiritist, and more importantly, she's currently a runaway who doesn't want to go home. He has a brief moment of doubt, wondering if asking a princess to betray her own kind is a bridge too far for someone who doesn't know how the world works. Apparently, the internal struggle didn't last long, because Ernan is already juggling elemental spirits while debating whether fire or rocks would be more effective for murder. Berger's concern was officially misplaced. Berger lays out the plan. The princess just needs to reveal herself as an enemy to throw the heroes into a panic. If she pulls it off, he'll give her exactly what she wants. Ernan agrees to find an opening, but she has one weirdly specific condition. She wants to be introduced as a subordinate of the Demon King, not as a princess. Berger isn't sure why she's so hyped about a demotion, but he goes along with it, which sends her into a literal victory cheer. She's so into her new role that she asks if she should use her looks to seduce the enemy heroes instead of fighting them. Bearjay shuts that down immediately. Honestly, can't blame the guy for the face he's making. Managing a spiritus princess is apparently harder than managing a dungeon. Alone in the throne room, Bearjay goes back to the math. The mass mana cannons will thin the herd on the first floor, and the princess will act as the final trap on the fourth. Strategy only goes so far when you're that outnumbered. In the end, he realizes his own power is the missing variable, and he'll need to gather a lot more demonic spirit blossoms to bridge the gap. The group prepares to move out from the Dark Tower, but Ernan can't hide her disappointment. There isn't a single spirit to be found in the frozen paths. Something about the silence here feels wrong, and that feeling is confirmed when a massive blue-skinned figure emerges from the tree line. Burji doesn't wait for a greeting, charging his mana and preparing to blast what he assumes is just another orc pest. The beast stops his advance, but it's not for a fight. Instead, the chieftain drops to one knee and offers his life to Burji. This hulking warrior is Krutu, leader of the Blue Frost tribe, and he isn't here to draw blood. He's here to beg the Demon King to accept his people as kin. Peak strategy, really. If you can't beat the final boss, you might as well join his party. In the middle of a frozen wasteland, the Blue Frost tribe drops to their knees, their chieftain Krutu, begging for a chance to serve the man standing before them. Virgi Deus doesn't look particularly moved by the sight of a small army of monsters surrendering. To him, it's just another day being the Demon King, even as Krutu tries to leverage their history as descendants of traitors to gain his favor. Virgi shuts the sob story down before it can even get going. He knows exactly what's happening. They aren't looking for a master out of loyalty. They just want to power up. Krutu doesn't even try to deny it. Realizing the Demon King has seen through the act, he signals one of his men to bring forward a chest. Inside sit three glowing spirit blossoms, the very items Ernan and Burji have been tracking through the snow. It turns out Krutu and his orcs are a different breed, prioritizing wisdom and negotiation over the usual mindless violence. They've played their hand perfectly, offering the one thing Burji actually wants in exchange for a place in his new world. Peak strategy for a group usually known for swinging clubs first and asking questions never. Burjay questions the Orc chieftain's true motives, wondering if this whole pilgrimage was just a desperate grab for power because the tribe is currently weak. Krutu doesn't offer excuses, he just bows his head in absolute silence. This preference for wisdom over brute force clearly lands well, because Burjay's expression shifts from testing to genuine interest. He decides he likes the Orc style and begins channeling a massive surge of magic. He agrees to take Krutu in, but there's a catch. The chieftain must remain in the snowfields, growing his tribe until the day Burjay calls for them. In exchange, he promises something far more valuable than raw strength. The tribe will never face extinction. Krutu is officially marked as the Demon King's kin, swearing his life and the total loyalty of his entire tribe to the man standing before him. Looks like the Demon King just secured his first vassal, and he didn't even have to swing a sword to do it. The Blue Frost tribe makes it official with a shout that rattles the peaks. They've pledged everything to the man who just changed their fate. Deep in the Urges Mountains, Burjay's tower is finally humming at full capacity. Outside the gates, the Pearl Orc Legion stands ready. They're the first line of defense, and honestly, good luck to anyone trying to get past that wall of muscle. On the first floor, Logger Friedrich is surrounded by 60 mana cannons, just waiting for an excuse to turn the mountainside into a crater. Ernan Hilderin has the fourth floor locked down, her spirits circling like a pack of magical guard dogs. From his throne, Burjay watches the monitors and realizes his board is finally complete. Every floor is a nightmare waiting to happen. He's ready for the heroes to show up. This time, he's going to repay every bit of humiliation from his previous life. With interest. The story continues. Back at the banquet hall, the Lord Castellan leans in to put Hillen on the spot, insisting the young man give a speech to boost morale. Hillen hesitates for a second, but the old man doesn't give him a choice. He immediately shouts for the crowd's attention, announcing that Hillen has something to say before the room can even go quiet. As the eyes of the knights turn toward him, the pressure is officially on. Hillen Cargo clears his throat to command the room, addressing the gathered heroes and nobles as their long expedition finally nears its end. It's the night before the final push, and the mood is electric. He boasts that even the Demon King must be terrified since not a single monster has slowed their march. But he warns his comrades to stay sharp despite their perfect preparations. Tomorrow, they move to take the head of the demon who dared kidnap the crown princess. Hillen reaches a fever pitch, shouting for his men to show the world who its true masters are. With a final cry for justice, he signals for the banquet to begin, and the hall erupts into a celebratory roar. This guy's confidence is through the roof. The hero's celebration is in full swing, but Granada is busy doing the math. The Demon King was right. The expedition's numbers haven't grown. though Hill Cargill's sheer charisma has kept the funding coming and the mercenaries in line just long enough to reach their target. Granada watches the back of the Golden Boy's head and wonders if he should just end it now. The last time he checked the tower, it was empty. If these guys roll in unopposed, his cover is blown. He nearly spirals before his own curse snaps him back to reality. If this mission succeeds, he's finally free, and that's the only win he actually cares about. He decides he needs some fresh air and a little distance from Hillen before he does something stupid. Standing out on the balcony at Horton Walk, he sends his report to Berger, but the reply is cold. Once they leave this place, communication is dead. And then comes the warning. Berger Deas delivers a cryptic warning that sounds less like a threat and more like survival advice. Watch the snow, stay alert at night, and whatever happens, never stand near the tower door when it opens. Granada stares at the message flickering in his palm, but he nearly jumps out of his skin when Hillen Cargill catches him alone on the balcony. The elf scrambles to hide the communication, but the legendary knight isn't here to interrogate him. He just wants to share a drink, offering up a fruit wine while noting the obvious tension in Granada's shoulders. Subjugating a demon king is heavy work, but the elf is floored when the hero of the realm admits that even he doesn't know if they'll actually succeed. Hillen looks out over the horizon, the weight of 1,000 expectations resting on his cape. People follow the legend, but the man knows the truth. Every tower raid he's ever led has been a literal hell that barely made it across the finish line. As they stand out in the night air, Granada brings up the one thing everyone wants to hear. The story of how Hillen took down the Demon King of Lust. He's asking for a heroic tale, but the question hits our protagonist like a wall of silence. There is no heroic story. Hillen is clearly fishing for a lie that won't get him caught, and he finally lands on the ultimate distraction, flattery. He claims the victory only happened because of brave comrades who stood on the front lines, just like Lord Granada himself. Hillen doubles down on the act, promising to take the lead as long as a warrior of Granada's caliber has his back. It's a smooth pivot, making the man feel like a vital part of the legend, just to keep him from asking any more questions. The heroes make their grand exit to the sound of a city screaming their names, with Lord Hillen Cargill and Granada leading a march that looks more like a victory parade than a suicide mission. They head straight for the Airguest mountain range, where the lower ranks are already letting their guard down because the weather is actually decent for once. It's a bold claim to make right before a purple flare ignites directly over his comrade's head. Talk about a vibe check. A quiet patrol through the canyon turns into a mess the second something purple and sticky lands on the hero's face, right before a massive ghoul reveals itself and sends the squad's panic levels through the roof. Hillen Cargill takes control of the chaos before it spreads, ordering the knights to cover the mages and prepare for a breakthrough before they get swamped by the undead. But the breakthrough hits a wall when Lord Wharton spots an even bigger problem waiting for them at the front of the line. A frost giant. This thing is basically a skeletal mountain with 4 red eyes and a serious attitude problem, making the regular ghouls look like NPCs by comparison. Hillen knows his team is outclassed, so he makes the call to let everyone escape while he handles the boss fight solo. Wharton thinks he's crazy, but our boy just launches into the air to meet the giant head-on. Honestly, the confidence on this guy is peak. Hillen Cargill knows his power scaling, and a frost giant just doesn't measure up to the Demon King he's already handled. He launches himself into the air, closing the gap before the massive creature can register the threat, but the giant reacts with a heavy swing that shatters the rock wall behind him. Hillen weaves through the reach of those skeletal arms, his blade humming with energy as he positions himself for the one opening he needs. He finds it, a perfect narrow window of vulnerability that makes his eyes flare. The impact is total, a coordinated strike that cuts straight through the giant's frame and pins it in place. With the path momentarily clear, Hillen screams at his team to make their move and run while the monster is reeling. Chaos erupts in the frozen canyon as Hillen Cargill screams for his men to run, throwing himself into the path of a monster to buy them every second he can. Behind him, a massive skull-faced frost giant bellows into the freezing air, looming over the retreating army as it prepares to crush anything left in the pass. Once they finally put enough distance between themselves and the canyon, the survivors collapse into the snow, lungs burning from the cold and the sheer weight of the near-death experience. The heroes can barely process what they just faced, a literal cliff-sized giant and dozens of ghouls in a place that shouldn't even be fit for human life. Even the legendary Demon King's tower didn't feel this oppressive, but the team knows exactly why they're still breathing. Looking back at Hillen, the talk turns to the rumors of him absorbing the power of a Demon King he slew, which would officially put him in a league of his own. If he's already taken down a king and taken that power for himself, he isn't just a hero anymore. He's the only reason any of them believe they'll actually make it home. Granada watches his commander with growing hope, convinced that Hillen Cargill is the only one strong enough to actually put the Demon King in the ground. But the snowy canyon of Urzes doesn't care about their confidence. and an army of monsters begins closing in from the heights. As the heroes realize they've walked into a bottleneck, Hillen senses a familiar foul energy radiating from the mountain passes. A massive Frolord blocks their path, mocking the foolish heroes for daring to step into its territory. Hillen isn't impressed and prepares to clear the trash out of his way, but Granada freezes when a strange sound cuts through the wind. A memory of Bergideus flashes back, specifically the cryptic warning the man had given him to beware of the snow. The cold realization finally lands. Berge wasn't just talking about the weather, and they've already walked straight into the trap. Talk about a bad time for a flashback to start making sense. The Fol Ort makes the mission statement loud and clear. No one is getting past him, but Granada realizes the real threat isn't the monster in front of them. The entire canyon begins to tremble as Granada recognizes the scale of the trap. He's left wondering how any mortal is supposed to survive a strategy this insane. It isn't a fight anymore. It's a literal mountain of snow coming down to bury them all. Granada shouts a desperate order to run, but there's no outrunning a force of nature. Meanwhile, tucked away in the safety of his throne room, Bergideus watches the screen like it's his favorite show, and he's making it personal. This time, he's not just the final boss, he's the one doing the hunting. The first was the snow. Right on cue, the Puel orcs trigger a massive avalanche that sweeps through the canyon, scattering the hero guild across the frozen waste. A blonde hero tries to rally the survivors, ordering them to set up camp and search for their missing comrades, but the reprieve is short-lived. The second warning was simpler: never let your guard down at night. As the sun dips, the orcs drive a horde of frost giants and ghouls straight into the camp, forcing the exhausted heroes into another desperate struggle. Granada is losing his mind, cursing the Demon King as he realizes they're being hunted without rest. It's a perfect, brutal loop of avalanches by day and monsters by night, and Berger is just getting started. This guy is literally aura farming while the heroes break. After 3 days of brutal trekking through the Urgest Mountains, the heroes' party finally drags themselves to the summit of the tallest peak. But as Hillen Cargill looks out over the empty, snow-blasted horizon, his breath hitches. There's nothing here but ice and rock. But the silence is broken by a voice that hurts worse than the cold. Sir Wharton, looking like he hasn't slept in a week, calls it. They're done. Hillen stares at his knight in disbelief, the weight of the desertion finally landing. His party didn't just reach the top. They reached their breaking point. Sir Wharton drops the verdict like a death sentence. The hero's journey is officially a failure. He's apologizing for it, but at the end of the day, survival beats a suicide mission. 6 days into the Urgest Mountains, the survivors finally find it. The Demon King hid his tower right in the center of a basin, and the cost of finding it has been brutal. A head count that started at 256 is down to just 52. Driven by desperation, the remaining heroes rally for one final push, convinced they can just steamroll the weaklings guarding the first floor. Hillen Cargill and his party of heroes were ready for a fight, but they weren't ready for an execution. Bergideus had promised to end the encounter in a single shot, leveraging the massive power of dwarven mana cannons to wipe the board. From his command center, the Demon King watches the dust settle and notes that even a direct hit from that kind of hardware wasn't quite enough to kill Hillen. Hillen stands alone in the wreckage of the entrance hall, surrounded by destroyed heavy artillery and the silence of a team that didn't make it. The realization hits him like a physical blow. He's the only one left. Panic starts to take the wheel as he screams at the empty room. This isn't how a hero's journey is supposed to go, and nothing about this Demon King follows the usual script. A voice from the shadows breaks his spiral as Granada stumbles forward, barely managing to survive the blast that took out the rest of their head count. Hillen's morning just went from a standard raid to a desperate survival mission. Hillen wants to keep the momentum going, pushing Granada to head for the next floor immediately. He isn't worried about being outnumbered, not when he's the hero who put down the Demon King of Lust and stole his power. With Granada by his side, he's certain they have all the firepower they need to finish this. But as they step onto the second floor, the expected swarm of monsters is missing. The third floor is exactly the same, just a vast, echoing hall of silence. This place should be a war zone, but the total lack of resistance is starting to feel like a setup. If the lower floors are this empty, whatever is waiting higher up must be eating everything else. They reach the 4th floor of Berge's tower, and Hillen completely freezes. Instead of another dark stone corridor, he's standing in a sun-drenched garden full of butterflies and floating petals. Apparently, the tower's interior decorator went with peaceful meadow for the death trap floor. Peak strategy. Hillen can only stare at the sky and wonder what kind of nightmare is hiding behind the scenery. Hillen Cargill expected a dungeon, but the 4th floor of the Demon King's tower looks more like a backyard garden. The sheer lack of traps or monsters on the lower levels already had him suspicious, and then a voice stops him cold. Stepping out into the light is a girl surrounded by floating spirits, striking a pose like she's rehearsing for a theater lead. She introduces herself as the Dark Spiritist, one of the 4 heavenly kings sworn to protect the boss. It's a lot of production value for someone who looks like she's heading to a costume party, and even Granada is starting to question what kind of tower they're actually raiding. But Hillen recognizes her immediately as Princess Ernan. The second he calls her out on the ridiculous outfit, Granada starts looking for the nearest exit to avoid the secondhand embarrassment. The princess immediately breaks character, getting flustered and insisting she's a dark spiritist, not royalty. Peak Delulu energy here. She's clearly committed to the bit, even if she's the only one who didn't get the memo that the disguise isn't working. Princess Ernan isn't just playing dress up anymore. She's officially launching the highest rank spirit magic in her arsenal. Hillen watches from the ground, his mind racing as he realizes this isn't some mind control trick. You can't force a spiritist to use magic at this level. This is her own choice. Between the mutant orcs, the hidden tower, and the mana cannons on the first floor, the mission was already a disaster. But a crazy princess trying to murder the hero sent to save her. That's where his brain finally short circuits. He's done trying to make sense of the plot. If the rescue target wants to be the final boss, he'll just treat the whole world like an enemy and burn it all down. The Demon King watches the hero's sanity cracks and drops a cold taunt, unleashing a massive burst of energy to finish what the princess started. He's officially done with the side quests. The Demon King finally steps out of the smoke, satisfied that he's cornered Hillen Cargill at last. Hillen tries to play it off with some big talk about cowardice, but he knows he's outclassed, and he's already looking for a battery. He spots his ally, Granada, standing across the smoldering field, while the Demon King continues his unhurried walk toward them. Hillen doesn't hesitate. He closes the gap and grabs Granada, shouting for them to combine their strength, though Granada barely has time to process the touch before things go dark. It's not a team-up. It's a harvest. Granada can only watch in horror as his own energy is ripped right out of his body. Hillen stands tall over his drained teammate, dropping a cold reminder that Granada is only useful as long as he's within reach, literally. This guy is straight up using his friends as mana potions. Our Demon King recognizes the tool Hillen is using to boost his stats. It turns out Hillen has been using a forbidden artifact called the Elf Eater, which works by stripping an elf of their vitality and converting it straight into mana. Hillen is fully aware that this kills the elf once the artifact drains them dry, but he steps on Granada's head and tells her it's all for the greater good. Granada can only gasp out a final insult as her life is siphoned away by the man she once trusted. The betrayal is so depraved that it actually earns a laugh from the Demon King, who admits he's a fan of just how vile this knight can be. He does the math out loud. If the ring is providing the power, taking it off should leave Hillen useless. Hillen just laughs, calling him an idiot and bragging that not even the Demon King of Lust can manage to pry the artifact from his finger. Hillen really thinks he's safe, but he's about to find out that our MC doesn't play by the same rules. Hillen Cargill is riding high on his own hype, shouting with the kind of confidence that only comes right before a disaster. That grin doesn't last long, though, as the air itself seems to shift around him. Before he can even register a movement, his sword hand is gone, severed so cleanly he didn't even feel the presence of the attacker. Standing behind him is Gordon Durek, looking more like a disappointed librarian than a cold-blooded killer, as he calls out the human for being both rude and noisy. Gordon doesn't waste any time on a follow-up, finishing his strike with surgical precision and sending Hillen tumbling across the grass. This is a massive blow to the ego for Hillen, who can't wrap his head around the fact that a mere high-ranking demon just dismantled him while he was using a powerful artifact. He really thought he was the main character, but Gordon just vibe-checked him into the dirt. Berger clamps a hand onto the knight's shoulder, leaning in with a smile that says the hunt is over before he even finishes his sentence. Hillen's survival instincts are screaming at him to move, to dodge, to do literally anything other than stand there. The reality of the power gap finally lands. He's completely frozen, trapped under a predatory gaze that's enjoying every second of his mental collapse. This isn't a fight anymore. It's a guy realizing he's an NPC in someone else's nightmare. The Demon King leans in with a look that says he's already won, promising a beating that leaves Hillen Cargill completely paralyzed with terror. Yeah, Hillen's morning is officially ruined. The battlefield settles into a grim silence, leaving Hillen Cargill broken and face down in the dirt. Bergideus lets out a slow breath of satisfaction, the kind of exhale you only get after a job well done, before looking down at the hero and mocking the fact that he's even still breathing. Honestly, at this point, Hillen's survival feels less like luck and more like our MC just isn't finished with him yet. He orders his men to bind the hero's hands and toss him into a cell, making sure to sweep up any other survivors left shivering outside the gates. While the humans are being hauled off, Granada is busy seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. The old elf is so drained he's practically counting the bricks on the afterlife's front porch. But the Demon King isn't ready to let a good tool break just yet. He offers Granada a carrot in the form of a dark, pulsing reward, probably not the kind of organic snack the elf was hoping for, but enough to keep his soul anchored to his body for a little while longer. Granada blinks, trying to make sense of the sudden rush of strength through his limbs. It hits him all at once. He's fully recovered. The age and exhaustion that were dragging him toward the grave are gone, replaced by a surge of restored vitality that shouldn't be possible. He watches the Demon King move on to the next person and realizes exactly what happened. Deus didn't just win the fight, he actually used the precious spirit blossom to pull an old elf back from the brink. It's the kind of high-tier flex that doesn't just heal wounds, it buys absolute loyalty. Burge isn't slowing down for a victory lap, though. He turns to the holographic screen and grants the dwarf leader permission to dismantle the tower. The dwarf's reaction is pure, unhinged hype, screaming his thanks loud enough to make even the Demon King regret the order for a second. With the major threats handled, our protagonist drops the final administrative directive. Everyone is to return to their assigned floors for restoration and maintenance. Granada watches him walk away across the meadow, stunned that after such a brutal battle, the man still looks like he hasn't broken a sweat. Hernan just nods beside him. As far as she's concerned, that level of effortless power is just the standard for their Demon King. Collapses onto the carpet in a heap. He's breathing like he just ran a marathon in full plate armor, realizing just how close he came to a total breakdown. Maintenance on his public image is getting expensive, especially after dealing with a monster like Hillen Cargill. Being a Demon King means you can't show a single cracks in the armor, but fighting one of the 10 stars is clearly a different kind of stress test. Our guy is officially exhausted. The plan to storm the tower just hit a massive snag. Apparently the legendary heroes didn't even make it past the front gate, mostly because they couldn't actually find the front gate. Back at Holton Walk, the press is having a field day, with reporters and cameramen demanding to know who's going to pay for this absolute disaster. A nervous knight tries to calm the crowd with a crystal microphone, begging for more time and swearing that Sir Hillen Cargill is still out there searching for the Demon King's hideout. But while the knight plays damage control, the news of the new Demon King is spreading across the continent like wildfire. Inside the palace, the king is losing his mind, screaming that if Cargill doesn't find the princess soon, his next stop is the executioner's block. His daughter isn't helping either, shouting at the guards to stop the hero's journey nonsense and just find Logar already. As Wharton stands before a semicircle of floating monitors, answering for a report that sounds more like a nightmare. He swears on his name that he isn't lying, but his word alone isn't enough to settle the room. A shadowy figure in the guild's upper tier weighs the options, noting that if a new Demon King has actually surfaced, they have to move carefully. The skepticism is real because Hillen Cargill isn't just some random recruit. He's one of the 10 stars, a tier of power that doesn't just disappear. The guild sets an ultimatum. If there's no word from Cargill in 10 days, every single hero on the continent, over 4,000 of them, will launch a full-scale assault to wipe this new threat off the map. That's a lot of heroes for one guy, but hey, better safe than sorry. Meanwhile, deep within Burge's tower, the missing hero is finally found. Cargill is chained and broken in the underground prison, barely conscious as Burge steps into the cell, taunting him for how quickly he's already starting to heal. Rest in peace to those 10 days of silence, because it looks like Cargill isn't going anywhere. Hillen Cargill knows how this game works. He's alive because he still has value, and he'd rather the Demon King just get to the point. Burge Deus is more than happy to oblige, dropping an offer that sounds more like a corporate buyout than a fantasy quest. He wants the hero to become his vassal. Hillen's brain stalls out for a second. He definitely didn't have becoming a demon's intern on his bingo card. Burge starts running the numbers out loud, reminding the captain that a hero's journey isn't exactly cheap once you factor in food, security, and top-tier gear. It's a high-stakes investment game where victory means fame, but defeat means being buried in debt by the nobles who funded the trip. He leans in with a grin, noting that this time around, every single one of those predatory investments was focused on just one person, Hillen Cargill. The reality of his financial ruin finally lands. Even if he escapes this cell, he's going home to a mountain of debt and the brand of a failed hero. Peak psychological warfare right here. Bear J isn't just winning the war, he's coming for the credit score. Granada drops the hammer. He was the leak the entire time. Hillen can't even wrap his head around the betrayal, but Granada isn't hearing any excuses after the scam Hillen pulled on him. As it turns out, our guy wasn't just a turncoat, he was an undercover agent from the very start. Bear J steps into the cell to explain that the old rules for Demon Kings just don't apply to him anymore. Hillen sees the purple orb and knows his luck just ran out. It's a magic tool meant to monitor minions, which is just a fancy way of saying it's a remote for your head. Once it latches on, one wrong move and Bear J can blow his brain apart with a single gesture. Hillen starts scrambling for excuses, swearing his high-level resistance is the only reason the magic might fail. He's begging for his life at this point. The desperation is peak. Granada lays out the rules. A hero has to choose to drop their mental guard. Our protagonist, Bear J, isn't in the mood for a debate and tells the captive hero to listen up. Hillen Cargill screams in agony, calling Granada a deranged elf for helping a monster. He tries to argue that using a high-tier magical tool on him is a waste, because he'll never submit to a demon king. Bear J has heard enough and forces the choice, shoving the artifact down Hillen's throat. The hero chokes as the magic takes hold, his eyes rolling back from the force of the forced ingestion. Granada watches the struggle and wonders what the plan is if the man's willpower is actually strong enough to choose death over slavery. But Berger already did the math on this guy. A man who sees his own comrades as disposable tools for profit isn't the type to sacrifice himself for a cause. Sure enough, the greed that defined Hillen's life becomes his leash, leaving him broken on the floor as the newest vassal of the Demon King. His hero status didn't mean anything. His character was just mid. Making Hillen Cargill a vassal was a power move, but the 100,000 gold debt he's carrying is a massive anchor on his productivity. Even after burning through enough gold to run a small nation just to get some energy points, the treasury is looking light, leaving the butler wondering where the rest is going to come from. Apparently, the plan isn't to work harder, but to wait for an invitation. Our protagonist isn't looking for a loan, he's looking at the Unison of Towers, the annual gathering of demon kings he used to avoid back in his first life because he found the idea of teamwork disgusting. Now, he sees his peers as nothing more than walking loot boxes who have had centuries to pile up gold and treasure. The butler nearly has a stroke thinking about his master wasting more energy points on cash, but he stops himself mid-scream when a notification finally pings. It's almost time to go farming. After seeing the heroes in action, the butler finally admits that the old Demon King's methods were never going to be enough. Logic has officially won out over tradition, and just in time, an invitation to the Unison of Towers has arrived. One thing is for sure, things are about to get a lot more complicated. Deep within a quiet lake stands the Tower of Lies, a massive spire that hides the true seat of power in this world. On the 13th floor, Berger Deus strides into the Demon King's chamber, noting that even though he isn't late, the rest of the council is already waiting for him. He wonders aloud if they had so much to discuss that they couldn't wait for his arrival, his eyes scanning the room for any sign of a plot. Draxon, the Demon King of Beasts, greets him with a low predatory growl, as if he's already sizing up his next meal. Reyna Soldine watches from under her crown of ice, intrigued by the newcomer who has apparently become the talk of the town. Not everyone is happy to see him, though. The Titan Ugur Belva makes his disdain clear, calling Berger a stuck-up brat for insulting their established standards. Before the tension can boil over, Jason Cockman, the Demon King of Lies, throws his arms wide with a theatrical laugh to welcome the guest of honor. This guy has some serious main character energy. Berger starts the meeting with a little light toxic behavior, mocking the other Demon Kings for even thinking about an alliance. It's an easy bait, and Ugur takes it hook, line, and sinker, screaming about how a newcomer has no business interfering in their affairs. Berger just leans into the provocation, calling himself the only real elite before daring the massive demon to actually try him. Just as the vibes hit a dangerous high, Jason steps in to run a manual override on the entire room. A single clap echoes through the hall. Berger's brain goes into high gear because Jason managed to wipe the killing intent of 2 Demon Kings instantly without using magic. He's left wondering if this butler is just built different or if the tower itself is rigged in his favor. Ugar, for his part, realizes the gap and chooses to stand down. Jason thanks the group for their patience, but Berger is busy trying to figure out where the moderator's authority actually comes from. He wonders if the power of this tower is similar to Mana's Phantom, though he decides not to jump to conclusions until he has some real evidence. As Jason opens the floor for discussion, Berger keeps his guard up. He's not buying the informal atmosphere. This meeting might look casual, but the stakes are anything but grand. The silence doesn't last long before Draxon, the Demon King of Beasts, decides he's seen enough waiting. The massive wolfman leans in with a snarl and demands to know exactly where Hillen Cargill is. The question hangs in the air, forcing Berger into a tight spot. He hesitates for a second, weighing just how much of the truth he can actually afford to tell. Hillen Cargill is a name that carries too much weight to handle lightly. Back at the Tower of Lies, the other aides are already sniffing around for information. The aide for the Demon King of Lies presses for answers about Hillen Cargill, but our butler sticks to the script, playing the part of the flustered subordinate and claiming the man never even set foot in the tower. It's a hard sell for the other representatives, especially Ugar's massive aide, who points out that Cargill couldn't have possibly missed a giant tower in the middle of the mountains. Despite the mounting suspicion from the assembled group, the butler holds the line, simply repeating that everything is exactly as his master claimed. He stays locked into the specific orders Berger Deus gave him. Tell them nothing, keep the secret, and treat Cargill as the perfect hidden asset. Looking at the skeptical faces around him, the butler realizes just how right the Demon King was to insist on total secrecy. He isn't just serving another lord anymore, he's serving someone who's playing the entire field. The butler finally snaps. He's been holding it in for way too long, and now he's unloading a full-blown rant about his Demon King being a spoiled brat who can't stay out of trouble for 5 minutes. This is pure workplace trauma coming to the surface. He's shouting his lungs out, but judging by his expression, the guy has never felt more satisfied in his life. It turns out he's not the only one struggling with the difficult boss. The other aides are actually nodding along, sharing their own horror stories about the weird Demon Kings they have to babysit. Honestly, this is peak group therapy. The realization lands, and for the first time in his career, the man feels seen. He didn't need a strategy or a new plan. He just needed a little emotional support. In the massive hall of the round table, the air is thick with disbelief as Belva stares across the room, unable to wrap his head around what he just heard. He explodes in a rage, demanding to know if Berge Deus is actually serious about skipping the standard Mountain Peak Tower placement, but Berge just gives him a blank look, stating he can build his tower wherever he feels like it. Jason Cockman leans in with a shark-like smile, noting that heroes are likely already hunting for an undefended tower, and reminds the young man that losing your base usually ends in a brutal death, especially for a top-tier student like him. Berge doesn't even blink, telling the table to stop worrying about his business because he's got his own way of keeping things safe. Internally, he's already over the conversation, annoyed by the Demon King of Lies and his constant prying. Jason eventually backs off with a fake laugh, promising to let the matter drop for now, but the beastman Draxon is horrified that Berge would ignore the Archduke's rules, only to be dismissed as a brat for caring what some old geezer thinks. Berge just shuts the debate down, ready to move on to anything else. He isn't here for glory. His eyes are on the prize, 100,000 gold. He listens in to find the cracks in the room, hunting for which of these kings are low on demonic energy points and ripe for a deal. But his reconnaissance hits a wall when Reyna Soldane shifts her gaze. She's staring right at him, and for a second, the hunter feels like the one being hunted. High above the world on the 13th floor balcony of the Tower of Lies, Reyna Soldane corners Berge Deus for a private conversation. She isn't looking for a confrontation. Instead, she admits she's been looking for an excuse to get him alone ever since his name started making waves. She drops a bombshell by admitting she actually agrees with some of his points, leaving Berge wondering if this version of Reyna is completely different from the one he remembers in his previous life. It's a rare moment of transparency for an Ice Queen. Reyna clarifies that while she personally lives by the old standards, when Berge asks for her honest opinion of him, she admits he's not bad, and even lets a compliment slip about his looks that catches him off guard. She's definitely aura farming at this point. To seal the deal, she hands over a personal transmitter, offering him a direct line for advice whenever he needs it. Her only condition is that he respects the standards while they're together, mostly because she's just relieved to finally have someone worth talking to. She's already looking toward the long game, hoping her new ally doesn't get himself killed too quickly. Reyna tests him one last time, fishing for a reaction to the Demon King of Lies, but she realizes Berge is a complete enigma. He's leagues ahead of the other two fools she's dealt with, but that only makes him more dangerous. As she makes her exit, the silence between them says more than the conversation did. Berge watches her go, weighing her value against the risk she poses. He doesn't trust her for a second, but a piece this strong is a massive gain for his board. Meanwhile, things are significantly less tense back at the tower. The 13th princess surprises Loghaire with a batch of fresh cookies, which naturally confuses the dwarf since they're stuck in a barren fortress. Turns out, being a genius elementalist is basically a cheat code for domestic life, as she just had her spirits handle the heat while Berge provided the supplies. Loghaire is actually touched by the gesture, realizing that a royal who's never lifted a finger in her life just spent her morning baking for him. Looks like Berge isn't the only one winning people over. Loghaire takes a bite, bracing himself to lie through his teeth if he has to, but the flavor hits him like a freight train. When the 13th princess checks in on him, the dwarf is completely defeated by how good it is. Loghaire is literally aura farming in bliss right now. The secret is apparently spirit blossoms, a high-tier ingredient she just casually tossed into the dough, which explains why Loghaire feels like a new man. She's playing the long game, using these cookies as a bribe to make sure their future partnership stays sweet. Loghaire is already certain Granada will be just as hooked as he is, but now the princess has a much bigger target in mind. She wonders if even the Demon King has a sweet tooth. Berge walks into the conference hall only to find the entire room empty, confused by how fast everyone cleared out. Jason Kochmund is the only one still sitting at the massive table, claiming the group finished their business in record time. Our guy isn't exactly looking for a private chat, but Jason offers some tea to keep the conversation going anyway. The mood shifts instantly as Jason leans in, dropping the polite act to move straight to the point. The revelation hits Berge Deus like a physical blow, snapping his focus back to the immediate threat. He demands to know exactly what was meant by that, his mind racing to figure out where his information could have possibly leaked. He thought he had the upper hand, but now he's just aura farming while his secrets are out in the open. The director doesn't waste time on pleasantries, opening the conversation by pointing out exactly what Berge Deus is missing: human currency. The observation lands with surgical precision, forcing Berge to drop his regal front as he demands to know how a secret like that could have possibly leaked. The director just smiles, dismissing the attempt at a bluff before dropping a name that changes everything: Draxon. That name is a bombshell that leaves Berge completely stunned, but the director is already moving on to the bottom line. He presents a chest of gold as the ultimate solution, proposing a direct trade of demonic energy points for human cash. It's a clean deal, and Berge falls into a deep silence as he weighs the cost of his own survival against the price of the director's help. Standard business in a world where everyone has a price. The director laughs off the suspicion with a hollow promise of friendship, claiming he's firmly on Berge's side and just wants to get along. It's a nice sentiment, but in a world where everyone has a price, just getting along usually comes with a massive hidden fee. Back on the first floor of the tower, a mountain of gold sits ready for collection. Berge tells the blonde hero to take 100,000 gold for himself, but he adds a sharp warning: they have to hide where this money came from. If a man like Jason traces the funds back to them, he'll have everything he needs to pull their strings. Berge knows that in this game, the moment you lose control of your coin, you officially become someone else's puppet. Berge needs to tread carefully since he still hasn't figured out the hero's angle. He reveals his latest project. The remaining tower members have been converted into black knights and mages. One of them is Ammon, a merchant from the Golden Moon Guild, and Berge hands them over as a labor force to help Helen grow his wealth. These guys are magically bound to follow every order. Ammon and the others are absolutely crushed, begging Sir Helen to save them from this humiliating fate, but Helen is already busy doing some creative accounting in his head. He figures that as long as they're technically alive, the mission isn't a total wash, and more importantly, he can finally clear his massive debts. He's so thrilled with the math that he officially welcomes Berge as his new business partner. The guys begging for help realize the hero they looked up to just sold them out for a better credit score. Berge, however, is a bit taken aback by the sheer audacity. Calling a Demon King a partner is a bold play, and Berge seems ready to remind him who actually owns the contract. He's about to find out that being Berge's partner is just a polite way of saying he's next on the leash. Berge makes it crystal clear this isn't a partnership, and he's not looking for a friend. Sir Helen is a slave now, and the Demon King is his master, a reality that the Black Knights find absolutely hilarious. Helen tries to deflect the crushing weight of the contract with a joke about Berge's preferences, but the king isn't playing along. Sincere loyalty doesn't matter to a man who owns your soul, so he just tells the hero to get moving. Before Helen can drag himself away, the 13th princess stops him. She has a favor to ask, a letter for her younger sister Elena back in the kingdom. Helen recognizes the name immediately, but he's still bitter about his new management. He asks why a royal would ever side with a demon king, especially since her choice is part of why he's currently in chains. She doesn't flinch, offering a quiet apology but remaining firm. She has no intention of going back home, and she knows a high-ranking hero like Helen has surely heard the rumors about the Hilderin royal family. The mention of the kingdom's secret lands like a physical hit, and the pieces finally click into place. Helen had heard the whispers, but seeing her here confirms the truth of it. Looking at her now, her betrayal of the kingdom actually makes sense. Knowing what she's running from, he finally gives in and accepts the task. Far from the front lines, a dark tower stands isolated in a winter wasteland. Inside the Demon King's castle, Berge Deus listens as his butler voices a very reasonable concern. Will this human hero actually follow orders once he gets what he wants? Berge isn't worried, mainly because he doesn't think Helen is just another greedy mercenary, despite how he presents himself to the world. Our protagonist doesn't have that desperate human obsession with money, but he isn't exactly a noble saint either. He's playing a much different game than anyone realizes. What Helen actually wants isn't honor or gold, it's the spotlight. This man is just out here farming popularity points. The butler watches this with a mix of respect and actual panic. Seeing his master understand humans this well means he's going to have to work twice as hard to keep up. Is a vision his butler is more than happy to support. Their evil bonding session gets cut short by a knock, revealing the 13th princess peeking in with a peace offering of fresh cookies. Berge tries to keep his stern face on, warning her that a month in the dungeon is the price for a bad dessert, but she just tells him to try one before he judges. He takes a bite, fully prepared to talk trash about human snacks. One bite is all it takes for the world to tilt, and Berge's eyes snap wide as the flavor hits him with the force of a physical revelation. It's exactly the reaction the princess was hunting for, having channeled the culinary secrets of the dwarf leader and the spirits themselves into a single batch of cookies. The power of the snack is so intense that Berge's grip tightens on his seat, the wood cracking under the sudden strain of his reaction. Somehow, he manages to choke back the shock, offering a backhanded compliment about her skill, while the princess reels, unable to believe he actually survived the tasting. He calls her out on the secret ingredient immediately, spirit blossoms, and warns her that a flavor like this is genuinely dangerous for a mortal palate. He's impressed, but the suspicion isn't far behind. She's essentially returning his own reward to him in cookie form, which means she's definitely angling for something else. The princess doesn't even try to hide it, dropping a playful, secret-heavy grin that makes it clear she's about to make a request he didn't see coming. Under the watchful escort of the demon warrior Krutu, Hillen's party safely finishes their descent from the mountains. After reaching Holton Walk, the group wastes no time and departs for the kingdom of Hilderan using a teleportation circle. Back at the headquarters of the Scarlet Hawk Mercenary Guild, the captain, Granada, is busy handling internal revolt. His green prosthetic arm glows as he looms over his kneeling men, demanding to know how they could leave him behind to face a blizzard alone. One bruised mercenary starts sobbing, begging for mercy while explaining that mid-tier guys like them couldn't survive a place where even heroes die. It was a choice between desertion or a grave. Granada doesn't care about the logic. He's more interested in the fact that they chose to abandon him. Just as he's about to deliver another round of discipline, a voice from the doorway calls his name. Just when the dust settles, a new player enters the chat. A blonde warrior in gleaming plate armor named Kaede formally introduces herself, pleading for a chance to join the hero's party even if she's arrived at the final hour. Granada isn't exactly buying the hero title, but his men are definitely fans. Apparently, Kaede's been winning hearts by paying off everyone's bar tabs while the captain was away. Granada shuts down the drunken cheering with a quick fist, but the news he gives Kaede is worse than a bar fight. He appreciates the free drinks for his crew, but the journey is technically over. Hillen and the rest of the party have already packed up and moved on from Holton Walk. Kaede isn't ready to go home yet. She pivots immediately, demanding to hear every detail about Granada's failure to finish the quest. After the sun dips below the horizon, the captain finishes his explanation, leaving Kaede stunned by the reality of their defeat. The Demon King isn't even at the summit. Everything they thought they knew about the tower was a lie. Kaede has heard enough, and she isn't about to waste another second in a place that has nothing left to offer her. She keeps her exit dignified, leaving behind a few coins as a tip for the time she took up while Granada watches her walk out into the bright street. The mercenary at the table can't help but laugh, calling her a rookie hero who doesn't understand how the world works. But Granada isn't in the mood for jokes. He tells the man to get his hands off the money. The cynicism is a lot, but he isn't wrong about her being a target. As Kaede pulls on her helmet and starts down the road, he lets the silence hang, watching the shadows move with a predatory focus that says they aren't just going for a stroll. Standing on the tavern roof, Granada tracks the group as they tail the girl toward the deserted alleys of Holton Walk. This girl's about to find out exactly why they tell heroes to watch their backs. The royal guards corner Kaede, demanding she return to the kingdom where her fiancé is waiting, but she refuses to go back to a life of tea parties and politics. She wants to live as a hero. Watching from the shadows, Granada realizes that for guys in full plate armor, these nights are suspiciously quiet. The secret is out. The aspiring hero he's been following is actually a runaway princess. He decides this family drama is way above his pay grade and turns to leave, figuring the kingdom can handle its own mess. His exit strategy dies a sudden death as a blade stops inches from his throat. The elf warrior makes a desperate break for the exit, but the royal knights aren't having it. They instantly sound the alarm, screaming for backup and labeling him an assassin. He's caught in a brutal mental loop, as the only elf in Houghton Walk, using his signature powers as a neon sign for his identity, but staying hidden might mean he never makes it out of the city alive. While he weighs the risk, the princess refuses to play the damsel, declaring herself a hero and refusing to hide behind the silver armor of her guards. Realizing he's reached the end of the line, the elf decides he's done playing by the rules. Even if the whole kingdom learns who he is, he has to unleash his power now, or he's cooked. The local powerhouse is about to land the finishing blow when the air itself splits open, leaving the elf warrior frozen as a massive presence drops right into the middle of the street. It's the Demon King, descending with a casual insult about slacking off that nearly short-circuits the elf's brain. Apparently, being the ultimate evil comes with a side of middle management energy. When the elf tries to point out his bloody armor and broken gear, the king just tells him to spit on the scratches and get over it. While the boss and his subordinate bicker, the human knights realize exactly who just touched down in their city and immediately panic, assuming this is a high-stakes kidnapping plot. Our MC plays it cool, claiming he had no idea a princess was even in the area, but the knights aren't buying the clueless tourist act for a second. Even the elf has to admit the timing is suspicious and asks for a real explanation. The king just shrugs it off, claiming he was out running an errand and just happened to be passing through. Yeah, sure, just a casual stroll through enemy territory with giant demonic wings out. Pure sleeper build behavior. After the chaos outside, Berger Deus wastes no time getting to the point and asks the princess exactly what favor she's come to collect. She doesn't hesitate, requesting a rare substance known as senile powder, which Berger immediately recognizes as a key ingredient for forging spirit contracts. As the request lands, the butler provides the context. Hundreds of years ago, an elf named Senile defected to a human kingdom, leaving behind a legacy that now sits at the center of the girl's plan. Centuries ago, a legendary elf created a specific supplement for the human king, something called senile powder, designed to help humans form contracts with spirits more easily. Looking at the princess across the table, Berger points out that she shouldn't even need the stuff with her level of talent, but she's quick to play the victim. She claims the lack of mana in the tower is draining her spirits and that she's helpless without the powder. Berger isn't buying the act for a second, seeing right through her facade to the real plan. She's looking to contract with a high spirit. In his previous life, this princess didn't manage to land a high spirit until she was 27, a feat that shocked the entire continent because of how rare those beings are. Now, she's trying to make it happen 7 years earlier than she was supposed to. She's genuinely rattled that he figured it out, but Berger doesn't care about the timeline change anymore. As long as the tower gets stronger, he's fine with her getting a power-up ahead of schedule. He's done with the talk and the cookies, and since his meal was actually good, he promises to be back. The princess doesn't even have time to blink before the air around her shatters, as a massive surge of energy levels the town square in a single brutal pulse. It should have been the end of the fight, but as the dust settles, Berger catches a shift in the atmosphere that actually makes him pause. Emerging from the wreckage, the princess stands her ground, surrounded by her knights and a power she's finally stopped trying to hide. She realizes her place was never in a stuffy palace. She was born to be the natural enemy of the Demon King, and she's finally ready to start acting like it. Out on the battlefield, our hero isn't just fighting for glory, he's fighting for his life. He focuses everything into the Crescent Moon Slash, a high-ranked technique that releases enough aura to slice through anything in its path. This kind of power is usually reserved for the elite. The unfairness of it all is a physical weight. There was no way he was going to spend the rest of his life tied to a pervert 3 times his age. So he begged the Imperial instructor for a chance and spent every night training until his muscles screamed. He didn't want to be a pawn or a princess, he wanted to be a hero. This isn't just about winning a war. It's about earning the right to choose his own future. And he's not letting go of that freedom for anyone. He's officially done being a bargaining chip. Berger catches the strike midair, shattering the blade aura with nothing more than his bare hand. It's a fairly decent effort, but as the shards fall around him, it's clear he isn't even slightly impressed. The hero can only stare as her best shot comes apart in the wind, the realization of the power gap hitting her like a wall. She's outclassed, and the man standing in front of her is barely getting started. Berger decides it's time to stop playing around and begins to channel something far more lethal. He assumes his true form, wings unfurling as the air itself starts to boil with his intent. He's already done the math. If she really is a hero, she should be able to survive his next move. At least, that's what he's telling himself as he prepares to drop a reckoning on the battlefield. This isn't just a fight anymore. It's a test to see if she's worth the effort of a real execution. The princess stands frozen amidst the ruins of her city, her back to us as the sky bleeds red. She's paralyzed, unable to do anything but whisper the name of the nightmare standing in front of her, the Demon King. He doesn't see a person. He sees a political asset, noting that having both a princess and a hero will be useful for whatever he has planned next. Our guy is officially aura farming while the world burns. Her knights scream for her to run, but the warning comes too late as she stammers out a desperate broken plea. A massive explosion of dark energy tears through the streets, leaving the royal guard shattered in the dirt while the citizens of Houghton Walk wake up to a massacre. No one knows where the enemy is or how they got past the walls, but as the smoke clears over a massive crater, the reality of the situation hits. The city's defenders are down, and the panic is only just beginning. The report from the front lines is grim. The princess has been taken, and the Demon King himself was the one who did it. Looking at the aftermath, the hero realizes the signature of the attack, black flames, can only mean the Demon King of Urgest was here in person. Far from the burning capital, the scene shifts to the frozen mountains where Burz's tower stands in isolation. Deep within its underground prison, the newest captive lies unconscious on the stone floor. When the 13th princess asks if this is the legendary Senile, our protagonist, Berger Deus, corrects her. This is Kaede Zespine, the 9th imperial princess. He casually assigns her a room on the 4th floor and tells the 13th princess to patch her up, noting that if they raise the girl well, she might actually be useful. Apparently, picking up an imperial princess is just a side quest he finished on his way home. When asked why he's suddenly collecting royalty like trading cards, Berger explains that periodic kidnappings are a requirement to farm magi points, specifically low-ranking ones who won't be missed too quickly. For our MC, The world of power is just a game of optimization. Burji freezes mid-sentence, realizing he just dumped classified intel on a prisoner he's supposed to be guarding. He forces the conversation back to the task at hand, promising to bring the senile powder before walking away. He's been visiting the princess way too often, and the comfort level is getting dangerous. He has to keep scolding himself. She's a prisoner, not a friend, and he needs to get a grip before he slips up again. Back at the Hero Guild headquarters, a high-stakes hearing is already underway for the man who was supposed to prevent this. Hero Highland Kagil stands before the council, forced to admit his utter failure to find the Demon King's tower. He takes full responsibility for the disgrace, but for the Empire, the damage is already done. The council lets Highland off the hook, realizing that if they punished every hero who failed a mission, nobody would ever sign up for the job again. With the legalities out of the way, they move on to the next disaster. The Demon King of Urgest has kidnapped a princess, and the Zespian Empire wants a full expedition launched immediately. Highland doesn't like the idea, admitting he couldn't even find the enemy's tower during his own run. He suggests a small recon squad instead, arguing that if the Demon King were actually strong, he wouldn't be hiding in the shadows. It's a classic case of underestimating the threat to save face, but the silhouettes on the screen are buying it. One by one, the council members agree that a king who hides must be a coward. They've decided this new enemy is weak, which is usually the exact moment things go horribly wrong. The Hero Council weighs the proposal in a long, heavy silence before finally delivering the verdict. The all-out war is officially postponed until the tower is located. Highland Kaggle accepts the orders with a sharp nod, but as he walks away, his thoughts turn bitter toward the Demon King. He successfully blocked the expedition at its source, essentially handing over a victory without a single drop of blood spilled. Back at the castle, the report concludes, and Berger Deus dismisses the transmission with a satisfied look. The sheer scale of the attack the guild was preparing is enough to make him break a sweat. If he hadn't turned Highland into a vassal when he did, things would have ended very differently. With Highland and Granada both active outside the tower, he has exactly what he needs to keep the hero stalled at the gate while he prepares for what's next. Case of the sleeper build actually paying off. Berger weighs his latest prize, watching the Magi points climb towards 17,000. Snagging a new princess is paying off better than expected, and with the Orb of Armani in hand, he could even turn Ernon into a useful weapon for his front line. 17,000 points, peak efficiency. Out in the snowy peaks, Krutu and his tribe are already moving, a blue-skinned wall of muscle pushing through the blizzard. These guys don't look like they're here for a snowball fight. Meanwhile, in the city of Amur, the chief dwarf is having the time of his life, laughing over the roar of heavy construction as the magic engineering capital rises toward the sky. They've got the spire and the multi-layered domes to prove it, but Berger's eyes are already on the next move. Amur looks impressive, sure, but in this world, a city is just another target, waiting for the right leverage. The Akan Kingdom is a place where science and sorcery aren't just neighbors, they're the same thing. At the heart of it all sits Amur, the Magitech city, a place built around towering spires and massive magical circuits that keep the world running. Inside, the shopkeeper Jettison is busy catching up on the morning news, and it's not looking good. The ninth princess was snatched right after the hero finished his quest. The Heroes Guild is doing absolutely nothing about it, and there's a wanted poster out for a hero named Loger. In his mind, the world is officially ending. A bell chime as the front door swung open, cutting the gossip short. Our protagonist, Berger Deos, walks in under a heavy cloak, keeping his face and his intentions hidden. He's here for one thing, senile powder. Jettison flips into salesman mode instantly, but Berger isn't impressed. This place is a total dump. Still, in the Akan Kingdom, appearances are usually just a front for the real magic happening under the hood. This city is the absolute worst place for a guy like Berger Deos to hang out. It's the primary hub for the continent's top heroes and mages, which means even if he hides his demonic energy, he's basically walking through a minefield. To keep his head on his shoulders, Berger ducks into a shabby empty shop where nobody important should be looking. Unfortunately, the shopkeeper is a loudmouth scammer named Jettison, who immediately starts screaming about a 1 gold special offer. Berger isn't having it. The price is a joke, but the product looks even worse. Senile powder is supposed to be green, yet the bottle in Berger's hand is glowing purple. It's a bold strategy, but Berger is starting to wonder if a quick murder would be more efficient than finishing the transaction. He knows he's being scammed, and his patience is officially at zero. The doorbell chimes as the group enters a cramped, dust-covered shop, though Berger can't help but wonder if this detour is actually necessary. He catches a glimpse of the man behind them and freezes. It's Loger. He knew the dwarf wouldn't have the brains to hide in a popular spot, but seeing him in the flesh brings back a wave of annoyance. Apparently, Louise Werft hasn't forgiven the dwarf either, given the sheer venom in her voice. Berger tries to stay focused and starts to ask the shopkeeper about their target, but his eyes keep drifting back to the knight in pigtails. The nasty attitude and rough voice confirm it. This is Luis. He's lucky he used a magical tool during their last fight because she clearly doesn't recognize him now. The shopkeeper, Judison, listens to the request with a greasy smile, claiming he has a very specific sickness that prevents him from remembering anything unless he makes a sale. Luis doesn't do extortion well and draws her blade immediately, but the merchant is so committed to the grift that he asks her to buy something before she kills him. It's a bold move, pure Delulu energy. Honestly, Luis can only stare at him, wondering if the man is actually insane or just that dedicated to his commission. Jettison has been at the grift too long to stop now, even with a blade at his throat, and he doubles down by offering to talk only if they buy something first. Luis stares him down, the sheer audacity of a man charging his own executioner finally sinking in, but then she just breaks out laughing. She's officially a fan of the hustle. Seeing a green light, Jettison pivots into a high-speed sales pitch for something he calls Archa powder, though Berger recognizes it immediately as a common low-grade dust. 3 gold for a bottle of trash. Standard business for this guy. Luis pays the tax without a second thought and cuts straight to the point. She's looking for a dwarf named Loger. Jettison doesn't know the name, but he points them toward a shop called Rodeer's Leaf, a famous blacksmith hub where someone is bound to have a lead. It's actual information, which Berger decides is worth the price of admission. As they head out, Luis offers a quick apology for the detour, but the lead is solid, and they finally have a direction. As the knight and her escort move on through the marketplace, Berger Deus has to admit he's impressed. The merchant managed to unload absolute junk for 3 gold pieces, and Berger realizes this guy has genuine guts for pulling it off right under his nose. Jettison doesn't miss a beat, trying to sell Berger the secret to his success for another 10 gold. The man is a persistent scammer, but that's exactly why he's useful. Berger actually likes the hustle, noting that the merchant's skill at playing people is top-notch. He offers the man a real opportunity, telling him to head to the Golden Moon Merchant Guild and tell them he was sent by the mountain. Jettison isn't having it, scoffing at the idea of joining a guild that's currently sliding toward bankruptcy when his own future looks so bright. Berger just smiles, letting the silence hang for a second before he drops the punchline. The reason Jettison needs to leave town right now is simple. The noble lady he just scammed was Luis Werft. Naturally, the news lands like a bomb. Jettison stands trembling as the reality of the situation settles in. The woman who just left his shop wasn't just any customer, but Luis Werft, the infamous Crazy Hound Princess. Berger doesn't let the man breathe, repeating his offer to join the Golden Moon Merchant Guild for a gold coin a month, or else he'll bring the princess right back. Jettison drops into a desperate plea, begging for mercy, but the mask of terror slips as a sharp, calculating grin takes its place. He isn't buying the bluff for a second, shouting that a royal princess would never personally step foot in a dump like this and telling Berger to get lost with his scam. Berger simply agrees and turns toward the door, but then the air in the shop turns to ice as a hulking, familiar silhouette looms in the doorway. The bluff wasn't a bluff, and Jettison realizes he just called the one hand he should have folded. After leaving the shop, our boy wanders back into the city streets. He examines the Cineo powder and notes that even a shop on the outskirts has better inventory than the man who tried to scam him. A familiar voice snaps his attention away from the bottle. Louise catches up to him to offer thanks, explaining that his help actually let her get her refund. Berger asks what became of the shopkeeper, but the princess is only frustrated that diplomatic immunity saved the man from anything worse than a beating. Seriously, this girl has zero chill. But a specific name she mentions starts pulling at his memory, so he decides to test the theory and asks if the man they're hunting is a blacksmith named Loger. The reaction is instant. Louise demands to know where he is, while her soldier nearly has a heart attack recognizing the necklace Berger pulls out. Apparently, it's a rare piece from the beginning of the master's career. Berger weaves a smooth lie about meeting the man in the forest of Ormoth 2 months ago, claiming he traded some food to a starving traveler who gave him the trinket in return. It's total bait, but they eat it up. Louise is so overwhelmed with gratitude she offers to treat him to a 5-day drinking bender, though Berger politely passes on that disaster. To ensure his help doesn't go unrewarded, she hands over a royal badge that can be traded for the best gear in the Dwarven Kingdom. He'll take that trade any day. As Berger walks away with his new loot, Louise wastes no time and orders her men to call in reinforcements. They're not letting their target slip away this time. Louise isn't about to let Loger go, her focus narrowing entirely on her target. Watching her walk away, Berger realizes he's been so busy derailing the hero's journey since his regression that he nearly forgot the most important piece on the board: the heart. In his past life, this was the moment Draxon discovered the heart of a summoning beast and absorbed it, gaining the kind of monstrous strength that defines a demon king. It's a power Berger needs for himself, especially since his current dimensional interference leaves him on shaky ground. He knows that in a fair fight against a fully geared up Louise, he'd be lucky to walk away with a stalemate. If he wants to survive this dimension and actually land his revenge against the heroes, he can't just be a player anymore. He needs to develop his powers to a level where the math finally sits in his favor. After fusing with Mana's Phantom, the tower gets a massive upgrade, unlocking remote management and an item transfer system that basically turns the place into a high-tech fortress. Berger decides it's time to head out, leaving his butler, Gordon, in charge of the daily operations. His first order of business is to use the new transfer system to send top-grade Senile powders to Princess Ernan, who is genuinely shocked by the quality since these are exactly what she needs to contract a high-ranking spirit. While one princess gets gifts, the other gets a training regimen. Kaede is to remain on the fourth floor and focus on her growth. Berger wants her at full strength, so Gordon takes her out to the field to refine her swordsmanship. Kaede is still full of defiance, promising to make him regret giving her the tools to fight back, but the butler doesn't even blink. He's got that beat-me-once-first energy. Finally, Berger orders the installation of the Hell Forge on the first floor, tasking Logar with turning the tower's entrance into an impenetrable wall. Our MC is officially setting up his idle game for success while he's away. Down in the tower's depths, Logar is having a complete meltdown, the professional kind. The dwarven blacksmith has never seen a furnace like this, and the cooling system is so advanced he thinks the machinery might actually be alive. Our boy Gordon has to remind him to stay humble and show some gratitude for the Demon King's tech, which sends Logar into a manic state of loyalty. He's officially all in, promising to forge anything Berger needs as long as he gets to play with these broken toys. Meanwhile, Berger isn't even on site, he's just checking his notifications like a standard manager. His expansion into the Ergus Mountains is moving fast, with the Pearl Orcs unifying 3 different tribes and doubling their combat strength. These guys are already clearing high-level monsters out of the range, giving Berger a serious standing army. He tells Gordon to keep the tower running smoothly while he's away, satisfied that his remote management system lets him run the whole operation without actually being there. It's basically SimCity, but with demons. He shifts his focus to the human lands, reaching out to Hillen Cargill just as the man initiates a call. The timing is perfect, because the takeover of the Golden Moon Merchant Guild is officially complete. Amon is taking the lead, backed by a terrifying lineup of black knights and mages. Hillen leveraged his status as one of the 10 stars to force the previous leader out, proving that his family name still carries enough weight to tilt the political landscape. Berger gives the verbal pat on the head, his network is growing, and every piece is finally falling into place. His instructions are simple. Use the Golden Moon Merchant Guild to buy every elf slave on the continent. Naturally, Hillen is confused by the request, but our protagonist is already one step ahead. He's putting a con man named Jedasan to work, much to Hillen's surprise. Jedasan is currently doing his best impression of a man who just saw his own funeral, which is fair since his resume includes scamming the wrong person. Berger has every scrap of the man's personal info, and he isn't just checking in. He makes it clear that if Jedasan isn't at the guild within a month, an assassin will be sent to retire him permanently. The reality of the moment hits Jedasan hard. There is zero escape. With the orders issued, Berger leaves the rec room. Berger's latest demand hits like a freight train. He wants to buy up every last one of the captain's people. Forced to play the loyal subordinate, the elf captain accepts the order, promising to gather them quickly. It's a double-edged sword. He can finally save his people from human bondage, but only by dragging them straight into the Demon King's shadow. A dark suspicion takes root that this mission was a setup from the start, designed to turn his entire race into a new network of spies. Seeing their leader distracted, the men start whispering about an escape, ready to follow their old captain the second he gives the word. They don't even get 3 steps before the elf captain snaps back to reality, catching the attempted desertion mid-stride. For him, the choice is still clear. Serving a demon king is a nightmare, but it's still better than an eternity in human chains. The elf captain makes his stance clear. Dying pointlessly is a waste, and serving the demon king is a much better alternative. His subordinates aren't exactly in a position to argue, especially the vice captain, who ends up hopelessly tangled in magical vines and begging for a shred of dignity in front of the men. It's a rough day for the former mercenaries, who are finding out that their new boss has zero chill when it comes to discipline. While his men struggle in the background, the captain takes a call from Hillen Cargill. He brushes off the muffled screams like they're just white noise and pivots back to the mission. Apparently, the Demon King has his own agenda, and the captain can't quite believe his ears when he hears the plan. Deep in the Ormith Rainforest Kingdom, the most powerful being in the world is reportedly ignoring the war to go hunting for treasure. Deep in the rainforest region of Ormith, Princess Louise Werft is hitting a wall, and she isn't happy about it. Her guards report a new ultimatum from Ormith, demanding their immediate march, but Louise has only one thing on her mind: finding the man she's been hunting. She's checked every authorized zone in the region without a single lead, but then she realizes there is one place left they haven't touched: Beast Mountain. The suggestion alone sends her guard into a panic, since that's the territory of the Beast Demon King, but Louise brushes the danger off with the kind of confidence only a royal could have. She's banking on her political immunity, figuring no one is stupid enough to touch a member of the dwarven royal family. Touching her would mean declaring war on every nation that relies on dwarf-made weapons, and history has a habit of making examples out of anyone who forgets that. In her head, she's essentially untouchable, which is exactly the kind of logic that usually gets people killed in these stories. Princess Louise doesn't care about logic or the possibility that they've been tricked. When her guard tries to point out they might be chasing a ghost, she shuts him down with a death threat. She's going in, and anyone not following is getting their head pulled off first. Apparently, dwarven diplomacy just means being the loudest person in the room. Deep in the forest, a messenger sprints toward a jagged stone tower with a frantic report. The news hits the Beast King like a physical blow. Louise Werft is charging straight into the Beast Mountain region. The massive wolf man can't wrap his head around why this crazy princess would suddenly show up on his doorstep. Before she can get any deeper, a shadow looms over the path, and a voice asks if she has a death wish. Max Ormith, the second prince, blocks her way with a massive spear and a look that screams villain arc. He reminds her that this is Demon King territory, and the palace already warned her to stay out. Watching her with a sadistic grin, he mocks the risk of her being killed by the demon tribe, though it's pretty clear he's the biggest threat in the forest right now. This guy's just aura farming while he waits for her to snap. Louise isn't interested in a strategic retreat, shouting for the path to be cleared because she isn't leaving until she finds Logar. But Prince Max Ormith is more than happy to explain why her stubbornness is exactly what he needs, mocking the dwarves for being too stupid to see history repeating itself. He lays out the scheme. Centuries ago, a neighboring kingdom grew into an empire by selling war supplies to heroes during the Demon War. Louise finally registers the look on his face, and the realization of his betrayal hits with a wave of pure, concentrated rage. Max doesn't care about her anger, ordering his men to slaughter everyone so his kingdom can finally cash in on the coming conflict. Facing down the entire line of shields, Louise ignites her weapon and dares any of the cowardly monkeys in front of her to be the first to die. Elsewhere, the Beast King gets the report that the dwarves are about to be wiped out and immediately tries to move. It's a perfect political frame-up. Ormith intends to kill Louise and blame the beasts, triggering a full-scale world war just for the sake of the profit margin. That is a level of petty villainy that actually kinda slaps. The Beast King is in full damage control mode, ordering his monsters and demons to intercept the threat immediately. His priority is clear. The dwarf princess needs to be saved at any cost, because out in the jungle, things are already going south fast. A pack of tribal warriors is tearing through the dwarf lines, with their lead fighter looking like he's having the time of his life as he carves through armor. The situation is reaching a breaking point, and the princess's own guards are begging her to retreat while they try to force a path open. They know a head-on fight in this terrain is a death sentence, but the princess isn't exactly the calm retreat type. She's absolutely fuming, threatening to take everyone out herself, while her guards desperately try to keep her from doing something that'll get her killed. High-stakes babysitting in the middle of a war zone. It's a tough job, but someone's got to do it. Max Ormith scoffs at the sight of his opponent turtling up, calling the defensive stance ridiculous before promising to end the entire fight with a single blow. The threat is finally identified as a high-ranking demon, and Berge Deas wastes no time ordering his men to finish off the princess while he handles the heavy hitter. Max Ormith shouts his agreement, but his focus breaks the second a scream cuts through the jungle. Before he can even process the sound, a dwarf warrior descends with the kind of explosive energy that usually belongs to a falling star, demanding that he look away. She is pure, unadulterated rage, screaming about the sheer audacity of someone trying to pull a move like that right in front of her. Max can barely track her movement, wondering how a dwarf could possibly move this fast while he tries to pivot his strategy. Dealing with a crazy princess is one thing, but dealing with one that breaks the laws of physics is a much worse Tuesday. Prince Max can't believe how easily he's been pinned down, his body locked tight by a sudden surge of demonic energy. As the energy around him vanishes, his own guards rush the canopy to find him, but they only see the dwarf warrior who dared to strike their prince. They call for her blood, but Louise Werft isn't taking the blame for a fight they started. She vows to send them all straight to the afterlife to join their leader, forcing the royal crossbowman into a tight defensive wall to shield the princess. He smirks as the next phase of his plan clicks into place. It's time for them to take the bait. Berge Deus watches the Tower of Beasts from the jungle tree line, its jagged silhouette cutting through the morning haze. 5 minutes earlier, a massive surge of power erupted from the tower, signaling an intrusion that shouldn't be possible. Inside the structure, the Beast King snarls as the hostile energy hits him, recognizing the unmistakable stench of a foreign demon. His aide trembles, her voice shaking as she realizes the sheer scale of the power flooding their home. This isn't a mistake or a local rebellion. Another Demon King has just declared war by dropping an elite-level threat right into the heart of his territory. No subordinate of his could pull this off, which means the rules of the game just changed. Realistically, he's looking at a fight he didn't plan for. The Beast King narrows his eyes as the pieces of the puzzle start feeling a little too convenient. Prince Ormus and the Dwarf Princess are at each other's throats, and suddenly a demon invasion lands right in the middle of it. He decides he has to see the damage for himself, demanding his soldiers tell him exactly what happened to the princess and the demons while he was away. One of his warriors drops his head, reporting that when they arrived, they found the princess completely surrounded by Ormus's soldiers. The king's blood runs cold. If this is a repeat of the massacre from 200 years ago, he knows he's looking at a threat he has no hope of stopping. This is peak anxiety for a guy who's usually in control. But then the soldier clarifies the actual problem. They tried to save her, but they couldn't even get close because she was busy turning the entire battlefield into a one-woman slaughterhouse. It wasn't a rescue mission. It was a front-row seat to a massacre she was leading. The king's dramatic panic snap frizzles into pure irritation, and he lashes out at his men for giving him a heart attack over nothing. His soldiers can only apologize from the dirt, wondering why they're the ones getting beat up for her being too good at her job. The final report lands like a lead weight. The second prince of Ormus is dead by the princess's hand, leaving a line of captured warriors and a massive political nightmare for the king to clean up. This girl is a walking catastrophe for his stress levels. The Beast King towers over the captive guards, weighing the cost of their lives against his own political survival. Killing them would grant him quick demonic energy, but the dwarves would just use the bodies to frame him for a royal murder he didn't commit. Kidnapping is one thing, but he knows even a small country like Ormus can become a nightmare if they have a dead prince to avenge. He orders his men to send the captives back alive so they can report the truth and clear his name. Once the witnesses are gone, our boy turns his fury on his own soldiers for losing the trail of the demon intruder. He's got a point. What good are those massive noses if they can't catch a scent? He realizes he's dealing with a high-ranking stealth specialist, which means his regular scouts never stood a chance anyway. It's been a while, but he decides to step in personally. By concentrating demonic energy into his senses, he activates supersensory maximization, a technique designed to sniff out even the most advanced stealth magic. The world shifts into sharp focus as he picks up the trail, finally locking onto the distinct traces of the unknown demon. Mission found. Successful hunt incoming. The Beast King finally connects the dots, and it's not a pretty picture. If the Demon King's pawn went after the Dwarf Princess, then the entire chase was a setup. He stops just long enough to bark a question at his soldiers, confirming the princess's path. But the answer only fuels his rage. Demon King, this isn't just about a princess anymore. It's a full-scale play. As he sprints through the brush, the realization settles in. Every move, from the Dwarf Princess to the exposure of evil energy, was a calculated distraction to lure him away from the volcano. The real prize is sitting right under their noses, the heart of the mystic beast. Meanwhile, Deus is already making his move, plummeting straight toward the core of the volcano to claim the prize before the Beast King can close the gap. This guy's basically speedrunning a heist while the homeowner is still checking the front door. Game on. This explains why the Beastmen were desperate enough to start a secret construction project just to drain the heat. But for Deus, the scales of the Black Flame Dragon turn this death trap into a private pool. Far below the surface, he spots his target, the massive mystic beast of the core. The tiger senses the intruder and prepares to strike, only to freeze in sheer terror as it recognizes the demonic pressure radiating from him. Before it can even process that its hiding spot has been compromised, Berje grabs the Guardian and offers it a one-way trip into the depths. The beast screams echo through the chamber as he drags it straight down into the molten fire. Berje descends into the volcanic heat, the wings of his dragon form cutting through the rising embers. Draxon's strength was an anomaly, and for a long time, Berje couldn't place the source. Now, staring into the inferno, the answer finally lands. It's the remains of a phoenix. Back in his cadet days at the Demon King Academy, Berje spent hours buried in records that tracked these creatures across dimensions. They were cosmic travelers, known as divine beings in one world and world-ending finalizers in the next. But across every history book, one truth held firm. Any Demon King who successfully absorbed a phoenix became a legend whose name was carved into the very history of the realm. Looks like Draxon was just aura farming with a cheat code. Deus looks back on a previous life, acknowledging that he only exists now because Draxon absorbed a phoenix for him back then. That legendary power was the only thing he ever truly envied, and after lifetimes of waiting, he's finally ready to claim it as his own. Meanwhile, the Beast King is spiraling into a panic, demanding to know who could have possibly found his phoenix. He runs through the list of usual suspects, but nothing makes sense. Deus is a rookie Demon King who shouldn't have the resources, and his top commander is supposed to be miles away at the tower. He storms toward the cave entrance, surprising his own guards, but he's in no mood for questions and tears through the line without slowing down. He continues weighing the options as he moves, ruling out his rivals one by one. Ugar is far too stupid to pull off a heist this complex, and for Reyna of the Frost race, touching a fire phoenix would be literal poison. That logic leaves only one name left on the list, and the realization turns his panic into pure, focused rage. Down in the volcanic core, the Beast King is losing his mind, demanding to know if the mystic beast is still secure. His guards are baffled until one of them mentions that Brother Tiger just dove headfirst into the lava. The king's panic flips instantly to pure, unbridled rage. He realizes someone isn't just trespassing, they're here to steal his phoenix. A massive eruption tears through the chamber as the core reacts, and the king's focus narrows. This isn't a random accident, it's a heist. Outside, in the Amur outskirts, even the commoners can feel the ground shaking as the world starts to change. On the battlefield, Princess Louise stands frozen among the bodies, her hands trembling on her axe as the sky itself turns a blood-red orange. Even the elven scouts can tell the mana in the air is shifting into something unrecognizable. Whatever just happened in that lava, the status quo is officially dead. Jason freezes as the reality of the situation finally lands. He'd expected a fight, but whatever just happened on the battlefield has completely shattered his composure. High above, the 13th princess can only stare down in shock, her eyes wide as she witnesses a turn of events that neither of them saw coming. This isn't just a setback for our hero, it's a total shift in the power dynamic of the volcanic core. Berger remembers the volcanic eruption blowing him clear across the continent, but his memory of the impact is a hazy blur. For a demon king, waking up like this is an insult, and he can't wrap his head around how he survived. He tries to shake them off, but a strange sensation stops him cold. His very essence feels foreign, like he's wearing someone else's skin. Curious, Berger leans over the water's edge to check the reflection, and his morning is officially ruined. He's not just a different person, he's got a whole new look to go with the identity crisis. Inside Ormus' palace, the air is heavy with the price of victory. Dwarf Princess Louise kneels before the throne, reporting how Prince Jetson and his warriors gave their lives to stop a high-ranking demon. The king of Ormus cuts her off, dismissing the hollow idea that dying for honor makes the loss any easier. It's a pivot moment for the kingdom. The grief for his son has officially boiled over into a demand for blood. He orders an immediate hero expedition, fueled by a rage that won't settle until the Demon King of Beasts is dead. Standard Tuesday for a grieving father with an army at his back. Helen Cargill, staring at the floating screen, looks like he's just seen a ghost. He stammers through the start of his report, but our red-haired protagonist cuts him off immediately. Apparently, Hillen doesn't recognize his own master after a little transformation, so the MC tells him to ignore the new face and just get to the point. Hillen snaps to attention, reporting that the King of Ormus is officially organizing a hero expedition. The heavy hitters are coming out for this one, led by Rosu-chan, a 10-star battle mage who basically lives to set things on fire. Her second in command is Balraf Road, another 10-star monster who climbed to the top with nothing but his bare hands. This isn't just a scouting party. They've gathered 500 members, including 200 heroes, specifically tasked with killing the Demon King of Beasts. Our MC weighs the numbers, surprised by the sheer scale of the force, but something about the power distribution feels off. Only 2 10-stars in a group of 200 heroes? Hillen drops the real bombshell. There's a conspiracy at play. It seems a shadow group is pulling the strings because they actually want the Demon King to stay alive. The realization hits our hero hard as he starts connecting the dots. It all comes down to the most classic human motivation of all: greed. To the people in power, a Demon King's tower is just a massive gold mine that never runs dry. Between the treasures inside and the demon corpses used for high-end magic materials, the tower is a fountain of profit. These heroes aren't trying to save the world. They're trying to protect their business model. Our guy can only shake his head at the complexity of it all. It turns out even a world-ending threat is just another asset when the right humans are involved. Humans are a trip. Our protagonist is officially done playing around, ordering Hillen Cargill to join the hero expedition with a catch. Hillen has to take down the Demon King of Beasts entirely on his own. The plan is pure manipulation. If Hillen absorbs the second Demon King's power, the human world will trust him as their ultimate champion, making him the perfect sleeper agent. Hillen is bold enough to ask the obvious question, wondering if his master is actually sure he can control a hero with that much power. It's a brave question until the Demon King shuts it down with a single look, making it clear that a couple of stolen souls won't even put Hillen on his level. Yeah, our boy is definitely in the don't test me phase of his Tuesday. As he wraps up the call to head back, a new signal starts beeping, forcing him to pick up a call from his subordinate, Gordon. Seeing a strange red-haired man instead of his master puts Gordon into a full panic, but the Demon King isn't in the mood to explain his new look and demands a report. The annoyance vanishes the second the news hits. Apparently, an emergency summons just came in from Draxon at the Tower of Beasts. Gordon isn't joking around. Draxon is back, and the game just got a lot more complicated. The Ice Queen strides in alongside Draxon, complaining about the stench of the place before they can even exchange greetings. As the minutes pass, his suspicion starts to mount, wondering if Berze Deus and Jason Cockmundo are actually late or just reconsidering their allegiance. The Beast King isn't the type to tolerate a delay. If Berze doesn't show up soon, he's officially being moved to the suspect list. Somewhere nearby, a red-haired man finds himself pinned to the ground by massive black claws, cursing a momentary lapse in focus as his time finally runs out. He let his guard down once, and in this world, that's usually a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Gordon reports that since their master is already in Ormus, he's the only one who needs a portal to reach the Tower of Beasts. Our protagonist cuts him off with a panicked shout, realizing the timing is a disaster. Gordon is floored that the man is already on the move, but our lead is already mid-flight. The problem is he's moving too slow. At this rate, he'll be minutes late, and in this world, being a few minutes late is essentially a confession. He pushes himself to go faster, and something inside him finally answers the call. A massive surge of power erupts as a pair of fiery wings tear out from his back, catching him completely off guard. He recognizes them as Phoenix Wings, a top-tier mobility skill, but the timing is terrible. He doesn't want to burn through his mana reserves before the real fight even starts, but his own heart seems to have other plans, pulsing with a wild energy he can't shut down. Peak accidental power-up, but definitely not the mana saver build he was going for. It doesn't seem possible, but the proof is beating right in our protagonist's chest. The Phoenix heart is still alive. He finally connects the dots. That lingering life force must have been what was drawing in all those animals earlier. Before he can process the logic of it, the power surges, launching him forward at a speed he can barely track. He tries to brace himself, but he's basically a passenger to his own momentum at this point. He tears through the sky like a comet, slamming directly into the side of a massive tower and leaving a glowing impact mark on the hull. The crashes sends him tumbling into the snow at the base of the spire. He's on time, but the landing definitely wasn't part of the plan. He realizes he has to be a lot more careful until he actually tames this Phoenix, or his next flight might be his last. Despite the rough landing, he brushes himself off and checks in with Gordon, noting that the heart seems to have finally exhausted itself. He's made it to the first floor, and now he just needs his partner to catch up. Our protagonist isn't wasting another second. They're heading to the Tower of Beasts right now. The destination is Ormus, a humid jungle region where the humidity is thick and the starstruck heroes are even thicker. The local expedition is losing its collective mind over their new teammate, Rosal Charnt, the legendary magic prodigy who supposedly mastered every element by the time she was 5. Rosal, the commander of the Dawn's Flame Strike Squad, isn't exactly here to make friends, telling the crowd to get lost before they even finish their greetings. Her priest handles the frantic damage control while the crowd somehow finds her insults flattering, but Rosal is already looking past them. She isn't interested in playing idol for a group she considers trash. Just as she's dismissing the whole lot of them, something in the distance catches her eye. Hillen leans into the hero persona, greeting Rosal Charnt with a polished smile and announcing his help for the next expedition. Hillen starts sweating immediately. He tries to shut down the topic, but his head is spinning because Rosal clearly knows the truth behind his biggest victory. If she keeps talking, his reputation is dead, and he's only even here because the Demon King ordered him to be. Rosal decides she's done with the small talk, claiming the Demon King of Beasts for herself and warning him to keep his dirty hands off her mission. Hillen just plasters on his best fake smile and agrees, but internally he's already made a choice. That Demon King's head is going to be his. Out here farming aura while plotting a steal. Peak hero behavior. A purple rift tears open the air, and Hillen steps onto the grass alongside his butler and Jason Cockman. They've arrived at the top floor of the Tower of Beasts, where the Beast King himself is waiting to greet them. The massive red-eyed creature acknowledges their arrival, noting they made it just in time before promising to explain the details inside. He forces a polite smile onto his face and notes they definitely aren't late. As they prepare to move into the heart of the tower, Hillen keeps his facade perfect, ready to see exactly what kind of game the Beast King is playing. Ugar, the Demon King of absolute hardness, isn't here for small talk and demands to know why Draxon called such a sudden meeting. Jason Cockman jumps in with a smirk, wondering if this has anything to do with the rumors coming out of Ormith about the Demon King of Lust. The Beast King doesn't bother with a filter and decides to lay his cards on the table. He reveals that one of the kings in this very room sent an infiltrator into his territory to steal a phoenix corpse right before he could absorb it. Our boy Draxon is actually more shocked by the secret phoenix stash than the theft, while the Beast King keeps listing off the damages. Apparently, this same intruder killed the Prince of Ormith and single-handedly kickstarted the current hero's journey. Jason notes that while losing a summoning beast is just a massive skill issue, deliberately provoking a hero is a clear declaration of war. The Beast King is convinced someone in this room is trying to wipe him off the map, and he's clearly done being the victim. If he's going down, he's taking the traitor with him. Rest in peace to whoever thought they could rob a wolf and get away with it. Inside every tower, there's a black box that records every move a Demon King makes. It's an old-school diagnostic tool most modern kings ignore because it's expensive to run and useless once a tower falls. But for Draxon, it's a death warrant. If that box is opened, every lie he's told and every backroom deal he's made will be laid bare. The Beast King knows exactly how to squeeze him, pointing out that while he has the key, he still needs the owner's permission to open it. It's a perfect trap. Anyone who refuses to grant permission is basically screaming that they're the traitor. Draxon is backed into a corner, and he knows it. One by one, the other rulers start to fold to the pressure to prove their innocence. Reyna Soldine and Jason Cockman are the first to grant access, clearing their names with a shrug. Even Ugar Belvec signs off on the search, leaving Draxon as the only one left standing in the silence. All eyes are on him now. This guy is officially cooked. Berje Deus gives his word, and the monstrous Draxon wraps up the meeting with a cold finality. The deal is struck, but Berje is already thinking 3 steps ahead of the beast. He knows the logistics of the demonic system. A black box key is a massive investment, and it's one-time use only. Draxon is a predator, not a gambler, and he isn't about to dump his entire bank of energy points into a key while heroes are still hunting him. Instead, the plan is simple. Wait for the heroes to fail, let the world settle, and then use that key to tear open Berje's secrets. Draxon's playing the long game, but Berje just gave him permission to walk straight into a trap. Berje pauses as he steps through his domain, deciding that before he does anything else, he has to handle Draxon once and for all. With his butler following close behind, he makes the call to inspect the tower's defenses starting from the ground floor. The first stop lands him in front of Lajee Friedrich, a manic demon inventor who is currently vibrating with pride over his new Inferno catapult. Lajee is essentially aura farming for his own ego at this point, screaming about his masterpiece and how it can manipulate terrain while firing elemental mana shells. It's a lot of tech talk for one afternoon, and honestly, the man's excitement stat is dangerously high. Berje watches the scientist spiral into a full-on rant and starts to wonder if giving this guy total creative freedom was actually a mistake. His butler admits the inventor has gone a little off the deep end, but the weapons work, so the performance is peak. He offers to take back the Forge of Hell to keep Logar in check, but Berje decides to let it ride. He wants to see exactly how much chaos this madman can manufacture if left to his own devices. Logar's response? A promise to build an entire army of them. This tower build is about to get very expensive. On the second floor of the tower, Kaeda Jespine is screaming his lungs out. He's the floor boss now, and apparently his former teacher is the one trying to climb past him. He puts everything into a massive downward swing, shouting that he promised to make Berje regret ever training him. It's a high-stakes family reunion, but the master doesn't even move. Berje catches the energy-coated blade with 2 fingers, telling his student that, after all this time, he still hasn't changed a bit. Kaeda isn't ready to rage quit just yet. He doubles down, launching into the Jespine combat style's Crescent Moon Shatter. It's a huge area effect strike that should have leveled the room, but Berje just stands there like he's watching a student struggle with basic math. He admits the boy has improved a tiny bit, but then the master's aura starts to flare. The lesson isn't over, and Kaeda is about to find out exactly how much more training he still needs. Down on the second floor, Berje questions why she was even moved here in the first place, only for his butler to drop a much bigger bomb. Apparently, the boss of the 4th floor is currently busy preparing a summoning, which is a massive red flag in any tower climb. Up on that floor, Ernan Hildurin has already burned through her supplies and is standing in the center of a massive ritual circle. She begins chanting the incantation, calling upon a high-ranking spirit of water to manifest. This isn't your average magic trick. She's using her own blood as the catalyst to force a contract. When the boss starts sacrificing health just to bring a summon onto the field, you know the next fight is going to be peak. Ernan Hildurin begins the ritual to bind his life force, speaking the words that will seal a contract of soul and soul. Every breath is a struggle as he pushes through the physical strain, officially calling out in his own name for something to answer. The magic circle ignites, pulling a high-ranking water spirit named Nyruniel into the room. She studies her new summoner with a look of detached interest, and honestly, she has every right to be curious. It's not every day someone has the talent to pull a spirit of her caliber straight into the heart of a Demon King's tower. Invoking the Primordial Covenant, the high-ranking water spirit Nyruniel formally acknowledges the human standing before her. She names Ernan Hildurin as her sole companion, reaching out to seal a bond that most mages would kill for. A blinding surge of spiritual energy takes hold as the contract connects their very beings, leaving our hero drifting through a vast, silent void. He's completely unconscious now, suspended in the deep current of his own soul while the spirit's power finally settles in. This build just got a lot more interesting. Berje holds the princess steady as she pulls herself back to consciousness, though the sight of the Demon King carrying her is enough to make her wonder if she's still dreaming. He's actually feeling generous for once, giving her a rare bit of credit for surviving such a close call. She's just relieved to be breathing again, thanking him for the medicine that brought her back from the edge. Then, out of nowhere, a voice that sounds exactly like hers drops a full-blown love confession with zero warning. Her confidence stat just hit zero. She tries to take the words back before the silence gets too weird, but the suspicious look on Bergie's face says he's already done the math on her secret. As it turns out, she accidentally summoned a water spirit that functions as a megaphone for her deepest thoughts, and the little creature is more than happy to leak her true feelings. Rest in peace, princess. The high-ranking water spirit, Nerunio, is clearly bored with the secrets and decides to cut straight to the chase, asking the pair when they plan on actually dating. She's a fan of forbidden romance novels, and she's already decided these two fit the trope perfectly. Berger has no idea what she's on about, but the princess looks like her entire soul just left her body while he tries to process the sheer nonsense coming out of the spirit's mouth. Naruniel isn't about to let a juicy setup go to waste, immediately pestering the pair about when they're finally going to make their relationship official. The princess is practically vibrating with embarrassment, begging the spirit to just go back where she came from, but Naruniel isn't budging after being cooped up for so long. Berger cuts through the chaos with a single word, addressing the high spirit with a question that carries a sudden heavy weight. How does he look to her right now? Of course, Naruniel is too busy aura farming for the ship to give a straight answer, joking that he looks like a handsome demon king destined to steal the princess away. Berger doesn't even blink at the compliment, repeating the question with a tone that makes it clear the games are over. Berger Dea stands at the center of a transformation that shouldn't be possible, challenging the others to tell him exactly what they see. Naruniel is completely thrown. One moment he was a mass of demonic energy, but now he's radiating mana so pure it makes her head spin. It's a total logic fail for a high spirit to witness a demon king suddenly wearing the signature of a spirit. Berger weighs the success of his mask, realizing that if he can fool someone of her rank, then the other demon kings and heroes are going to be just as blind. This build is officially broken. Berger smiles, weighing the raw power he's feeling and concluding that he could probably solo the demon king of beasts. The princess is stuck on the math, trying to wrap her head around the idea of a demon king hunting his own kind. Apparently, the internal hierarchy is about to get very messy. His butler is having a full meltdown in the background, shouting about how insane the plan actually is. He wants to know what kind of demon king goes out of his way to kill another one, but Berger just stays unbothered, certain he already explained his reasoning. He's going through with it anyway. No side quest is too big when you're aura farming this hard. Berger casuals his way toward the exit like he's just running a quick errand, but the casual vibe dies the second he tells his butler his actual destination. He's going to kill Draxon. The butler's logic core completely melts down as he tries to process Berger treating regicide like a grocery run. Berger isn't looking for a debate, though, reminding his aide that he thought the days of questioning his master's decisions were over. For the butler, this isn't just another weird whim, it's a massive political suicide mission. He screams after Berger, warning him that aside from the move being insane, the other demon kings will have his head if they find out. Berger finally lays out the math. If he doesn't take Draxon out before that man opens the black box, his own life is forfeit anyway. He's not just aura farming, he's playing for his life. The butler is losing his mind trying to talk some sense into Berger, screaming that it's way too dangerous to move now. He explains that every dimension is naturally hostile to outsiders, using its own energy to crush anyone who doesn't belong there. It's a massive debuff. A level 666 monster from the demon realm gets suppressed all the way down to a level 1 weakling the second it crosses over. At that point, any local hero can just walk up and dispose of them like trash, which is apparently just the natural order of things. The only way to actually overcome that resistance and launch a real invasion was to build the Demon King's Tower, to act as a medium, connecting their world to the human realm through pure demonic energy. To reclaim the throne, our protagonist first has to reclaim himself. The logic of the demon realm is simple. The more energy you can draw from your surroundings, the faster you regain the strength you once had. Strength isn't everything when you're fighting on the enemy's home turf where victory is never a guarantee. Berger isn't just aura farming for the sake of it. He's actually pushing to a dangerous transition after absorbing the Phoenix's heart. He knows the risks, but his body hasn't fully adapted to the heat of that core yet. If he's going to survive the climb, he'll have to master that power before his tower-based buff runs dry. Berger Deus isn't delulu enough to think he's invincible yet. Fighting any demon king right now would be a tough battle for him. At least, it would be if he were heading into that fight alone. a suggestion that sends his butler straight into a spiral of dread. He's got a better plan. He's going to personally join the hero expedition under the fake name Pale, infiltrating the very group meant to kill him. Peak strategy from our MC. Moving under the alias of Ormus, he's ready to turn the entire expedition into his own personal side quest. The battle finally breaks across the sky, trailing fire over the forest line as the last of the engagement washes out. It's been a long haul. The demons chase the expeditionary force all the way to the outskirts, but the tide is finally turning. Only the weak ones are left now, and they're starting to scramble back into the tree line. Han isn't letting his guard down yet, shouting for his men to provide cover and prioritize the wounded while they finish the retreat. Even with the victory in hand, the cost is visible on the ground. Han kneels beside a downed soldier, offering a potion to a man who's clearly seen better days. It's a standard win, but in this world, standard is about as good as it gets. Our protagonist takes in the camp, trying to make sense of the state of the army. Everyone looks like they've been through a meat grinder, and Han can barely believe who's standing in front of him. The mission started well enough. The heroes gathered and launched a full assault on the Tower of Beasts. Following the tip Berger gave them, they went straight for the Beast King's weakness, his tail. Success was right there in their hands, and Han shouts for their heavy hitter to close the deal. But the flashback reveals exactly how things went sideways. Lady Rosal, the mage they were counting on to carry the backline, is pushed to her absolute limit. She's still standing, but blood is literally dripping from her face, and she looks like she's about to break. Seeing her like this, yeah, the weakening clearly went both ways. This isn't a victory lap, it's a survival count. The moment Han locks eyes with the beast, the world stops. This thing isn't just a monster, it's a force of primal rage, unleashed and armored in iron. Even with Lady Rosal by his side, the power gap was too wide. She took a hit that would have ended anyone else, forcing Han to grab her and run while his men were torn apart behind them. Back at the camp, Han delivers the news to Berger Deus. The hero expedition is officially dead. It was a failure in every sense of the word. But Berger doesn't look defeated. Instead, a slow smile creeps up as the details of the disaster click into place. He has exactly what he needs to work with now. Berger Deus is staring down a nightmare, and the math isn't working out. He's sweating through the realization that he is completely, utterly screwed. But even in a total wipeout, he manages to find a silver lining. They lost the battle, but they traded enough blows to leave the enemy bleeding. If the boss is busy licking fatal wounds and down half an army of demons, then the window of opportunity hasn't slammed shut just yet. They just need to get the expedition back on its feet and strike before Draxon can finish patching up the tower. Berger's focus shifts back to the logistics of the failure, specifically why Rosal Charnt was left wide open in the first place. He wants to know where Balraf Disroad was, since the man's entire job was to keep the mage alive. Han can barely hide the disgust on his face, reporting that the man bailed on his post the second things got real at the Tower of Beasts. Before they can even process the betrayal, a towering presence cuts through the conversation, and the sudden arrival of Lady Rosal leaves the room in a cold silence. Lady Rosal isn't holding back her resentment, calling the sponsors behind the tower a pack of money-crazed bastards who profit from the chaos. Our MC finds the expedition in a total mess, finally meeting the legendary Rosal Charnt face to face as they stand among their wounded allies. Her eyes are fixed on a single goal, killing the Beast Demon King, fueled by a vengeance that won't let her back down after what he did to her. Han is ready to call it quits because they're out of potions and drowning in casualties, but Berger Deus has a different plan. He casually reveals a massive stockpile of potions he brought just in case, promising that while they won't grow back limbs, they'll get everyone back on their feet for one more round. This guy really is the ultimate support build. Lady Rosal isn't buying the act, demanding to know who Berger really is and why he's pushing this hard for a group of strangers. She can feel a faint, pure heat radiating from him that doesn't match any cultivation technique she knows. It's a level of energy that shouldn't exist in a support build, and she's starting to realize she might be standing next to a monster. Berger keeps his hand over his heart, weighing exactly how much truth she can handle. Looking at the survivors, he sees the state of the expeditionary force, broken men staring into the dirt, surrounded by the shadows of the comrades they couldn't save. He knows potions won't fix this. You can heal a gut wound, but you can't medicate a shattered spirit, and if he's going to lead these people to kill Draxon, he needs to give them something more than just a survival instinct. Morale is a resource, and right now theirs is at 0. He's already done the math, and the only way forward is to become the fire they follow. Berger Deus decides it's finally time to stop playing the mystery man and show this expeditionary force exactly who they've been dealing with. As a small spirit bird manifests from his power, he gives the survivors a simple choice. Follow him quietly or find out what happens when he stops being polite. The soldiers on the ground can only stare as the air begins to change around them. Even Han and Lady Rosal are caught off guard, watching as the supposedly simple guy begins to radiate an energy that doesn't belong to a commoner. Rosal, a high-ranking mage herself, is the first to realize the scale of what she's looking at, and it's enough to make her breath hitch. This isn't just some hidden talent, it's a power level that should have been impossible to find out here in the wilds. After a morning of silence, Berger finally drops the mask, announcing himself as the Master of the Phoenix. The massive spirit of legend flares behind him, leaving Rozo and Han frozen in the dirt. It's a flex so large it basically breaks the scale of the conversation. He isn't here for small talk or politics. He's here to put an end to the Demon King of Beasts. Rozo can barely wrap her head around the name, wondering if she's actually standing in front of a living legend. Everything starts clicking for her. The overwhelming pressure that swallowed the sky earlier wasn't a natural disaster. It was him. One man, sitting on enough power to rewrite the map. Safe to say, their vibe check didn't just fail. It got incinerated. Draxen Dodoff, the Demon King of Beasts, sits on his throne weighing the heavy cost of reclaiming the tower. He's burned through more demonic energy than he ever planned, leaving him with just enough resources to buy a single black box key. One chance to dig into the secrets of his enemies. Draxen isn't the patient type, though. He's ready to tear the truth out of the box right now. He flies the key home, demanding to see every hidden detail as the records begin to spill out around him in a swirl of data. The information hitting him isn't just a surprise. It's a total system shock. The realization sinks in that the black box can't be manipulated, meaning the truth he's looking at is undeniable. Everything makes sense now, and none of it is good news for his kind. He needs to move, and he needs to move fast. If the other Demon Kings don't hear about this immediately, they're all finished. Draxen is already planning his exit, knowing the world just got a whole lot more dangerous. The Beast King's piece ends with a frantic report from his aide. The Euros have breached the perimeter. This isn't just another skirmish, because as the aide stammers through the details, the heavy doors to the throne room are already standing open. Framed in the light is the one man they weren't prepared for, the new 10-star hero, Ralph Schmitz, arriving with an entire vanguard at his back. All those years spent building the Beast King's aura, and it's about to be tested by a guy who uses literal double doors as shields. Peak hero entrance, honestly. The sight stops Berger Deus in his tracks, because he knows exactly who just joined the fight. A pack of monsters lunges for the kill, but Ralph is more than ready to show them why he's the undisputed powerhouse of the front lines. Ralph Schmidt serves as the vanguard for this mission, and he isn't here to play defense. He slams his weight into the Beastman lines, clearing a path for the army following in his wake. Our protagonist knows exactly what they're up against. Ralph is the second strongest tank among the 10 stars. His shield is a nightmare that reflects any impact it takes, and dealing with him is a special kind of trouble. Berger remembers that shield well because Ralph was one of the heroes who brought him down in his previous life. Berger is barely holding back the urge to rip his opponent to shreds, but logic wins out. Draxen is the priority. The red-haired hero points out that another heavy hitter, Ralph Schmitz, arrived late to the expedition just like him. She's clearly eating her own words in frustration, thinking that if those two had combined their strength, they could have won without a single casualty. She warns Berger not to underestimate the Demon King, regardless of his confidence. When her warning lands with the impacts, Berger doesn't even blink. If Draxen reclaims the tower and buys the key, the drain on demonic energy might actually force his hand early. Berger is counting on it. He wants to see that final resort for himself. Meanwhile, on the 13th floor of the Beast Tower, Ralph Schmitz and the Vanguard finally reach the throne room to face the Beast King. The heroes finally reach the top floor, but the scene is eerily quiet. Ralph Schmitz confirms they've reached the end of the line, but his team is worried. Last time, this place was crawling with demons. Now it's just the king waiting in the silence. The Beast King doesn't care that they're back so soon, greeting them like pests and admitting he's been too busy preparing his masterpiece to deal with anything else. The red-haired hero feels the air getting heavy. The energy density here is insane. It's the reason the rest of the tower is empty. The king intends to finish the job in a single blow, revealing that he's gathered every one of his vassals into one single point. He's basically aura farming his own army to hit the level cap. Berger Deus finds the logic in the madness. Instead of spreading his forces thin like a standard boss, the king found a loophole and absorbed the power of the entire floor. This is a death sentence, delivered with the promise that he'll erase them so completely they'll never set foot in his tower again. Faced with a boss who just ate his own army to win, the party stands their ground, knowing the next move will decide everything. It's peak desperation from the king, and our heroes are the only things left in his way. Berger feels the shift in the air and drops the warning before anyone else can react. He's coming. The Beast King doesn't just arrive, he erupts, letting out a roar that shreds the silence of the throne room. Ralph plants his feet while the other heroes scramble to find their footing against the raw pressure. Ralph shouts for them to hold their positions, but the blue-haired hero isn't listening, convinced they have to strike now while the Demon King is still gathering his strength. A massive explosion of force tears through the chamber, but Ralph Schmidt stands his ground behind his twin shields, acting as the only thing keeping the party from being wiped off the map. Even for a 10-star hero, the strain is visible, and the real fight hasn't even started yet. The energy collision settles, and the Beast King finally stands his ground, looming through the smoke as a living wall of raw pressure. There's nothing human left in that stare, just animal bloodlust and a silent promise that everyone in the room is already dead. He didn't just survive the assault, he practically brushed it off, his silhouette shifting as he prepares to settle the debt. The heroes can only watch as their strongest spell gets tossed aside like a suggestion, leaving the red-haired warrior in total disbelief. Getting the Beast King to flinch was supposed to be the hard part, and they couldn't even manage that. Our guys are officially cooked. The air in the room suddenly dies as a colossal figure emerges from the haze, confirming their worst nightmare. The Beast Demon King himself has entered the field. The heroes find themselves pinned under a mountain of pressure just by being in his presence, the weight of it turning the very air into a toxic fog that chokes the breath right out of their lungs. It's a complete aura defeat. The weaker members of the party collapse instantly, clawing at their throats while their resolve evaporates into pure panic. Before the pressure can crush them all, Berge throws his wings wide, deploying a high-ranked defense magic to shield the survivors from the crushing weight of the king's malice. This guy is essentially a walking apocalypse, and his presence alone is enough to turn a hero's party into a group of desperate survivors. The heroes are practically sobbing with relief, hailing Pale as their legendary trump card and swearing they'll never forget the kindness of being pulled from the fire. Pale doesn't exactly share the sentiment, keeping his focus on the tactical reality. He can't let Draxon absorb any more demonic energy, and his magic is already primed. He's blunt about the situation. From here on out, these guys are just going to be in his way. The heroes don't seem to mind being told their dead weight as long as they're safe. As Pale establishes the boundary and tells them to stay inside the barrier, the Beast King begins a cold tally of who is still standing. The Beast King surveys the remaining resistance and finds only 4 standing, but one of them carries a signature he can't ignore. This man's mana is more than just powerful, it's an annoyance he needs to cut down first. Berge doesn't flinch under that heavy gaze, meeting the king's demand for his name with a grin that suggests the monster should already know it. Recognition hits like a physical blow, and the king's face twists as he screams the name, Berge. Stealing the phoenix was one thing, but stepping foot in this tower is a death sentence, and the Beast King lunges into a murderous frenzy to enforce it. Balraf Disroad plants his feet and raises his shield, holding the line as the full weight of the beast's rage comes crashing down. Pale drops the hammer on the battlefield's acoustics, letting his silence magic wash over the area until every sound is under his thumb. It's the perfect net for the Beast King, who lunges from above with primal ferocity, only to realize his roar has been completely canceled out. The red-haired heroine doesn't miss the opening, using the absolute silence to mask her party's spell chants until the high-rank binding magic snaps into place. Magical chains tear through the beast's hide, pinning him down, but the creature just laughs through a mouthful of blood and sharp teeth. He's not impressed by what he calls a petty insect trick, and he proves it by shattering the chains through sheer monstrous force. Debris rain down on Pale as the beast breaks free, turning a clever tactical win into a very loud, very dangerous problem. Seems the silence was just the calm before the storm. The Beast King finally closes the distance, lunging with everything he has to tear the silence user apart. Pale doesn't even flinch. He just waits for the monster to enter his range. This man really is a different breed of Delulu if he thinks a physical stat check is going to work against a build this broken. The Beast King strikes with enough force to shatter the earth, but he's swinging at air as the ground erupts behind him. The red-haired heroine can't even get a lock on his movement, forcing the brown-haired hero to keep the team steady on Lord Pale's orders. Furious that anyone would dare stand against him, the beast roars that no one is leaving this jungle alive. Pale remains completely unbothered, explaining that the secret to killing a Demon King is simple: speed. He lectures the gathered heroes on the creature's reflexes, noting that they have to bind his feet to exploit a weakness. Even as the brown-haired hero doubts if his lightning dash can keep up, Pale promises to give him the signal when the window opens. The Beast King lunges in, convinced he's finally cornered his prey, but he's still just chasing shadows. High above the battlefield, Deus descends like a falling god, wreathed in the heat of a dying star. The Beast King watches him down with a wolfish grin, completely unimpressed by the glowing violet treasure in the boy's hand. He mocks the idea of a simple orb working on him, but Deus isn't trying to bind a king. He's calling a servant. The orb acts as a beacon, and the response is immediate. Balraf Disroad, a 10-star hero, tears through the sky in a flash of lightning. He's screaming in agony from the forced summons, cursing Deus for the mental strain, but his body has no choice but to follow the call. The Beast King freezes, his red eyes wide with the realization that Deus didn't just find an ally, he turned a legendary hero into his personal vassal. Deus just shrugs it off, suggesting the wolf might find the arrangement useful if he ever decides to stop being an enemy. Of course, that's assuming the Beast King even makes it through the next few seconds, as Balraf descends like a blue thunderbolt aimed straight at his throat. The Wolf King catches the strike, scoffing at the hero's speed and calling the whole play pathetic. But as he stands his ground, the air around him ignites, and he finds himself staring down the barrel of a dozen magical circles already locked on his position. Look, we've all been there. You think you've caught the carry, and then the entire enemy team spawns on your head. Our guy's setup just went from a duel to a raid. The Demon King of Beasts finally realizes he's walked into a death trap, but it's already too late to back out. Pell keeps his cool while the world burns around them, coordinating the final stage of the counterattack with Rosal. He's already done the math. One opening, one signal, and one final shot to end it all. He leans into the psychological edge, telling Rosal to channel every bit of resentment she's carried for her lost eye into this one moment. A massive pillar of top-tier fire magic erupts from the sky, slamming into the Demon King with the force of a satellite cannon. The shockwave from the impact is enough to send even the heroes reeling. Pale and the others brace against the backdraft, while the frontline shields hold firm to protect the caster from her own collateral damage. This is peak coordination, and it might actually be enough to put the King of Beasts down for good. The blast catches the Beast Demon King head-on, tearing through the ground and leaving a crater where a monster used to stand. He's still upright, though, bleeding and broken, but staring up at the team with a gaze that says he's done playing nice. Burgi Deus watches him closely, noting that an attack of that scale wasn't enough to put the creature down. This isn't going to be a quick fight. The monster lets out a roar that shakes the very air, his fury finally boiling over. He isn't just a beast. He reveals himself as Draxen Goldolf, the right-hand man of Archduke Alkine and the intended conqueror of this world. He's officially offended that a group of humans managed to draw blood, and he promises none of them are walking out of this cave alive. Draxen lunges forward in a blind rage, but Deus isn't impressed. To him, the King of Beasts has just lost his crown and turned into a common mad dog. Deus has a reveal of his own, though, a trump card that Draxen thought was safely hidden away. He calls on the power of the Phoenix, and as the heat begins to rise, Draxen's confidence completely evaporates. Peak strategy from our protagonist. Nothing ruins a villain's day like seeing their own stolen power used against them. Draxen Goldolf refuses to let the light of his life flicker out just yet, launching back into the fray against the armored hero as the battle inside the cave hits its limit. Draxen spots a critical opening. The tail is a weakness he can actually exploit, but the red-haired heroine is already one step ahead and refuses to miss her chance. Before Draxen can capitalize on the vulnerability, a high-rank binding spell locks him in place, forcing him to realize he's in serious trouble if a follow-up strike lands while he's pinned. That opening belongs to the healer, who drops into a combat stance as a surge of power manifests around him, ready to close out the engagement. Draxen Goldolf lets out a final murderous roar, screaming a name that sounds like a death sentence. But the healer hero doesn't give him a second more, coming down with a strike that finally finishes the job. Watching the light fade, Burgi Deus can't help but smirk. He's already planning how to make use of the Phoenix power he just secured. Classic sleeper build. Let the heroes do the heavy lifting, then walk away with the prize. The Beast Demon King lets out one final scream as the killing blow lands, its massive head finally hitting the dirt. For a second, the surviving heroes can barely process it, but then the realization hits that they actually won. Cargill stands tall over the remains of his enemy, bloodied but victorious, as the cheers for the strongest hero in history start to echo across the battlefield. This guy is officially farming all the ore in the room right now. Our hero claims the Demon King of Beasts' corpse as his own prize, and Cargill isn't about to argue with him over the spoils. Their conversation is cut short when a soldier calls out for Lord Rosal Chart, flagging a discovery in the wreckage of the tower. It turns out the kidnapped prince and princesses of the Akon Kingdom were still inside the debris, and our lead quickly recognizes one of the survivors huddled on the ground. Meet Lavinia Akon, the third princess of the kingdom, who seems more bored than traumatized by the whole kidnapping ordeal. Honestly, respect for the energy. Rosal Chart hits her limit the second she realizes who she's looking at, the third princess of the Akon Kingdom, Lavinia. The commander starts scolding her like a reckless child, but Lavinia is completely tuned out, focused only on her need for monster materials. Apparently, she didn't just wander in here, she came into a tower crawling with death just to scavenge flesh for her chimera research. The surrounding heroes are just confused, watching a top-tier battle mage try to argue logic with a girl who speaks in one-word fragments. As the interrogation continues, the actual shape of the deal comes out. Lavinia wasn't being tortured. She was doing business. For Burgi Deus, the puzzle pieces finally clicked together. He'd been wondering where Draxen was getting his massive funding from, and it turns out the Demon King of Beasts was on the princess's payroll. Meanwhile, back at the Hero Guild, the elders are having a much more miserable morning. The Beast Tower was a critical hunting ground for them, and they'd spent a fortune coordinating with sponsors just to keep the 10-star heroes from interfering. Their entire investment just went up in smoke because of a single outside variable, the owner of the Phoenix, who apparently just led an uninvited expedition straight to victory. They don't know who our boy is yet, but Berger just became the biggest headache on their map. Word of the unknown hero is already tearing through the guild elders, but their curiosity is a distant second to their confusion. This, owner of the Phoenix, isn't on their payroll, and a hero they can't track is a variable they can't control. Since the Demon King first descended, their expansion had been a series of unchecked victories, making this the first time they've actually been stopped. They don't like it. They decide right then that it's time to tighten the leash on their heroes, starting with a full investigation into the identity of this newcomer. No one stays anonymous for long in their world. Meanwhile, the mood at the Ormus Royal Banquet Hall is a strange mix of relief and exhaustion. The King of Ormus can barely keep it together as he thanks the heroes for saving his sons, his voice cracking through tears. He looks like he's aged a decade in a single night. Lady Rosalcharn isn't exactly feeling the festive spirit, though, noting that the whole party feels more gloomy than celebratory. At least the drinks are good. A hero named Pale tries to lighten the mood with a compliment on her dress, but Rosal isn't in the mood for small talk or shallow impressions. She has one goal in mind, and she presses Pale for the only thing she actually cares about. Where is the man who owns the Phoenix? She has questions that only he can answer. At the royal celebration, the crowd is buzzing with one name, Lord Pale. They're eager to find the man who saved them and offer their thanks, and even the high-ranking Ralph Schmitz breaks his usual silence to offer a word of praise. The guests are genuinely shocked to hear the man speak, but their excitement is short-lived. Apparently, Lord Pale didn't stick around for the applause and has already left the building, much to the crowd's disbelief. Far from the music and drinks, back at Burgess Tower in the Urzes mountain range, a different kind of welcome is waiting. The butler can barely keep his hands steady as our protagonist, the Demon King Berger, strolls back into the room. He asks if it's even possible that Berger actually managed to kill the Demon King of Beasts and survive. Berger just keeps moving, answering with a dry shrug. He killed him, obviously. The butler enters a full-blown panic, clutching his head at the absolute madness of it all. He knows Berger is strong, but killing a king is a political nightmare. How is he supposed to handle the fallout of a move like this? Berger doesn't seem interested in the lecture and shuts the butler down with a single command to stop glaring. Typical. With Draxon out of the picture, Berger knows the other Demon Kings will be sniffing around soon, and being away from his post would look like an admission of guilt. His butler finally catches on to why they rushed back, but the young lord is already miles ahead, weighing the victory for what it actually was, a win against a monster that had already been softened up by a hero expedition. Draxon's final desperate strike was meant to be a kill shot, but it didn't land with nearly the weight Berger expected. It's a sobering thought that carries a clear verdict. He needs more power, and that includes strengthening the Phoenix he carries. This guy just took down a king, and his first thought is that he's still mid. Out of nowhere, a holographic contact requests an emergency meeting of the Demon Kings at his tower. Berger Deus is immediately suspicious, since there should still be plenty of time before the next official gathering, but the contact drops the bombshell. Draxon Doldorf is dead. Of course, Berger knows that better than anyone because he's the one who pulled the trigger. He puts on a masterclass in faking shock, acting like he can't believe something so terrible could happen. The contact moves on, revealing that a new Demon King has already descended to take the empty seat. This actually rattles Berger, as half a day is an impossibly fast turnaround for a replacement to appear. He wonders if Archduke Alkine foresaw the death and prepped a successor in advance, but he quickly shakes off the nerves. The tower is gone, the evidence is buried, and as far as the world is concerned, his hands are perfectly clean. Berger Deus psychs himself up as he enters the Grand Hall, resolve firm. As long as he acts with total confidence, there's no way he'll get caught. He's immediately greeted by Vivian Blunt, Queen of the Blood Moon clan, who sizes him up with a sharp, curious gaze. She introduces herself with a playful formality that borders on mock curiosity, but Berger doesn't bite, calmly correcting the pronunciation of his name without skipping a beat. That level of composure catches her off guard. She's definitely sensing something unusual about this guy. At the head of the table, Arcane Blairimf isn't buying any of it, convinced that Draxon's defeat was far too easy to be legitimate. He's officially suspicious. He orders a full investigation into the matter, specifically commanding his aide to keep a close watch on Berger. The verdict is clear. If anyone is going to break the regulations of the Demon Kings, the guy who just insulted their standards is the prime suspect. Bet Berger didn't have instant target on his bingo card for today. Vivian Blunt decides the prickly types are always the easiest to mess with, and she's more than ready to start poking. As a formal meeting of the Demon Kings begins in the dimension of Arin, she finds the whole thing ridiculous. A room full of high-level rulers coming together just to investigate one single death? That's a side quest she has no interest in. She drops into a seat right in front of the legendary Berger Deus, making a scene just because she can. Berger isn't exactly charmed, but she leans in anyway. She wants to know what kind of demon could actually turn their entire realm upside down, and she's hoping the man himself has some answers. No thoughts? This guy is officially a tough read. Calling the succubus queen ugly is a bold move, and it hits Vivian Blunt like a physical blow to the ego. She's literally questioning her entire identity as a professional seductress right now. Before she can have a full breakdown, Reina cuts in to restore some order, telling Vivian to get back to her seat. Reina reminds the room that while this is a welcome party, they have a serious problem to solve. Draxon was wiped out with zero effort, and they need to find out why. Seeing the high-ranking Reina take the lead catches the white-haired official by surprise. Vivian can't help but throw one last teasing shot about Reina wanting the man for herself before finally backing off, leaving Reina just exhausted by the lack of focus. With the drama mostly settled, the official resumes the meeting to discuss the 10 stars, the primary force moving with the hero. From there, the session turns into a monotonous grind as the various Demon Kings start trading whatever scraps of information they've managed to collect. The Demon Kings are on high alert, and the reason is a new player on the board known only as the Phoenix's Master. Despite their conflicting egos, the council decides to proceed with extreme caution and launch a full investigation into this mystery powerhouse. Back in Amor, Deus is doing his own math, realizing that his time spent as File left a massive blind spot in his surveillance of the demon realm. Moving forward, he'll have to be a lot more careful about showing his face if he wants to stay under the radar. Then there's the new arrival to consider. A girl sent on a secret mission by Archduke Arcane named Vivian Blunt. She immediately tries to charm the room with a wink and a kiss, leading our MC to a quick verdict. She's probably not the kind of threat he needs to lose sleep over. Inside Berge's tower, the Ninth Imperial Princess peeks around a massive pillar, checking the halls for any sign of demons. The surveillance has gone lax, and with Princess Hernan nowhere in sight, she realizes this is her only window to make a run for it. Her eyes are locked on the exit, calculating that if she can just make it past the main door, she's free. A sudden impact stops her cold as a voice asks where she thinks she's going. The 13th princess stands her ground, surrounded by elemental spirits, claiming she's only stopping the escape for the safety of the tower. It's a classic case of, I'm doing this for your own good, but our protagonist isn't buying it. Knowing that staying in this place is a death sentence, the princess draws her blade and prepares to fight her way out. The 13th princess watches her, and the tension in the room officially hits its limit. Real sisterly bonding at its finest. The 9th imperial princess is coiled tight, waiting for the right moment to strike or bolt, but the tension snaps in the weirdest way possible when the adjutant, Gordon, simply tells her she's free to go. He shakes his head, dusting the room with a feather duster like he's got better things to do, muttering about how treating humans well is a waste of time. Gordon's officially done with the drama. The princess can barely process the audacity. They kidnapped her, called it good treatment, and now they're just opening the door? It feels like a trap, but a careless enemy is still an opportunity she can't ignore. If she can just clear the tower, she's confident she can survive the Urgas Mountains and make it to Holton Walk for reinforcements. She makes her move, but as her hand hits the door, the air doesn't clear. It ignites. The world stops as the realization hits her that she might have walked straight into the one scheme she didn't plan for. Wait, what just happened? The tower doesn't just keep people in, it deletes anyone who tries to leave without an invite. As the elf servant calmly points out, that massive energy blast is just what happens when an unauthorized guest makes contact with the exit. Looking at the charred remains on the floor, it's clear the security system doesn't do warnings. Unless you have the Demon King's explicit permission, you aren't just stuck in the tower. You're physically incapable of crossing the threshold. He warns our princess not to touch the door recklessly unless she wants to end up like the last guy. But she ignores him and gives it a push anyway. And the impossible happens. The door just opens. The servant's entire worldview breaks in a single huh because she just bypassed the tower's ultimate lock. Even the princess is confused, admitting she just had a feeling it would work. Guess her hunch stat is just built different. Princess Hernand manages to crack the door to her cell, but her moment of triumph turns into instant panic when she realizes she actually succeeded. Before she can even think about closing it, a black-gloved hand slams against the metal, and Bergie steps out of the snow-filled night to find her wide-eyed and trembling. He's honestly more amused than anything. She opened the door herself, and now he wants to know if this is the start of a genuine escape attempt. His elf servant greets him with the kind of casual bow you'd give a guy returning from a grocery run, even though there's a literal pile of corpses behind him. Back in his chamber at the top of the tower, he decides he's done with the games and orders Kaeda to be locked in the underground prison immediately. The elf servant obeys, but he's still worried about the logistical nightmare of having Princess Hernand running loose in the halls. Bergie isn't even listening. He's already moved on to the next problem. Bergie is still trying to wrap his head around his tower's security when his attendant drops a bombshell. The fortress itself has already recognized Princess Hernand as one of its own members. This makes her presence here a complete mystery. If she has a contract with a high-ranking spirit, she could have walked out of the tower and over the mountains whenever she felt like it. The math isn't adding up. Bergie has been away for a while, giving her every opportunity to vanish, yet she's still hanging around. He starts to wonder what Hernan Hilderin is actually after, and if her captive status is just a front. Down in the underground prison, the mystery only gets weirder. The ninth princess is still locked in a cell, and she's busy lecturing Hernan about the cold reality of their situation. Her take is simple. Kindness without a reason is a myth, and the Demon King definitely has a dark scheme in mind for both of them. She warns the girl that she's being played, but Hernan just blinks and casually mentions that she actually came to the tower on her own. Absolute sleeper build energy from our girl. The older princess can only stare in total shock as the realization hits. This isn't a kidnapping, it's a voluntary stay. Down in the courtyard, Princess Hernan isn't acting like a royal in distress. She's explaining that she didn't just fall into the Demon King's lap. She chose this. She hated the palace, the family, and her father so much that a kidnapping was basically a lucky break. Berger can only stare, the name Hernan suddenly carrying a lot more weight than a simple title. Behind the bars, the ninth imperial princess is reeling. To her, Hernan is the crown jewel of the Hilderin line, a once-in-a-generation talent destined for the throne. It makes zero sense for someone with that much main character energy to throw it all away and become a subordinate to a monster. But Hernan has a different count of the family tree. She notes that while Hilderin claims to have 62 princes and princesses, she's the only one anyone has ever actually heard of. The math hits like a physical blow. The ninth princess goes pale, stammering out the truth she knows. There are only 28. Somewhere between the palace records and the reality of the courtyard, 34 royals have simply vanished into thin air. The 13th princess admits the official story holds up, but her tone says there's a much messier truth hiding underneath. She casually suggests checking with the emperor himself, acting like she didn't just drop a political nuke in the middle of a prison cell. The ninth princess is practically vibrating with panic, terrified that if this secret gets out, the royal family's honor is officially toast. Our 13th princess isn't exactly buying the sudden concern for the crown, pointing out that a runaway princess trying to dodge a marriage isn't really in a position to lecture anyone on duty. It's a total reality check that leaves the ninth princess red-faced and fuming behind the bars. With a playful laugh and a wave, the 13th princess walks away, leaving the tension to simmer until tomorrow. Back in his private chambers, Berger Deus mulls over the leak, weighing the heavy implications of the Hilderin secret. This kind of information is usually locked tight within the high nobility, and now that it's out in the open, the entire board just changed. This girl is definitely aura farming, and Berger knows exactly how dangerous that makes her. Berger orders a search for spirit blossoms as a cover story, heading deep into the Urgis Mountains to corner the princess. Even the water spirit can feel the shift in the air, playfully trying to clear the area and give the supposed Demon King some privacy. Hernan tries to brush it off as the spirit just being excited to be out, but she's noticed he's been acting differently lately. The game finally changes when he stops calling her by her title and uses her real name, Hernan Hilderin. The princess freezes. She thought her identity was safe, but he's already 3 steps ahead, calling her bluff on every lie she's told since they met. Berger doesn't ask twice, he wants to know exactly what she's hiding, and he's prepared to make her talk. Our guy isn't playing around. The aura is definitely shifting, from protective to predatory. The 13th princess freezes, her secret finally coming to the surface as she realizes she's completely cornered. Berger watches her with a gaze that says the time for games is officially over. He's looking for a confession, not an excuse. Standing alone in the middle of a frozen wasteland, the distance between them feels like a physical barrier as the silence stretches out. She has 2 choices: start talking or find out what happens when he loses his patience. Standard Tuesday for a royal, I guess. Berger Deus isn't in the mood for games, and he makes it clear by demanding the princess cough up every secret she's hiding. The 13th princess can barely find her words, trembling as the threat of what happens if she stays quiet hangs over her, but the interrogation hits a sudden wall. Berger senses something in the distance and decides that if she won't talk, he'll just have to deal with the interruption first. He throws a blast of energy toward the tree line, casually mentioning that they can finish their chat once he's cleared out the nuisance watching them. The attack obliterates his clone instantly, leaving the spy shook and realizing that his cover was never as good as he thought. This guy is literally farming aura without even trying, while the princess realizes they were likely dealing with a hero. Our protagonist agrees, noting the man has been a nuisance since they arrived. Piecing together the clues, she identifies him as Dapner Filian, one of the 10 stars. Apparently, he's a specialized mercenary who handles high-level reconnaissance and intelligence gathering. Concealment and clones are his bread and butter, making him the perfect ghost for a mountain search. The name rings a bell for Berger. In his previous life, this was the man responsible for leaking much of his private information. It's a strange moment, finally seeing the legendary rat this close. The princess wonders if their base is still secure with the 10-star hero sniffing around, but Berger doesn't even blink. He's already decided it won't be a problem. Standing tall in the frozen Airgest Mountains, Berger's tower remains untouched, as if the world's best scout is the least of his concerns. Out in the frozen waste, the mercenary Dapner Filian scans the horizon in confusion, certain that a Demon King's tower should be right in front of him. It's a costly defensive play that drains 10 demonic energy points every second. But with over 60,000 points in the bank, he can stay hidden long enough to handle his internal problems. Turning back to his captive, Berger decides it's time to stop playing games and demands the princess reveal everything she's been hiding. He drops the only ultimatum that matters. If she keeps her secrets, the tower's doors are closed to her forever. The threat lands, and the princess finally relents, promising to tell him the full truth about who she really is. The 13th princess drops a name that stops everything. The World Tree's Child. It's not just a spell, it's a test. And Berger's reaction says he knows exactly how high the stakes just got. Meanwhile, out in the biting cold of the Urgas Mountains, the hero Dapner Filian is putting in the legwork. He's navigating the frozen slopes right under the noses of the Beastmen soldiers, who sense something is off but can't quite pin down the scout in their midst. Dapner patches through a report to Berger, confirming that the hero seen leaving the mountains didn't even bother with concealment, making it a confirmed clone. Berger doesn't miss a beat, ordering his scout to track every last one of them. He's already thinking 3 moves ahead. If the hero is playing with decoys, the real fight is still lurking in the shadows. Berger Deus watches the status windows flicker, knowing the tower's location was nearly exposed. That was a close call, and even though the tower's location was nearly exposed, that was a close call. And even though the tower's location was nearly exposed, that was a close call. And even though the tower's location was nearly exposed. Standing in the snow, the princess realizes that the man they're dealing with wasn't just a random threat. Her father sent him specifically to bring her back. Berger weighs the options, considering whether the king's persistence is because she's the first princess or if it ties back to the World Tree's Child she mentioned earlier. She admits the explanation is a long one, but Berger has nothing but time to listen. As she begins her story, the image of a grand golden empire fills the air. The kingdom of Hildurin. It was a massive power once, but centuries of constant warfare chipped away at its strength until it was downgraded to a mere kingdom. Now, her father is obsessed with the past, desperate to claw his way back to those glorious imperial days. If he has to hunt his own daughter to do it, that's just the price of a legacy. To a kingdom like Hildurin, a single mage capable of dominating a battlefield was worth more than an army of 10,000. But the 13th princess admits the problem with that strategy. Geniuses aren't just made in classrooms, and finding a natural-born one is nearly impossible. Berger starts to see the shape of the secret she's carrying, and she finally drops the truth. The World Tree's Child isn't a person, it's a spell designed to manufacture enhanced humans like her. It's a moment of pure realization for Berger as he connects the dots on how this actually works. By forcibly injecting massive amounts of mana into a fetus to spike its sensitivity, the royal family was essentially running the same twisted experiments as the demons. The 13th princess reveals the grim truth behind their experiments. Most of those who survived lived with deformities or died shortly after. The public only ever saw the success stories, a lie that's interrupted when a massive, single-eyed entity looms over the ridge. Berger Deus realizes the monster was drawn to the mana she just released, and as he charges up a countermeasure, he tells her to step back. But the princess doesn't move. She explains that she wasn't just a survivor. She was engineered to be an overwhelmingly outstanding genius. Before he can protest, the monster's eye begins to glow, unleashed a massive beam of energy that tears through the air toward them. Standing her ground, the princess raises her hand and snaps a complex defensive ward into existence. It seems she's tired of being protected. The 13th princess stands her ground, channeling her mana through a glowing seal as her summoned water spirit prepares to strike. She leans into the strain, her focus locked on the massive threat looming over them. With a single devastating burst of power, a jagged forest of ice erupts from the ground, skewering the top-tier monster and ending the fight in a heartbeat. Berger Deus watches the aftermath, reevaluating everything he thought he knew about the girl standing before him. A human defeating a creature of that rank in one blow is unheard of, and it's suddenly clear why the king is so obsessed with bringing her back. For the princess, the victory feels heavy, a reminder of the blood-stained power she was engineered to carry. Berger looks her over, wondering why someone with this level of strength and a direct claim to the throne would ever choose to walk away. He doesn't buy her story for a second, questioning how she expects him to believe her motives after a display like that. She insists she's being honest, even challenging him to use the same magic tool he used on Helan to verify her words. But Berja just shuts her down. Armani's orb would shatter against the spiritist's mana before it could reveal a single truth. Realistically, there's no easy way to tell if she's a savior or just the kingdom's most dangerous weapon. Berje Deyas isn't interested in games anymore, dropping a final, heavy warning that if she tries to deceive him again, he'll show her exactly why people fear a Demon King. Ernan Hilderin isn't backing down, though. She's tired of being doubted and decides to take a massive risk to prove she's for real. Before he can react, she lunges forward and grabs his hands, shouting that she's finally telling the truth. Our Demon King is completely caught off guard by the sudden physical contact. It's a bold move, and as the contact holds, Berje begins to sense it through the phoenix. The steady, honest pulse of Ernan's heart syncing with his own. One way or another, the truth is coming out now. Berje reads the raw vibrations of her soul, sensing a messy cocktail of anger, sorrow, and genuine embarrassment. Ernan explains that this is how spirits communicate, allowing pure manas to sense each other's thoughts and confirm she isn't lying. The Demon King takes it in, his internal scan confirming that she is in fact telling the truth. She looks away, admitting that she had a realization the very first moment she saw him. Back in the tower, she had seen something different in him, a Demon King who wasn't like the rest, and someone who might actually be her way out. Berje is completely blindsided, unable to process why a human princess would ever ask him for a favor. But Ernan doesn't blink, dropping a request that's pure treason. She wants his help to tear down her father and the entire kingdom of Hilderin. Talk about a Daughter of the Year candidate. The realization hits Berje hard, forcing him to consider something he never thought possible, that everything she just said was actually sincere. He's officially shook. It seems the ruthless Tower Master just met the one thing his magic couldn't predict: genuine honesty. Out in the frozen waste, the wind howls between Berje and the princess as they stand in a long, heavy silence. Finally, Berje breaks the tension, deciding to put his trust in her for now. The princess lets out a breath she'd clearly been holding, thanking him as the weight of the moment starts to lift. Of course, the peace doesn't last 5 seconds because the water spirit has seen enough, and she immediately loses it, accusing the princess of being a sneaky little kitten who got way too close to Berje when no one was looking. The princess tries to stumble through an excuse about spirit communication, but her blue-haired companion isn't buying a word of it, forcing Berje to step in and steer the conversation back to their actual mission regarding Hilderin. He suggests they finish the talk back at the tower, but even with the spirit still buzzing around them, the princess has one more thing she needs to say. Berje isn't playing around anymore, ordering his team to use the spirits to flesh out Daphne Filian's real body so they can end this chase. High in the snowy mountains, Daphne is already pushing his limits, using cloning magic to split his power across a massive search area. It's a classic trade-off. More clones means he can be everywhere at once, even if it leaves each individual copy as weak as paper. He's got trackers pinned all over the map, but despite his clones scouring every inch, he's coming up empty-handed. A Demon King's tower is 50 meters tall, yet they've searched the entire region without spotting so much as a shadow. It doesn't add up, especially since Lords Wharton Colo and Helen Cargill had already calculated the expedition's timing and route based on his specific methods. Something is very wrong with the math. Daphne Filian zeroes in on the tower's location, convinced that the structure and the Demon King are both within reach, but he finds nothing but empty air and snow. The coordinates are right, but the reality is wrong, and the confusion is just getting started. Signaling a disaster Daphne hadn't even considered possible. His clones are being wiped out. These are high-tier assets designed to avoid even the deadliest monsters, yet they're being erased in numbers that don't make sense. Miles away, a Beastman warrior stands over the remains of those clones and reports the easy victory to his master. To a monster this size, a 10-star hero just isn't that much of a threat. Berje is already picturing the endgame, imagining a world where the clones are gone and Daphne is just another piece on his board. With that kind of leverage, he'd be able to reshape the entire continent to his whim. But the victory lap is cut short when an elven attendant breaks in with news that something is going wrong with the Beast Tower. The mana ghost is redlining, heating up so fast that the mechanic on the ground is practically begging the machine not to explode. The system alerts start piling up, showing a massive energy drain from prolonged invisibility that's burning through Berje's reserves. He's got less than 10 minutes before the whole system overloads, and if he doesn't catch Daphne before the clock runs out, his advantage vanishes. The tower's location will be exposed to the world, and every hero on the continent will be at his doorstep. It gets worse. The attendant reports that the area outside the tower is already crawling with clones, effectively cornering the Demon King in his own fortress. This build just went from broken to a complete disaster. Daphne Filion is running out of options in mana, but he refuses to believe his math is off. The tower has to be right here. Suddenly, his sensors light up with multiple proximity alerts. Inside the perimeter, Bergidaeus isn't playing games anymore, ordering his familiar Krutu to scour every inch of the area to keep the hero's clones away from the tower. He's already done the math. These clones have a limited range, and if Daphne is searching this systematically, the real body has to be right in the dead center of the graveyard they just created. The logic works both ways, though, because as soon as the Demon King shows himself, Daphne realizes he's finally found the exact location of the tower. He tries to pull back to report his success, but a water spirit is already waiting at the exit to cut off his escape. Daphne Filion's escape route hits a dead end when the water spirit locks onto his position, shrieking that it finally found his real body. He bolts across the frozen wasteland with a trail of shadow behind him, but the spirit is left screaming in disbelief when he vanishes into thin air. Just as Neirunio signals her own allies that the target is pinned down, a pillar of light pierces the mountain sky under the watchful eye of the Demon King, leaving Daphne reeling from the impact as the trap finally snaps shut. Consistently found the hard way, being the main character's scout is basically a death sentence with extra steps. The ambush catches Daphne Filion completely off guard, leaving him cornered as the heat from the surrounding flames begins to close in. From the center of the fire, the Demon King looks down on him, calling out his name with a voice that carries the weight of absolute authority. He isn't there to negotiate. He offers a simple ultimatum: total obedience or death. Daphne stares at the massive creature, struggling to reconcile the sight of the legendary phoenix with the dark figure before him. He starts piecing together the rumors he'd heard about Feyre, the supposed owner of the bird and a close ally to Lord Hillencargel. The dots connect in a way that makes his blood run cold. If Feyre and the Demon King are the same person, then Hillencargel isn't an ally to the human world. He's just another lackey for the monsters. Talk about a peak betrayal. The man who was supposed to be their shield is actually the one holding the leash. As the realization hits, Daphne Filion pieces the impossible together. A high-ranking water spirit like Neirunio doesn't just side with the Demon King, yet here she is, standing alongside the princess. He's hit a goldmine of a scandal, the kind of secret that buys a man comfort for the rest of his life if he can just sell it to the right person. But as he turns to make his escape, his feet stop working. A massive surge of energy erupts over the snow, and Bergidaeus watches with cold reptilian precision. The choice he offered wasn't a negotiation, it was a sentence. With a single command to vanish, a 10-star hero is wiped off the map. This guy really thought he could outrun the Demon King while carrying his biggest secret. Talk about failing an intelligence check. Daphne Filion can barely wrap his head around what he's seeing. The sheer power coming off a Demon King who's been active for less than a year. He's not just outmatched, he's been sent on what he now realizes is a suicide mission, and the anger at his employers is the only thing keeping him from collapsing. No amount of gold is worth a death trap like this, and he knows he should have cut his losses and ran long ago. If he'd had any idea of the actual strength he was up against, he never would have set foot in this place, but his final regret is cut short as the power of the Demon King finally consumes him. Far from the carnage, a messenger crow carries Filion's final report across the skies of Hildurin, where a royal messenger bursts into the throne room to deliver the urgent news. The king demands to know if they finally have the location of the tower, and while his officials confirm that the coordinates were sent, the report comes with a heavy caveat. Filion never disappoints his king, but this time the price of his success was everything. The messenger delivers a report that chills the entire throne room. The mana bird used to carry Filion's last letter vanished in black fire the moment it arrived. The king of Hildurin freezes as the implication sets in, because if the mana bird died that suddenly, it means the caster's real body met the exact same end. Daphne Filion, one of his most loyal and reliable heroes, is gone. The king realizes he spent too long underestimating this new Demon King, and the regret is quickly replaced by a cold, sharpened fury. He bellows for his court to contact the Hero Guild immediately, demanding a general summoning of every 10-star hero in the realm. This isn't just a mission anymore, it's total war. He's going to kill the little Demon King himself, and he's going to bring his princess back, no matter what it costs the world. The dust from the blast finally begins to settle, leaving Bergidaeus alone in the scorched volcanic wasteland. He drops to one knee, wings folded and breath coming in ragged gasps as the adrenaline of the fight drains away. Adding the power of the Phoenix was supposed to be his trump card, and while the sheer force was beyond anything he'd imagined, the toll on his body is just as massive. He's starting to realize this build might be a bit too broken for his own good. His vision begins to blur, the ground rushing up to meet him as he admits that the fatigue has officially exceeded his expectations. All that power doesn't mean much when your internal battery hits zero. The battle has clearly taken everything out of our hero, leaving him slumped against the princess as she checks to see if he's even still with her. His knees are literally smoldering against the scorched ground, yet he's so far gone that he's more worried about her endurance than his own third-degree burns. She brushes it off, reminding him that the spirit of water is built for recovery, and she calls out the real reason he's forcing himself to stay upright. He can't afford to show weakness while the pole orcs are still prowling nearby. It's a classic move from the Demon King, but with the adrenaline finally bottoming out, he realizes he doesn't have to carry the entire world for just a few minutes. He finally lets his guard drop, deciding to take a well-earned rest while he still has someone to watch his back. The situation is spiraling out of control as headlines scream about a succubus invasion of the royal palace. The director can barely contain his rage, crushing the newspaper in his hand as he breathes Vivian's name. This guy is shaking, and it's not from the cold. He lashes out at her, reminding the Demon Queen that he gave her specific orders to keep her vassal troops inside the tower and to play it safe. Apparently, she didn't get the memo. Vivian just swirls her wine, completely dismissive of his frustration. She reminds him that she's the queen and the one who actually gives orders, and she's honestly just bored that he called her in for something this minor. Peak main character energy from her, even if she's currently ruining his entire morning. Inside the meeting hall, the director is hitting a wall with the current state of affairs. The humans are getting suspicious, and this kind of heat was never part of the plan, but Vivian couldn't care less. To her, heroes aren't threats, they're just prey for demon kings like her, and running into one at the palace was nothing more than a stroke of bad luck. The director stares at her, the silence stretching as the sheer weight of her arrogance sinks in. He finally breaks, wondering out loud why the Archduke would ever saddle him with such a scatterbrained nympho. Vivian isn't about to take that lying down, though. She demands a correction immediately, because she isn't just a nympho, she's the succubus queen and the ultimate nympho. This is a matter of professional pride. The director just freezes. Sometimes the situation is so broken, the only thing left to do is laugh. The director leans back in his chair, casually testing Vivian on the local power scale by asking how many heroes she thinks are currently active. She's unimpressed, recalling that her last successful conquest only had 10, so maybe a high-tier world like Arain has 50. 50 heroes is a lot to a demon, but Vivian thinks making a fuss over a double-digit number is just dramatic. The director can't help but laugh at her ignorance. If the Archduke had actually told her the truth about this place, she would have never set foot in this dimension. He drops the actual number like a bomb, 4,732 registered heroes. Vivian's mind stops. She stammers out of denial, insisting there's a limit to how far a joke can go, because no single world could possibly support thousands of legendary warriors. But if this place were that easy to break, the previous Demon Kings would have finished the job centuries ago. Encountering a hero here isn't bad luck, it's just a Tuesday. Vivian starts to shake as the realization sets in. The Archduke didn't send her here to conquer. He sent her to a meat grinder. This dimension is basically a hero factory, and she's just the latest target. Arcane Blairov knows exactly which buttons to press, flattering Vivian by reminding her of the dimension she already conquered. He dangles the ultimate carrot, the title of Archduke, provided she conquers Arun, while keeping a close eye on Dias. Vivian buys into the hype immediately, but back in the present, the director lays out the entire secret deal like he was in the room when it happened. Her shock is visible, yet he just offers a cold smile. He's used this exact playbook himself. As it turns out, the promotion was just a script for a disposable informant. The director drops the final brutal truth. She wasn't being recruited, she was being abandoned. Talk about a reality check. Her entire ambition was just a setup for a fall she never saw coming. The death of a 10-star hero is usually a disaster, but the news cycle waits for no one, and Warden Kolo is already stepping into the vacuum as the newest top-tier legend. He's taking the title at the exact moment the Tower of Urgist has finally been found, and the world is already branding its ruler as the Demon King of Blazing Fire. For the Heroes Guild, it's the perfect setup. A fresh hero, a clear target, and a promise to spare nothing until that tower is brought down. Simple enough, right? Warden's build is finally coming online, but taking over a dead man's slot right before a tower conquest is a heavy first day on the job. The world is currently trembling in fear, and for the director, this level of chaos is exactly what he didn't want. He sits over a report of the recent death, weighing his assets and realizing that while Vivian Blunt is easy to manipulate, the real threat is looming elsewhere. That threat has a name: Berjay Deus, the arrogant Black Flame Dragon. The director originally intended to leave him alone for a while longer, but with the situation spiraling, he decided it's time to deal with the dragon personally. Far from the high-stakes planning of the director's office, the morning begins with the simple crackle of a fire and the smell of stew. Warden Kolo finally opens his eyes in a quiet recovery room, his mind a complete blank as he tries to figure out exactly where he is. The 13th princess welcomes the Demon King back to the land of the living with a fresh pot of soup, but Berjay Deus wakes up with a massive headache and one very pressing question. How are they back inside his tower? As it turns out, they aren't just in the tower. They're in Ernan's house on the 4th floor, which the princess has already taken the liberty of redecorating. Berger tries to piece together the timeline, wondering how they managed to bypass security while he was out cold, only for her to reveal that she pulled off a pro-gamer move by sneaking through a fifth-floor window while Gordon was away. It hasn't even been 10 minutes since they broke in, and Berger has to hand it to her. For a princess, she's got some serious stealth stats. The Demon King stares at his own hands, baffled by the sudden surge of energy. He was on the verge of collapsing from pure exhaustion, but now he feels stronger than ever. Runiel, a high-ranking spirit composed of shimmering blue mana, calmly explains that she's the source of his recovery. This is a massive plot twist for him. A spirit shouldn't be able to restore a Demon King. Apparently his body has changed since he absorbed the summoning beast. He's now a mana-absorbing sponge, a phenomenon Runiel admits she's never even seen before. While the technicalities are fascinating, the spirit's professional mask slips into a full-blown fangirl meltdown over how much physical contact Ernan and the princess just shared. Shaking off the awkwardness, Ernan turns to the 13th princess and tries to salvage what's left of his dignity. He demands they keep his momentary weakness a secret, knowing that a demon king who can't stand on his own 2 feet isn't exactly a great look for a leader. The princess isn't just going to give that up for free, though. She agrees to keep his secret, but she's already got a condition in mind. The 13th princess isn't doing anything for free, and she makes sure to lock in her leverage by demanding a future favor. Ernan doesn't have much of a choice, agreeing to the wish as long as it stays within the realm of reason, but the peace doesn't last long. As a frantic report from Hill and Cargo cuts through the room, the Hilderan Kingdom has officially located the Demon King's tower, and more importantly, they've announced the start of a new hero's journey. This is a massive problem. Ernan reads through the newspaper article Hillen sent over, which confirms that Dapner Filian's final act before death was revealing the tower's location. Ernan is left trying to figure out how he was outplayed. He knew this dimension lacked the advanced communication magic of the demonic realm, relying only on carrier pigeons, and he'd been careful to destroy every bird in the area. Somehow, Filian must have sent the message out long before they ever met. That's peak preparation from a dying man. He was caught off guard, and now the entire kingdom is coming for his head. Berger stares into the distance, weighing the only good news he has. The report missed the fact that he's the Phoenix's master. The math for his survival just isn't adding up. The upcoming hero's journey is going to be the largest the world has ever seen, gathering all 10 star heroes into one massive force. He has 6 months. 6 months before the siege starts at the tower they've already found. If multiple star heroes show up at once, the usual bag of tricks won't save him. An avalanche or a monster lure won't even slow them down. Tricks are for when you're outmatched. They don't work when you're being erased. Half a year from now, the horizon will be nothing but steel and armor as a literal army of heroes arrives in perfect condition. The dread is a familiar weight, pulling him back to the same question that haunted him before. Is he really just going to die after being toyed with again? Talk about a rough way to spend a Tuesday. Berger is hitting a wall, his mind racing for any solution that doesn't end in a total collapse. The 13th princess cuts through his spiral, claiming she knows a way out, though it involves a specific title he'd probably rather forget. Apparently, only the Demon King's top subordinate, the Dark Spiritist, has the power to pull this off. The suggestion hits Berger like a bad joke. He can't help but laugh at the sheer absurdity of it, the childish naming alone doing more to break his tension than any actual plan could. Apparently, hearing that cringy title again is exactly the reality check his nerves needed. Hillen finally drops the heavy lifting on Berger. They need to save her sister Elena to kill the hero's momentum before it even starts. The name hits Berger with a wave of irony since Elena, the 13th princess, was actually his original kidnapping target. Hillen explains that while they have different mothers, they're closer than real sisters, and ever since she saw the newspaper report about Elena being taken by the Demon King of absolute hardness, she hasn't been able to think about anything else. Berger isn't exactly moved, noting that while he's a decent host, other Demon Kings aren't exactly known for their hospitality. Hillen cuts him off because the danger isn't just about a dungeon cell. She reminds him about the brutal experiments used to force mana sensitivity into the children of the World Tree, revealing that Elena was one of the victims. Unlike Hillen, her sister's sensitivity was pushed so far beyond the limit that her body stayed frail and broken, leaving her unable to even learn the magic she was built for. Talk about a cursed build. The 13th princess makes her pitch. If her sister stays in the mana-scarce tower and learns to control her power, she'll become a force to be reckoned with. Berger Deus weighs the strategic value. One more heavy hitter like Ernan would be helpful, but there's a branding issue. A Demon King rescuing a princess is hero work, and his house guest is a little too comfortable suggesting he just hire a hero to do the heavy lifting. With the opposition already gathering, Berger decides to stop arguing and start the engine. He reaches out through a magical projection to his subordinate, Gordon, and drops a direct order. Tell Hill and Cargill to organize a hero's journey to rescue the princess. Gordon accepts the command, but the sheer absurdity of a demon king running a princess rescue agency hits him a second later. Apparently, the business model is changing. Deep within the Tower of Absolute Hardness, the Demon King Ugar looms over Berje Deus, already aware that the hero's journey is preparing for another invasion. Ugar isn't exactly in a giving mood, immediately mocking his visitor and demanding to know why he should ever help an idiot who insulted the standards. Of course, Berje didn't come all this way to beg for a handout. Flipping the script, he explains that he actually came to help Ugar, because the hero's journey has shifted their target to this very tower. Ugar isn't buying it, insisting there's no word of a new hero's journey starting anywhere. But our MC just brushes him off, mocking the Titan's lack of actual intel. It's a direct hit to the big guy's pride, and as Ugar starts losing his cool, he doubles down on the insults and activates his gigantification magic to remind this tiny human who he's talking to. Instead of flinching, Bergidaeus starts rattling off names of royalty from various kingdoms, standing perfectly still while a massive fist looms over him. He explains the political reality: these specific princes and princesses have already been pushed out of their successions, so kidnapping them won't trigger the legendary journey Ugar is hoping for. The Titan freezes, sweating as he realizes his secret targets were just read out loud like a grocery list, and he demands to know how a human could possibly have that information. Berge doesn't give him a straight answer, simply reminding him that in a previous life, these were his exact victims, and right now, the only thing that should matter is keeping his tower standing. Catching a Titan in 4K with a history lesson, peak strategy. The massive creature doesn't buy the charity, demanding to know what Berge actually wants in exchange for this help. Inside, Berge is already celebrating. The bait has been taken, and the demon is officially on the hook. Deep down, he knows Ugar feels that same crushing weight, the secret fear that he simply isn't smart enough to stop what's coming. It's why the demon usually plays it safe, only kidnapping those insignificant enough to never trigger a hero's quest in the first place. Looking at the monster now, Berge sees the same predictable pattern he witnessed before his regression. This big foolish coward is eventually going to get desperate enough to cling to anyone who looks like a lifeline, and Berge plans to be that light. Jason Cockman makes his entrance with the kind of smug energy you only get from a man who owns the room before he even speaks. Berge Deus plays it cool, claiming he isn't looking for a reward, but he knows exactly which buttons to press to keep a great demon king like Ugar on the board. He's not just being a good guy, he's officially recruiting Ugar to his side to dismantle Jason's influence one piece at a time. Back at the Golden Moon Merchant Guild, the stakes are finally moving out into the open. At the teleportation station, a heavy-hitting lineup of warriors and mages waits in silence, watching the circle for a rival that's about to change everything. With one piece of the puzzle settled, Bergidaeus, currently operating under the alias File, checks the final status of his master plan. He's orchestrating a hero's journey from the shadows, and Hillen is more than ready to play the part of the Gleaming Knight, confirming their party is prepared to move on his command. Even the Archmage Rosal has joined the fold, acting as their navigator for the tower raid since she's already conquered its lower floors a few times. Naturally, where there's a hero and a quest, there's a need for meat shields, and the Scarlet Hawk Mercenary Guild arrives with greed practically glowing in their eyes. They're here for the paycheck, not the glory, but that suits Berge just fine. He calculates that this small army should be enough to breach the first floor, but he has one more asset to verify before they depart. His Black Knight, Aman, reports that 33 rescued elf slaves have sworn their loyalty to the cause, all while their shifty merchant middleman fishes for a bonus. Berge tosses over the payment and dismisses the help, keeping his focus on the bigger picture. The stage is set and the pieces are moving. It's time to officially launch the journey to rescue the 13th Princess of Hildurin. Down in the underground warehouse of the Golden Moon Merchant Guild, Berge Deus surveys his new following of liberated elf slaves. He checks in with Granada to ensure their loyalty is absolute, and the elf confirms they've all sworn an unbreakable oath upon the World Tree. The slaves are more than willing to serve, seeing their rescue from a life of disgrace as a debt they can only repay with total devotion. Berge accepts their gratitude with a sharp, fanged grin, but the atmosphere shifts instantly as he reveals his true identity, welcoming them as the newest vassals of the Demon King of Blazing Fire. The reveal lands like a physical blow, leaving the entire group frozen in terror at the word demon. Berge honestly doesn't get why every elf has the exact same meltdown, but Granada points out the obvious. Most demon kings don't exactly spend their time wandering around in disguise like this. Talk about a legendary vibe check. The air in the hallway turns cold as Granada finally drops the truth. He has sworn his life and his blade to the Demon King. It is a total betrayal of everything the elves stand for. And as the captives shout in disbelief, he demands their loyalty follow his. He isn't doing this for power or some grand master plan. It is about the disgrace he suffered, and he's willing to burn the world down to get even. The word revenge travels through the group like a spark in a dry forest. Memories they had tried to bury start clawing their way back to the surface. The sadistic humans who mocked their beauty while holding blades to their throats, and the freezing nights spent shivering in iron cages. One by one, the elves find their own reasons to hate, their knuckles whitening as they realize they aren't the only ones who carry these scars. The shared trauma is finally boiling over, and for the humans who did this, the bill is coming due. The elves are done playing the victim, their collective bloodlust boiling over as they scream for a revenge that would make a demon blush. Watching from above, Bergideus isn't even surprised. He knows that even the most graceful creatures rot when they're forced to swallow human ugliness for long enough. In exactly 6 months, the 10 Stars heroes will assemble with one shared goal, putting his head on a spike. Between now and then, Berge has to strengthen the tower with every scrap of talent he can find, while using assets like Granada to spread enough chaos to stall the hero's journey. 6 months until the world comes for him. He's already done the math, and no matter how many legends gather at his doorstep, he intends to be the one still standing when the dust clears. Standing alone against the bleak sky, the Tower of Absolute Hardness looms over the landscape, but inside the first floor, the legendary difficulty seems like a joke. Dead monsters litter the ground, while Hillen Cargill and his mercenary crew walk through the carnage, some of them already wondering if tower climbing is easier than their day job. The first floor was supposed to be a challenge, yet they've barely broken a sweat. Their overconfidence hits a peak when one of the men shouts out a discovery. They found Princess Elena Hilderan. Hillen moves to secure the target, deciding it's time to cash out and head back while they're ahead. His mage isn't so sure, finding it suspicious that a Demon King would leave a high-value hostage on the very first floor like he wanted her to be taken. Hillen just laughs it off, chalking it up to the boss being terrified of their reputation. Mission accomplished, or maybe they just walked into the world's most obvious trap. Sheesh. The red-haired mage doesn't waste any time calling Hillen out for his sudden shift in personality, noting that during his days in the assault unit, he was always the first one demanding to storm the Demon King's throne room regardless of the risk. Back then, his every reckless move was calculated for the sake of his own popularity, but standing here now, he seems almost too composed for a man invading the heart of enemy territory. Hillen laughs it off as her imagination, but he can't help wondering if he's acting a bit too relaxed now that the Demon King has already walked him through the entire plan. Fortunately for him, the mage decides it's not a bad change whether she's overthinking his new attitude or not. Night falls over the kingdom of Hilderan, where the grand banquet hall is packed for a royal celebration. Between the music and the massive spread of desserts, the king of Hilderan makes it clear why everyone is here. Protecting the royal family's name is the only way to keep the future hero's journey on track. He turns his attention to Hillen Cargill, publicly commending him for preventing a disaster and naming him the true hero of the kingdom. Hillen doesn't take the win solo, though, immediately deflecting the praise toward Roselle Charnt and credited her for the mission's success. The king loves the humility, calling him an example to everyone, while Hillen plays the part of the overwhelmed subject perfectly. But our boy isn't just here for the ego boost. He asks about Princess Elena's absence, only to be told she's resting under heavy guard. Just a concerned brother checking in, right? Smooth. The king of Hilderan watches Hillen with the kind of gaze that belongs on a chessboard, not a banquet hall. He's already done the math. Helen's interest in the 13th princess is a political goldmine. If he can marry the two of them off, Hillen Cargill won't just be a hero, he'll be royal property. Suddenly, the princess he used to ignore is looking like his most valuable asset. He stands before the crowded hall and calls for a toast, painting Hillen as the kingdom's savior for tearing down the Tower of Absolute Hardness and rescuing Princess Elena. It's a performance of pure benevolence, a grand banquet bestowed upon the heroes, but his real aim is much louder. He roars that no one will ever look down on Hilderan again, and the crowd feeds the fire, drowning the hall in cheers for their kingdom and their king. Outside the noise of the party, the palace grounds sit in a cold, blue silence, stretching all the way to the isolated annex tower. Outside the noise of the party, the palace grounds sit in a cold, blue silence, stretching all the way to the isolated annex tower. In the quiet above the trees, a small cloud spirit drifts toward the stone walls, a tiny glow in the dark of the night. Elena's timing is perfect. With every high-tier hero distracted by the castle party, the annex tower is basically hers for the taking. Berge Deus keeps her grounded, reminding her to suppress her power so the detection net doesn't flare up, but the stealth approach dies the moment they hit the main spiral staircase. Guards scramble for the alarm bell as they realize the tower's been breached, and Elena decides it's time to stop holding back. A massive water spirit surges through the hall, swallowing the guards whole before they can even draw their swords. Elena catches a terrified guard's gaze and drops a complete lie of an introduction, claiming she's a dark spiritist serving a demon king. Peak strategy. If you're going to commit a crime, you might as well frame someone else while doing it. Bergie watches Elena's theatrical performance and can't help but wonder if she got herself kidnapped just to have an audience. She's deep into her dramatic reveal when he decides he's seen enough, dropping down into the fray because being looked down on by these guards is starting to get old. Elena is actually offended he cut her off mid-sentence, but the guards have bigger problems than her ruined monologue. They realize they're facing the Demon King and a Heavenly King at their front gate, and one guard tries to talk himself into a win by pointing out the defensive magic on the windows. He mocks them for not being quiet about the kidnapping, convinced that because the magic is holding, Berge is powerless. He rallies the squad to show the Demon King what the palace guard is made of, which is a bold strategy when you're essentially just an NPC in a boss room. Bergie knows he has to hold back, because if he starts throwing demonic energy around, the heroes will be on him in a second. Still, he doesn't need his full power to look down on these guards and ask if they actually thought they stood a chance. They barely have time to process the threat before the noise of the slaughter reaches the princess, who wakes up just in time to hear the sound of the royal guard being dismantled. Bergie stands among the bodies and notes that he even controlled his strength to keep the tower from collapsing, leaving only the captain standing. The captain is definitely feeling the pressure now, realizing that even the best the royal family has to offer can't touch a demon king. He manages to dodge one strike, but his survival instinct finally overrides his pride. He decides to retreat, knowing the only way to end this is to bring in the heroes. The captain freezes as the environment itself begins to heal, the stone blocks he just cut through rising back into their original positions. He realizes too late that they're being boxed in by a dark spiritist, leaving Elena to offer a quiet apology as she follows the intruders. Bergidaeus doesn't miss the chance to mock the situation, noting how the kingdom's prestige will hit rock bottom if the princess is kidnapped twice in a single day. He's actually looking forward to the fallout. Our antagonist kicks the door open with a triumphant smirk, ready to reclaim the 13th princess of Hilderin for good. But his grand entrance gets cut short when something completely derails his momentum. Elena lets out a panic scream and basically tackles him into the floor, turning his big villain moment into a total mess. Looks like his kidnapping plan just hit a very clumsy speed bump. Elena's relief is unmistakable as she throws her arms around Elena Hilderin, unable to believe her sister is actually standing there. Bergidaeus watches the reunion, genuinely confused by how he was spotted. After all, he's wearing a jamming mask specifically meant to hide his identity. It turns out the secret was in a letter he'd sent, one that convinced the princess that he was the only person crazy enough to come for her alongside the Demon King. Berge can only wonder if every member of the Hilderin royalty is this sharp, or if the sisters just happen to share the same twisted logic. When he brings up the letter Elena gave to Hillen Cargill, she's caught off guard that he even knew it existed. But to him, it's just basic security. Nothing happens in his tower without him knowing. He wasn't even curious about the contents, knowing that Hillen would have reported any issues the moment he followed his orders to open it. With the sisters finally reunited and the security breach handled, Berge lets his power flare as he prepares to head back. He's got what he came for, and honestly, the family drama is starting to outpace the actual mission. Case closed, let's go home. Deep in the heart of Hilderin, a banquet is in full swing, but the festive mood dies the second a terrified official whispers the news. The 13th princess is gone, and black flames were seen at the site. The king's glass hits the table, followed by a roar that shakes the entire hall. He can't believe his own ears. His daughter was kidnapped again before the first rescue party even got their boots off. The banquet is officially canceled, replaced by a royal meltdown over how much the Demon King must be laughing at them right now. As it turns out, the answer is a lot. Usually, when a Demon King kidnaps a princess, she spends her time crying in a cold dungeon. But this kid is built different, and she's already looking for a job in the demonic workforce. Right now, she's taking a tour of the most dangerous weapon shop in the world. Deep in the frozen mountains stands the Tower of Flames. Inside the first floor, the scale of the place finally hits as the Demon King leads the princess past a row of massive mechanical mana cannons. She doesn't look scared. Instead, she's actually loving the heavy weaponry, wondering if the blacksmith built these unique cannons himself. A stout blacksmith named Lodger Friedrich introduces himself with a proud laugh, happy to find a princess who actually understands the value of a good weapon. When she asks if she can try making one later, Lodger loves the boldness and hires her as his new assistant right then and there. Peak career move. Our protagonist is officially loving her new situation, but the peace breaks when a knight hauls a mangled practice dummy into the room for repairs. Elena doesn't even let the woman finish her sentence before hitting her with a wave of weaponized flattery, gushing about the knight's looks and how clearly athletic she is under all that plate armor. It's enough to make the battle-hardened knight lock up in a panic, convinced she's dealing with a social mastermind who's too dangerous to be left alive, until the Demon King steps in to introduce Elena as his younger sister. He explains that her compliments aren't some calculated trap. She's being dead serious. Elena spent most of her life confined to her room, knowing the world only through books, so seeing a real-life warrior is a genuine moment of wonder for her. The sincerity lands hard, leaving the knight blushing and wondering if she really is as pretty as this kid says she is. Meanwhile, the Demon King's aide is losing his mind over the logistics, shouting that while housing heroes and elves was one thing, bringing a literal child into the Demon King's tower is a bridge too far. Our boy just wants to ignore the paperwork and keep the family together. Typical Tuesday. Elena tentatively tests the waters, asking if the man in front of her is Adjutant Gordon. He doesn't take the recognition well, snapping back with a cold reminder that the Demon King's tower is no place for a princess from Hilderan. Apparently, he's more worried that the boss's reputation as a monster will be ruined if people find out he's basically babysitting. But Elena doesn't back down, explaining that her sister told her everything, how he's the one who handles the tower's management and prepares all the meals. She even gives him a deep bow, offering a sincere thank you for looking after her sister and working so hard behind the scenes. The aide just stands there, completely disarmed by the sudden show of gratitude from the kid he was just trying to intimidate. He's officially caught a vibe check he wasn't prepared for. The 13th princess is absolutely thriving in her new environment, dancing through the halls and gushing about how the tower is clean, monster-free, and full of kind souls. She even feels physically better than she has in years, and the Demon King's aide can't help but notice that she's already charmed everyone in the vicinity. He's not fully sold yet, though, and tries to dig for a little intel by asking Elena what her sister actually wrote about him in her letters. The question hits like a flashbang, sending the princess into an immediate stuttering panic as she realizes she has no good way to explain what was actually on those pages. Elena looks like she's about to experience a full system crashes under the weight of the secret, finally snapping and shouting that she doesn't know a thing before hiding behind her sister. The aide is just confused by the sudden outburst, but he pivots to a bigger mystery. Why a princess who was supposedly too sick to even stand is currently doing victory laps around his tower. Elena just blames the local atmosphere and hopes he stops asking questions. Elena explains that the girl is essentially a living mana battery suffering from a severe case of mana overload. Just like a spirit blossom, her massive power needs a drain, which is why the demonic energy in the castle is actually keeping her stable. Ernan finally connects the dots. The girl only coughed back in the human kingdom because there was no demonic energy to bleed off her excess mana. As it turns out, the Demon King's castle is actually the healthiest place on Earth for her. Staying here provides the constant drain she needs for a full recovery, giving her the chance to finally live without pain. But the clock is ticking because the hero's party is scheduled to arrive in just 6 months, and the king needs her ready for a fight. Elena admits that reaching Archmage level in that time is a stretch, but she can definitely turn the kid into an upper-level mage before the deadline hits. The king accepts the timeline, officially stationing the 13th princess on the 3rd floor and putting Ernan in charge of her. Our boy just got a new full-time babysitting job. Elena accepts the mission, but before the group disperses, she stops Ernan with one final request. Elena has one request: keep her daughter away from the front lines, as the girl is still too young to handle the reality of combat. Our protagonist starts piecing the motives together, wondering if a mother's desire to protect her child was the real reason she wanted to destroy Hilderan in the first place. Later, back at the Tower of Flames, the Demon King brings his aide to the newly renovated strategy room on the 5th floor. It's a massive upgrade funded entirely by the points he banked from kidnapping the 13th princess. He admits he's been winging it from the throne out of necessity, but facing the legendary 10 stars will require a much more organized system. To keep things moving, he delegates full management authority of the room to his aide, giving him a blank check to expand the tower however he sees fit. Naturally, the man is hyped. Nothing buys loyalty like a promotion and unlimited building credits. The Demon King has a plan to shut down the heroes before their journey even starts, focusing on 2 things: making his tower impossible to clear and ensuring the legendary 10 stars never get the chance to meet up. His aide reports that the first phase is already in motion, using a merchant guild to scatter elves across the continent as a distraction. Everything is going perfectly until a holographic screen flickers to life, and a panicked orc messenger interrupts with some urgent news. Far away in the Akan kingdom, a different kind of crisis is unfolding. Panic ripples through the palace grounds as the news breaks that Princess Lavinia has vanished from her room, leaving the guards wondering if she was somehow snatched from under their noses. A nervous official kneels before the throne to present the only clue left behind: a letter found sitting on her bed. The king takes one look at the childish drawing and realizes his daughter hasn't been kidnapped at all. She just ran off to hunt for chimera ingredients again. Rest in peace, royal security. The king stares at the letter in his trembling hands, the realization of where his daughter has gone finally sinking in. If it's a cold mountain she hasn't visited yet, there is only one place left on the map. Dread quickly turns to absolute panic as he bellows for his guards, ordering a search party to Airguest immediately to bring Lavinia back alive. But out on the slopes of Airguest, the situation is already beyond saving for the locals. A massive skull-faced creature is tearing through the beastmen like they're made of paper, crushing bone and feeding on the remains in a display of pure predatory hunger. Standing amidst the carnage is Lavinia, watching the monster she likely brought with her as it turns the snowy mountain into a literal buffet. Honestly, the king should probably be more worried about the search party than the princess at this point. In the dead of winter, Princess Lavinia Akan of the Ahan Kingdom looks out over the landscape, but she isn't looking for shelter. To her, the orcs currently being hunted are just ingredients. Behind her, the monstrous results of her work loom over the fresh kills, and she realizes just how much potential harvest is waiting in the passes. Far from the snow, a report reaches the Demon King's territory. A single human mage is leading an army of monsters through orc lands. The messenger warns that she's already closing in on the tower, and despite their numbers, they can't stop her. The name finally lands, and for the Demon King, everything stops. Lavinia Akan. His aide notes that she's well known as a chimera creator, but our hero knows that title doesn't do her justice. This isn't just another researcher from the demonic realm. He remembers her power from before he regressed. He saw exactly what she's capable of with his own eyes, and the memory is enough to make him break a sweat. This girl is on a completely different level. The Demon King recalls a nightmare from the original timeline, a chimera army led by a single woman that kidnapped his vassals and nearly brought the tower down. That woman is Lavinia Akan, a princess whose obsession with collecting ingredients earned her the title of the solo hero's journeyer. She shouldn't have been active for another 3 years, but the butterfly effect of killing Draxon early seems to have dragged her onto the stage ahead of schedule. She won't stop until she gets what she wants, even if she has to cut the flesh right off the Demon King himself. Crew 2 lays out the political nightmare. Lavinia is third in line for the throne, and touching a hair on her head would trigger a total invasion by the Akan kingdom. Facing a hero's journey is bad enough, but fighting an entire kingdom alongside it is a guaranteed loss. With the stakes hitting a breaking point, the Demon King decides to handle this personally, ordering Crew 2 to help him lure her away from the tower while strictly forbidding any full-scale combat. As he heads out, he can't help but feel the weight of history repeating itself, remembering how he once used a different princess to take down Draxon in the past. As the retreat begins, Berge realizes that Lavinia Achan wouldn't have made such a bold move without solid intelligence, and the trail leads back to one person, Jason Cockmond. If Jason is truly the mastermind pulling the strings on this whole setup, Berge isn't about to let the betrayal slide without a fight. The monstrous chimeras fall back across the tundra, retreating as the battle shifts away from the front. Watching them go, Lavinia can only find one word for the sheer weight of power she's witnessing: demon. But instead of finding her, he comes across a small round messenger waiting in the snow. It holds up a sign with a direct command for Jetto to stop looking for her. The boy snaps at the sheer frustration of her disappearing again, but his guard warns him they've strayed too deep into monster territory to stay out any longer. Out on the snowy mountainside, the search party is finally reaching the end of their patience. The royal guard points out that Lavinia Akan is far too strong to be taken down by local monsters, and there's no evidence she's been kidnapped by the Demon King of Blazing Fire either. While the scouts give up and retreat, the Beast King watches a glowing tower in the distance, sensing that the real game hasn't even started yet. Back at the tower, Berge Deus is busy doing some mental math on Lavinia's obsession. He remembers her as a mad woman from before the regression. Someone so focused on her goals she'd literally aim for a Demon King's flesh just to get the materials she wanted. He knows she's likely ditched her own search party on purpose so she can hunt chimera materials in peace. If the scouts actually knew where she was heading, they'd be swarming the tower by now. But Lavinia prefers to do her grinding solo. Honestly, shaking off your entire royal guard just to go farming is a level of dedication we have to respect. Liddell weighs the board, noting that if the Chimera Princess were to vanish in the Urgest, the political fallout would be zero. Berge agrees. Without her, the Akan kingdom loses any excuse to blame him for an invasion. And Liddell is already pushing for an all-out strike while the iron is hot. But our guy hits a wall of sudden hesitation. He decides he can't leave this to chance, or subordinates taking to the air himself to settle the matter personally. Below him, his monstrous forces ready themselves as the Demon King begins his hunt. Surveying the snowfield, Berge notes that the numbers are just as bad as he feared. Every one of them hits like a high-ranking monster, but his focus remains locked on his real target, Lavinia Akan. He pauses as a chimera catches his eye, feeling a second darker energy beneath the surface that definitely doesn't belong to Jason. A sudden transmission from Liddell cuts through his focus, relaying urgent intel fresh from Hill and Cargill. The report is grim. The corpse of the deceased Beast Demon King, Daxon Doldoff, was recently recovered by the hero Roselle Charmed. This is peak villain territory, and the timing on a corpse retrieval mission couldn't be worse. The rumor finally lands that the legendary Beast King's body didn't just vanish, but instead ended up in the hands of Lavinia Akan. Apparently, she's out here collecting monster corpses like they're limited edition figurines. The battlefield remains quiet for now as the next wave of the conflict builds just out of sight. Everything is about to change, but the world hasn't quite caught up yet. Berge Deas makes his move with a vow that carries the heaviest weight he can offer, swearing his sincerity on the Demon King's own standard. The Demon King had been waiting for this moment, but even he wasn't ready for the sheer scale of the mobilization. Out in the frozen waste surrounding the castle, the Beast King, Daxon Doldov, makes his entrance. This isn't just some high-tier monster. Daxon is a force of nature in dark armor, his eyes glowing with a hunger for the coming slaughter. Watching the feed from his command center, Archduke Arcane Blarav monitors the deployment with clinical detachment. He's the brain behind the Demon Realm's logistics, and right now, the numbers are looking very bad for anyone standing in their way. Our protagonist, Berge Deas, takes in the display, trying to maintain the cold, indifferent mask of a Demon King, while the literal end of the world gathers at his doorstep. He's supposed to be the one leading this nightmare, but the deeper he gets into the role, the more he realizes he's just a passenger in a very fast car with no brakes. Somewhere out there, the unseen hero is still a ghost, a small childlike figure who represents the only real threat to this massive machine. The hero looks innocent enough in the intelligence reports, but in this world, that usually means they're the most dangerous person in the room. This whole operation is peak overkill, but in the demon realm, that's just standard procedure. Berge tosses over a curved horn, claiming it's the item he promised, but the kid immediately loses it. This isn't the Demon King's horn, and they're not about to let a broken promise slide quietly. Berge just smirks, admitting he doesn't care about the official standards or the deal he made. Giving a dragon's horn to a mere human would be a hit to his pride, and he's clearly enjoying the backstab. The summoner sits there seething for a second until the rage finally boils over. Calling him out as a liar, the kid unleashes a massive, monstrous summon to tear the king apart. His subordinate, Gordon, draws his sword in a panic. But Berge doesn't even stand up. He's got this completely under control. Berge Deas decides to play it cool, offering up a peace treaty in the form of a major bribe. It's not his actual horn, but he's infused it with a power just as potent. He reveals the bait, the flames of a phoenix' own energy. The little summoner is immediately mesmerized. Staring into the heat as Berge explains it would be the perfect ingredient for a chimera. Naturally, the girl doesn't just want to taste. She starts demanding more. Seeing that she's fully hooked, our MC flips the script. This power isn't going to be free anymore. He produces the Armani Sphere, a binding tool meant to lock her mind, and tells her she'll have to swallow it if she wants to rest. He barely finishes the sentence before she starts shouting for the flame, completely ignoring the binding her mind part of the contract. Our hero actually starts sweating, realizing this kid might genuinely have a screw loose. A bit overwhelmed by her pure greed, he gives in and hands it over, leaving the summoner in a state of absolute childish joy. Our boy's got a new subordinate, but he might have just recruited a walking disaster. Looking at the group gathered before him, RMC realizes the board has officially shifted. Securing Lavinia Akan means adding the most dangerous summoner in the world to his roster. He finally has the numbers to stand against the tide of the hero's journey, but numbers alone won't be enough when the 10-star heroes eventually come knocking. His general, Krutu, checks in via hologram to confirm that every trail left by the Chimeras has been scrubbed clean. It's a clean sweep. The Akan Kingdom won't have a clue their missing princess is tucked away in the Demon King's tower. But Berge isn't the type to leave things to chance. He calls out to Lavinia, who looks up with a confused tilt of her head, completely unaware of the political firestorm her name still carries. Back at the Akan Royal Palace, that firestorm officially lands when a frantic messenger bursts in with a letter signed by the princess herself. The king of Akan stares at a crudely drawn note, his hands trembling as he tries to process the bizarre message from Princess Lavinia. She's claiming there are lots of ingredients where she is, and specifically warns him not to come looking for her. Down in the throne room, a soldier asks if they should restart the search party, but the king shuts the idea down immediately. If the 52nd prince couldn't drag her home, nobody can. He looks at the childish drawings and decides that if she's finally happy, he'll leave her be. It's a massive gamble, but he's willing to take the blame if his daughter ends up turning the entire region into total chaos. Meanwhile, at the Tower of Intense Cold, the demon queen Reina sifts through a jar of magical candy while listening to a report that doesn't quite add up. Her subordinate, a Cyclops demon, confirms that Berge Deas actually warned them about an upcoming hero attack and even handed over some high-level intel. Reina takes a slow breath, weighing the news. If Berge is actually becoming more trustworthy than their usual allies, the entire political board is about to flip. This man is officially farming a lot of aura with the demon faction. Reina points out the obvious. Jason Cockman has been their primary source of information for years, and while the Cyclops demon admits the man's intel kept him alive, he can't shake a deep-seated distrust of their provider. Sensing his hesitation, the Queen offers to explain exactly why that instinct is right. She lays out a pattern. The veteran Demon King survived for decades on Jason's help, yet every rookie who followed his lead ended up dead at a hero's feet within 3 years. The implication lands heavy. If Jason actually wanted those newcomers to survive, they would still be standing. The Cyclops demon finally connects the dots, wondering if Jason was the hand behind Draxon's death and spiraling over what their next move should be. Reina doesn't give him an easy out, telling him to start thinking like a king, especially since she isn't ready to trust the new guy Berger either. One thing's for sure, in this room, everyone is officially an op until proven otherwise. Reina knows there is only one way to identify Draxon's killer, even if it means swallowed her pride. The lead points toward a woman she can't stand, but without any other options, she's forced to reach out to her most vulgar contact. The collision is massive, a top-tier hero's power crashing down with enough force to ground a demon. The Demon King of Lust can barely believe the resistance, struggling to understand why a hero of this caliber is even standing in her way. For Helen Cargill, this isn't a random encounter, but a direct order from his own Demon King that's playing out exactly as predicted. He's fully bought into the hype, convinced that following these orders is his fast track to becoming something even greater. Helen dives back into the fray with everything he has, determined to turn this fight into his next big achievement. But the Demon King isn't going down that easy, snapping back with a defiance that suggests she has no intention of losing to a human in a place like this. The Demon King of Lust stalks through the Grand Hall, calling out for her target with a visible lack of patience. She doesn't have to wait long, as the Dwarf Princess drops from the ceiling with a massive battle axe and a very aggressive greeting. The surprise lands perfectly, leaving the Demon King frozen as the reality of the ambush sinks in. The muscular princess swings with enough force to level the room, shouting for the demon to just die already, while the Demon King can barely process the fact that she's being hunted by royalty. Apparently, she expected a more delicate opponent, but the princess isn't here for a tea party. Helen joins the fray, declaring this place to be the demon's final resting stone. Cornered and outmatched, the Demon King of Lust starts having a minor mental breakdown over the logic of this world. In her head, heroes are supposed to guard princesses, not the other way around. This whole axe-wielding royalty thing is definitely not in her job description. Fed up with the sheer absurdity of the situation, she lashes out in a fit of pure annoyance. It's hard to stay professional when the princess has more muscle than the hero. Helen lunges forward with everything he has, but his target flickers and slips right through his fingers. Even as he shouts for her to stay put, the Demon King of Lust vanishes into the shadows, leaving nothing but a lingering trail of dark energy behind. The room falls quiet as the dwarf princess scans the empty hall, only for her to explode the second Helen confirms their guest has made her exit. She is not taking the news well. Demanding that the guards mobilize immediately, she screams for them to hunt down the woman who just tried to kidnap her. But Helen isn't moving. He's caught in the middle of a realization that makes the princess's tantrum feel like background noise. Everything is falling into place. The Demon King of Lust arrived exactly when and where she was supposed to. Classic sleeper build strategy from our MC. He didn't just predict the move. He set the board. Now the real game begins. High in a tower overlooking a frozen landscape, Berger Deus sits in his throne room and listens to the latest field report. He'd already seen the signs with Vivian and figured things would end like this, but he still needs the final confirmation on how the mission played out. Helen's voice crackles over the screen, admitting he failed to kill the Demon King of Lust, but he didn't exactly come back empty-handed. He managed to secure a trophy that he's sending back to the tower immediately. It turns out Helen walked away with the Demon King of Lust's tail, leaving a permanent mark on a target he couldn't quite finish off. Far from the mountains, a storm rages across the Eastern Triangle Strait. Standing on a lone rock in the middle of the Sea of the Sea King, the Sword God looks up at Crutolord, a calamity-grade monster that rules these waters. The beast is a massive, multi-armed nightmare, but the Sword God just adjusts his grip on his blade. This guy is basically staring down a natural disaster with a piece of steel. Peak confidence. The target is clear. Find and take down the necromancer of Utera Island. This skeletal high-tier monster is a master of dark and life essence, hiding somewhere in the shadows of the island while his presence rots everything it touches. Deep within the forest, the silence is broken by the sounds of a literal slaughter as the Imperial forces make their move. The first prince sits comfortably on his throne while his retainers do the heavy lifting, carving through a massive horde of the undead to clear his path. Apparently, the path to the throne is paved with blood, and he's more than happy to spend as many lives as it takes to reach the end of this final trial. His men shout his name while they hack through ghouls, desperate to protect the prince who wouldn't even step on the grass himself. This guy has peak main character energy, but the kind that treats his own soldiers like disposable NPCs. Rufus Chastain doesn't care about the logistics of ruling a graveyard. He reminds her that despite her fame as a hero, she's still just a subject of the Empire, and questioning his orders is a very quick way to end up on the wrong side of his favor. Realizing she's arguing with the wall, Naya backs down and falls back into line. Elsewhere, on the grounds, the royal family reunion is going even worse. The Princess of Jaspain is on her knees, begging for mercy and promising to renounce her claim if her brother will just let her live. Second Prince Floan leans in with a look of fake concern, asking how he could ever bring himself to harm his own flesh and blood. It's a classic villain trap. As she starts to relax, a mass executioner steps out of the shadows and cuts her down from behind. Floan just smiles as his sister's blood hits the dirt. Apparently, he wouldn't dream of dirtying his own hands, because he plans on being a noble emperor, and noble emperors hire people to do their murders for them. With one rival down, he orders his own star hero, Ralph Schmidt, to hunt down the rest of the heirs. The cleanup has officially started. A storm of heavy blows tears through the front line, earning a round of applause from Gillian Eidt. He's the Empire's fifth star, and he's currently watching a royal masterclass in violence. He notes the magnificent posture and ruler's dignity in every strike, praising his employer for living up to her legendary reputation. Tyrion Jaspain, the fourth princess, doesn't just accept the compliment, she makes it a manifesto. She believes every citizen should be built like a tank, because as far as she's concerned, the current generation is a bunch of weaklings. It's a pretty intense stance, and it gets darker when she casually mentions her plans for when she takes the throne. Step 1 is a purge of her own scrawny siblings. In her world, only the strong deserve a place in the Empire's future, leaving Gillian to offer a very forced, awkward agreement while she laughs off her murderous ambitions. Talk about a toxic workplace. The numbers for the succession war just dropped, and it's looking bleak. 17 heirs started, but only 15 are left. Deep in the woods, something is moving fast through the brush, pursued by a screaming horde of undead that's already claimed everyone else. Noah Jaspain, the Empire's 17th prince, is currently sprinting for his life and failing to keep it together. His guards are all dead, the heroes he paid for protection have long since bolted, and he's the last target left on the trail. He's clutching a pile of high-tier artifacts his siblings dumped on him, but since he failed the trials to earn them, he doesn't actually know how any of them work. He's basically a walking loot box for whoever kills him next. His luck finally runs out when a stray vine catches his foot, sending him face first into the dirt and scattering his only hope across the forest floor. Noah is officially cooked. Noah hits the dirt as the horde closes in, knowing that if he dies here, his empire dies with him. He's haunted by the faces of his siblings, Rufus, Floan, and Tyrion, each a monster waiting for a throne so they can wash the world in blood. His retainers gave everything to get him this far, begging him with their final breaths to survive and protect the people they left behind. The weight of those sacrifices pulls him up, because he knows he has to stop his family before they burn everything to the ground. A real emperor isn't just a title, he's the man who stands between his people and the end of the world. But as he reaches for the fallen artifacts, a shadow falls over him that stops his heart. The undead are already there, and they aren't waiting for a speech. He's officially in the trenches now. Noah stays pinned to the dirt, convinced he's reached the end of the line. The weight of it hits him all at once, the faces of his brothers and sisters flashing through his mind as he prepares to join them. He squeezes his eyes shut, but the killing blow never lands. Instead, a voice cuts through the darkness, asking if he's all right and noting that the timing was actually on their side for once. Noah blinks back the tears, his world suddenly lit by a presence he wasn't expecting. Standing over him is a man draped in the kind of armor you only see in history books, calling him by name with the authority of a legend. This isn't just some random soldier. Noah's looking at Hillen Karkle, one of the 10-star heroes. Apparently, the cavalry doesn't just show up, it makes an entrance. Noah Jaspain stares up as a single glowing feather drifts toward him, descending from a massive explosion of light that carries a winged figure onto the battlefield. The boy looks on in complete awe, finding Berger Deus descending from the sky to offer his services. The man makes it clear, if the Jaspain Empire is looking to hire a mercenary, his crew might be the help they need. Scrawled in the dirt and left with nothing, Noah sees a lifeline in the middle of a war zone. He doesn't hesitate, screaming out a desperate confirmation that he'll hire him. Berger watches the kid break, flashing a sharp grin as he accepts the contract. Deal signed. Looks like business is about to pick up. Burj Deas descends on Utera Island like a meteor, his presence alone turning the landscape into a literal furnace. This guy isn't just looking for a fight. He's bringing the end of the world with him, and anyone caught in the blast radius is officially out of time. Talk about a warm welcome. Young Noah Jesbane is at the end of his rope, pleading with the two powerful men in front of him to help stop his own siblings from tearing the Empire apart. He's desperate enough to offer up ancient artifacts as payment because he knows he can't afford to hire top-tier heroes with gold. But the man in the black cloak just kneels and places a steady hand on the boy's shoulder. Pale tells him to keep his money because a true emperor is the one who protects everyone, and all he wants in return is to see that Noah still has a sense of justice worth fighting for. It's a heavy lesson for a kid who thought he was finished, but the hero's words land with enough weight to change everything. This kid just accidentally recruited the Phoenix Master and a 10-star hero for the low price of being a good person. Peak recruitment strategy. Honestly, Burjay can't help but savor how perfectly everything is falling into place. To him, humans are nothing but easy marks, and he mocks their gullibility as he prepares to save the day. Little Noah is completely sold on the act, begging the man who's playing him to protect everyone on the island. Honestly, the kid's trust stat is so high it's actually a liability. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the hero Archmage Roselle stops in her tracks. A massive surge of energy rips through the air, and she immediately recognizes it as the power of the Phoenix's flame. Beside her, the muscular hero Balrof feels the same shift, though he's looking at it with a lot more excitement than concern. Holding a defeated soldier by the throat, the 10-star hero decides that whoever is putting out that kind of heat is a way better target than the weaklings he's been crushing. The prince and his stars just got disqualified from Balrof's interest. He's found a real fight. Archmage Roselle isn't interested in a confrontation, telling Balrof to stand down because the newcomer is just a guest of Helan Cargill. Balrof is visibly offended that anyone else was even called in while he was on the job, but Roselle can only wonder what Helan is actually thinking. Deep in the forest of Utera Island, the damp walls of an isolated cave lead Helan and young Noah Jesbane toward their destination. Back in his past life, Pale had scoured the world for monsters strong enough to serve as his familiars, and that search eventually led him right here to the Necromancer's cave. This is no ordinary burial site. The island's necromancer is still very much home, and it sounds like he's not taking visitors. Before Palaf can disqualify the rest of the 10 stars, Burjay Deus decides to take the board into his own hands. Burjay Deus stands at the center of the necromancer's lair, wings spread wide as he looks up at the king of the undead. The skeletal demon isn't impressed, laughing off the idea of being tracked down and refusing to be anyone's puppet. He declares himself the rightful king, unleashing a wave of souls that fills the chamber with a cold light. But his confidence vanishes in an instant, as Burj's presence completely shuts him down. The Demon King stares him down with a simple question. Does he actually want to die today? That's all it takes for the necromancer to fold, dropping to his knees and swearing his total loyalty. Talk about a quick vibe check. Our protagonist offers some cold advice on survival. Acting tough is a quick way to get killed, and you need to be alive to actually have a future. He directs the lessons straight at the 17th prince, who's currently being shielded by the hero Helan Cargill. The kid is absolutely shook, realizing that the legendary hero protecting him is actually working for the Demon King. It's a world-shattering realization for a child. Burjay decides to double down on his recruitment drive, offering the young prince a chance to join his collection of familiars. From his perspective, it's pure strategy. The Jesbane Empire is strong enough to keep the hero guild in check, and having a royal familiar in his pocket would be massive leverage later. Surprisingly, the kid finds some desperate courage and tells Burjay to stop laughing. Through tears, he lists everything he'd be throwing away: his subjects who died for him, his empire, and his own humanity. In a final burst of royal pride, he screams that he'd rather die on his feet than live as a coward bowing to a demon king. Bold strategy for a kid who's 3 feet tall, but you have to respect the spirit. The 17th prince screams as a foreign energy tears through his internal systems, but Burjay Deus only watches with a smirk, finding the boy's stubborn streak more amusing than annoying. He tells the kid that his own hatred is fueling the pain, offering a simple out: give up and swear loyalty to his new king. Even through the agony, the prince manages to spit back a refusal, choosing death over bowing to a demon king. The sheer strain finally hits a breaking point, and the boy collapses onto the stone floor in a heap of smoke and exhaustion. Helan Cargill wonders if the kid just died, but Burjay clarifies that he's keeping him alive because he's far too valuable to waste. With that dealt with, Burjay turns his attention back to his own crew, telling the cowering skeleton necromancer to get up and get to work. The local necromancer gets the shock of his afterlife when the order comes down to prepare for a group of heroes. Apparently, he's the designated target for today, and he's the last one to know about it. Outside his cave, the twin heroes Beam and Bung are already smelling blood, tracking a mana trail so thick they figure the guy is practically begging for a beatdown. They're convinced they're the smartest guys in the woods for finding a den this obvious. Princess Sierra Jespine isn't here for the scenery either, urging them to move fast and secure the kill before any other hunters can steal their glory. They storm into the interior, finding a dark armored figure waiting for them on a throne. Sierra warns them to stay sharp against the high-tier monster, but the twins have already checked out of reality. They're too busy bragging about their 10-star hero potential to care, claiming they'll have this mob slaughtered in 10 seconds flat. Standard Tuesday for these guys, or so they think. The twin heroes and Princess Sierra are completely immobilized, trapped in solid blocks of ice that cut their counterattack short. The necromancer is practically drunk on his own hype, claiming that the Demon King's mana has pushed his power level beyond anything a Calamity rank monster could dream of. He's definitely aura farming, but Berja isn't here for the victory lap. He orders the skeletal mage to stop playing around and move the frozen royals to the freezer immediately. As Berja watches the ice blocks being hauled away, he starts running the numbers. He's already bagged 3 members of the royal family, and while the elite 10-star heroes haven't fallen for the trap yet, he's confident. With his own mana backing the necromancer's sealing magic, even the world's top-tier fighters are in trouble. The plan is straightforward. Lure them in, freeze them all, and let the War of Succession drag on until the Hero Guild is completely paralyzed. He knows it won't be that easy, though. His gaze shifts to Helan Cargill, a 10-star hero who is currently his only ally in this mess. Berje has a plan for what comes next, but the immediate priority is the world beyond these walls. He asks for an update on the outside world, and Hyland's answer is short. It's not good. Looks like our protagonist's morning is officially ruined. Helan Cargill drops the bombshell. Warden Kolo, the 10th star, has already been taken down by Palev Disrad. With that loss, only 6 stars remain on the board, a realization that hits Berje Diaz like a freight train because it hasn't even been half a day. He knows calling for all 10 heroes is usually just a formality, and if the king sees enough have gathered, he'll launch the journey regardless of the missing men. Realizing they're out of time, Berje decides to handle the situation himself, but Helan immediately tries to talk some sense into him. Apparently, strength doesn't matter here. This isn't just another fighter. It's a monster. Helan warns him that Palav is the first star, a man capable of soloing the Demon King of Beasts, making a one-on-one fight nothing short of a suicide mission. Our protagonist's morning just got a lot more complicated. Pieces of a shattered door hit the dirt, marking the spot where a massive crater just opened up in the middle of the field. Balruf this road is practically vibrating with excitement, finally coming face to face with Ralph Schmidt, the legendary master of the ultimate shield. He's heard the rumors that Ralph can turn even a piece of broken junk into the world's strongest defense, and now he wants to see that power for himself. Ralph doesn't say a word, just staying locked in behind his makeshift guard as the two powers collide. This guy's definitely a fan of the broken door legend. But Ralph's warning is about to get a lot louder. Ralph Schmidt raises his hands and gives up on the spot, catching Palav Disrad completely off guard. He turns toward the second prince and the royal escorts, apologizing because this is where his road ends. He's done his part, and now the prince will have to find another way through the chaos. The prince says nothing, watching as his strongest defense officially clocks out. Palav isn't ready to let the duel end, shouting that a shield user like Ralph should just pull out a spare and keep the fight going. But Ralph knows better. His whole power is built around buffing shields, and he's realized that there isn't a slab of metal on the planet that can stop Palav's momentum. This guy's just too strong. From the edge of the forest, a red-haired man watches the 2 survivors standing in the middle of a massive crater. He recognizes the threat immediately. That's Palav Disrad, the monster he was warned about. Seeing Ralph's legendary shield shattered into pieces tells him everything he needs to know. If Ralph couldn't hold him back, the power level here is officially insane. The logic of this world doesn't sit right with our protagonist. If heroes this powerful are walking around, he wants to know why any demon kings are still breathing. Helan Cargill drops the cold truth. The towers are basically cash cows for humanity, filled with treasures that the Hero Guild refuses to let anyone destroy without permission. It's a system built on pure greed, which only makes the existence of a freak of nature like Palav Disrad more suspicious. According to Helan, Palav just dropped into history one day out of nowhere, soloing a Calamity rank monster with a single sword and 0 backstory. No records of his birth, no explanation for his power, just a man in a mask who shouldn't exist. Hillen warns our guy to stay far away from a monster like that, but our MC has never been good at following directions. He steps right into the clearing to confront the man directly, demanding to know who's actually signing Palav's paychecks. Palav seems friendly enough, but the woman with him, Archmage Roselle, is all business. She knows our hero has been snooping around with Helen and isn't interested in small talk. Our boy doesn't need them to answer. He's already done the math. He calls out the Hero Guild for what they really are. Not protectors, but conspirators looking to install a puppet heir and run the entire empire from the shadows. Judging by the silence that follows, he just hit the bullseye. Our protagonist has officially found the ultimate cheat code, political blackmail. He leans into a grin, asking if they really think the empire will let the Hero Guild survive a scandal this massive. Archmage Roselle finally starts doing the math, realizing Pale isn't here on official business and demanding to know what he's actually after. The ultimatum is simple: stop interfering and leave, or he'll broadcast their dirty secrets across the entire continent. Beside the Archmage, the masked giant Palav realizes they've been played, while Roselle's rage hits its boiling point. Our boy is just aura farming at this point, and it's working perfectly. Facing down two of the world's strongest, he reflects on his return to Eren and the fact that he gave up on using raw power to solve every problem. Why swing a sword when you can use the very laws humans built to tie their own hands? He shuts down the confrontation with total confidence, leaving the seasoned warriors stunned by the sheer audacity of a man who just beat them without lifting a finger. The second prince, Floan Jesbane, steps out from the shadows with a grin, claiming full responsibility for hiring the mercenaries. Our protagonist is stunned to see him, especially since the prince should have been disqualified along with Ralph. But Floan just laughs it off like he's been expecting this meeting. The red-haired man tries to call out the obvious lie, but the mercenaries are two steps ahead. Palav and Roselle immediately play along, framing the prince as their true employer. With the paperwork and politics out of the way, Olav cracks his knuckles and decides it's finally time to throw hands. The masked giant calls out his power and begins his march, forcing our hero to accept that there's no more room for talking. He lets out a breath as his own energy ignites, ready to see if this self-proclaimed greatest hero can actually back up all that talk. Bring it on. With the small stuff finally out of the way, Palav Disrod cracks his knuckles and prepares for a real fight. Our protagonist accepts that there's no talking his way out of this one. It was always going to end in a clash. Challenging the strongest hero to finally bring it, he pulls his energy into a single point and readies for the first strike. Palav Disrod remembers the day the Phoenix first appeared, a moment he only got to witness from a distance because of his sponsor's orders. He's genuinely weeping over the missed opportunity to test his mettle against that kind of power. But the wait is finally over. Standing across from the red-haired man, Disrod can't stop the ecstatic trembling in his limbs. This guy isn't just a fan, he's a lethal eccentric who warns his opponent to give him a real fight, or he'll end up dead. Honestly, the pink mask and Speedo drip is a bold choice for a guy this terrifying. Our protagonist recognizes him as the world's strongest hero, a man he never even crossed paths with in his previous life. Back then, he was too blinded by his own arrogance to care about anyone else, dismissing heroes as complete nobodies. But things are different this time around, and he's ready to face this monster with everything he's got. Bet, the arena shifts as a massive wave of heat expands outward, but as Palav Disrod reaches into the flames, he realizes they aren't meant to burn. It's not an attack or a curse. The magic is oddly soothing, which is exactly the kind of invitation a man like him won't turn down. A blinding flare seals the space, locking them inside a high-ranked defensive barrier known as Protect, Phoenix version. Within the glowing dome, our protagonist lays out the terms. This is a private duel where no one else can interfere. He knows the cost of losing. If he falls here, his entire journey ends and he'll be hunted down by heroes just like the last time he died. He offers Palav a way out, telling the hulking fighter he can leave this space whenever he wants, but Palav isn't interested in an exit strategy. The suggestion alone feels like an insult. He's looking for blood and world conquest, and he warns the MC that if he's ever let out of this cage, he's coming for his head. This guy's confidence stat is officially maxed out. The battlefield ignites as the challenge is thrown down, but deep within the Black Mage's cave, a different kind of pressure is building. As the ground begins to heave, the Jespine soldiers lose their nerve, terrified that the ceiling is about to become their tomb. Their leader, the 12th Prince Evan Jespine, isn't having it. He's waited too long for this opening, and he'd rather risk a cave-in than let his target slip away. His obsession backfires instantly. Before the prince can drive his men further, a flash of frost locks the entire squad in place, turning their panic into permanent ice sculptures. The armor-clad hero surveys the frozen collection, noting that the earthquake made the job almost too easy, while his skeletal companion preps the next spell. Our man in armor walks into the cavernous hideout acting like everything is normal, offering up a basket of snacks to Lord Noah while the local zombies provide the ambient groaning. Meanwhile, the 17th prince is pulling off a desperate escape under a family treasure cloak, thanking a timely earthquake for the distraction. Back in the hideout, the hero loses his cool, berating the skeleton mage for letting the prince slip right past his nose while he was busy playing with magic. In a panic, he tries to reach the Demon King on what looks like a fantasy iPad, but getting a reply during a total emergency is apparently too much to ask. Outside, the chaos is already in full swing as Palav Dishrod and a red-haired warrior trade heavy blows in the forest. The mage realizes he's the one who dropped the ball and tries to save face, guessing the kid hasn't made it very far yet. Reasserting control, the hero orders the mage to keep freezing the intruders while he tries to fix the mess. Standard Tuesday for these guys. The race is officially on, and the stakes couldn't be higher. If the 17th prince talks before they reach him, their entire cover is blown. Deep in the forest, a hidden cave entrance crackles with lingering energy just as a figure slips into the shadows to investigate. Inside, the king of undead is having a bit of a communication breakdown with his zombie staff, only just now realizing they've been trying to tell him something invisible slipped past them. After a solid second of processing, he decides that being the last one to know isn't actually his problem. Apparently, loyalty to the Demon King has its limits, especially since he never even got the magic orb he was promised. Seeing no reason to go down with a sinking ship, the skeleton mage calls for a tactical retreat, leading his undead crew on a dead sprint out of the cave. Peerless leadership at its finest. Polished shoes click against the stone as our protagonist steps into the gloom, catching the attention of a skeleton mage lounging with its undead crew. The lich barely looks up, assuming he's just another disposable hero who wandered into the wrong dungeon. Deciding to wrap things up with a flourish, the mage chants for a final act, clasping its skeletal hands together to trigger a massive freezing spell, but the magic doesn't just fail, it vanishes. The mage freezes as the realization hits whatever is standing in front of it is inhuman. A wide, jagged grin spreads across the intruder's cracked face, and before the monster can even finish its question, the entire area is swallowed by a blinding explosion. Rest in peace, bro. You picked the wrong guy to farm. Watching the battlefield from the trees, Evan Jespine identifies the Phoenix Master, File, holding the line against Palav. For the 12th Prince, seeing the Heroes Guild out in the open like this is proof of their growing arrogance. He explains to his companion that in the Jespine Empire, royal siblings aren't just family. They're rivals who have been weaponizing wealth and connections in a competition for the throne that started the day they were born, which makes the current situation on the ground make zero sense. There is no way any of his siblings should have the influence to pull the first and second stars into the same fight, which leads him to one conclusion. The Heroes Guild isn't just watching from the sidelines anymore. They're actively picking winners. The succession war for the Jespine Empire has officially entered the overthinking everything phase. Fifth Prince Neela suspects that anyone working for a bargain price is actually a plant designed to tip the scales. Sixth Prince Gray isn't waiting around for a theory to land. He wants the Black Mage caught immediately, seeing it as the only ticket to the Emperor's ear and a chance to take down the Heroes Guild. Even Murillo, the 7th Prince, is busy running the math on how one big achievement could buy an upper hand over the rest of the family. Of course, 4th Prince Tioran doesn't do math, he does smashing. He's already charging into the forest with a manic grin, ready to tear through anyone in his path. From his throne, Evan Jesping watches it all with the kind of smugness you only get from being the smartest person in a room full of idiots. He isn't interested in the mage. He wants the person who hired the top-tier mercenaries, Palav and Rosal, and he wants them dead so he can claim the assets for himself. The only issue is that whoever is pulling the strings is clearly a master at staying out of sight. As it turns out, the master of hiding is actually the 17th prince, who just got snagged on a branch while hiding under a magical cloak. Peak stealth right there. Emerging from the trees is the one person he was trying to avoid, his own brother, Evan Jespine, who doesn't even bother to get off his palanquin to greet him. Evan is the definition of cold-blooded, and he doesn't care about family reunions. As far as he's concerned, his little brother is just a target that needs to be removed. The boy is officially cooked, realizing he stumbled right into the hands of the most ruthless man in the empire. While the prince is pleading for his life, a streak of lightning tears through the forest. The armor hero is moving at a blistering pace, driven by a logic that borders on obsession. He needs the Demon King alive to cement his own legend. But before he can deal with any Demon Kings, he has to reach the 17th Prince before anyone else can get their hands on him. The hero pushes his speed to the limit, and his eye catches something ahead that tells him the clock is about to run out. A massive earth wall erupts from the ground, cutting Hill and Cargo off mid-sprint. Behind the barrier stands Archmage Rosal, who demands to know what our boy thinks he's doing, especially since the man he brought in is actively interfering with her plans. She looms over him with the full weight of the Heroes Guild behind her, asking if he's really about to ignore a direct order, which sends Hillen into a stuttering panic. He tries to apologize and claim he has an urgent matter, but internally he's already realized he doesn't have the time to talk his way out of this. Hillen tries to bolt, but a set of magic chains snap around his armor and pull him to a dead stop. Rosal isn't playing around. Her suspicion is peak right now, and she warns him that if he's hiding something again, he'd better start talking. Locked in place, Hillen can only grit his teeth. He needs to find the 17th prince before it's too late, but he's officially cooked until he deals with the Archmage. Terror finally catches up to Bergideus and the 17th prince as they stare into a force they aren't even close to handling. Deep within a throne room built of bone and shadow, a mysterious cultist watches the unfolding chaos through a glowing orb, while a skeleton mage grovels at his feet. Apparently, everything is moving exactly where he wants it to. This guy has the final boss stripped down to a science. High-tier nature magic isn't exactly the standard greeting for royalty, but for the 17th prince, it's the last thing he'll ever see. The mage is detached, offering a hollow apology about just following orders while her staff begins to glow. Apparently, being a prince only buys you a slightly more expensive execution. She promises to end things with a spell befitting his dignity, which in this case means being swallowed whole by a massive death flower. Our young prince can only watch from the dirt as the monster drops toward him. Choice was never an option here. Dead prince, clean hands, just another day on the job. Despair hits Noah all at once as he looks up, certain that his journey ends right here in the dirt. It feels so meaningless for it to be over like this. His mind drifts back to a sunlit afternoon at the palace, a memory from when his only battle was trying to survive the family politics. He had confessed his dream of saving everyone in the War of Succession, only for his sister, Princess Cade, to blunt force trauma him with the truth. Her calling him a fool felt like the final betrayal, especially since the rest of the royals were already mocking him for being naive. But Cade wasn't just being mean. She wanted to know why he was letting the opinions of others dictate his own life. Before he could even process that, she dropped the real bombshell. She was sneaking out of the castle that very night to dodge a forced marriage to an old king. As she walked away into her own uncertain future, she left him with one last gift, telling him that his desire to protect people wasn't stupid at all. Standing there in the gazebo, Noah realized that if his sister was brave enough to reclaim her life, maybe his dream was worth fighting for too. Cade Jaspain's words cut through the noise, asking if an emperor's true job is simply to protect everyone. The question lands hard, and for a moment, the world stops as Noah takes it in. Standing before a massive plant creature that towers over him, he finds his answer. An emperor is exactly that. He thinks of the retainers who died for him and the siblings who gave him their artifacts, bracing himself as he decides he can't let it all end in this clearing. Drawing on everything he's been given, he throws every ounce of his strength into one final defiant strike. Noah throws everything he has left into one final desperate strike that tears through the monster, gasping for breath as he waits for the dust to settle and the reality of his win to land. He's still trying to process the victory when a familiar voice cuts through the silence, praising just how strong he's actually grown. The voice is unmistakable, pulling Noah around in a heartbeat as the realization hits through a rush of tears. Standing right behind him is Katie, and as the shock settles, he can barely get the word out, sister. Back in the Tower of Blazing Fire, Ernan Hilderin lets himself drift into a memory of a much louder afternoon. Even an Archduke of the Demon Realm has his limits, and Blarenf was testing his while the dwarf blacksmith practically choked on his own laughter. The dwarf just couldn't help himself, poking at the stoic demon until the flowers finally caught fire. Pure chaos, but looking back, it was a good kind of loud. A voice pulls him back to the present, noting that it's rare to see him actually pause his training. Young Katie is standing there with a basket and a smile, a reminder that the quiet of his room isn't just for looking backward. The kid's been working so hard he probably forgot what a break even looks like. She's definitely the only one in this tower who dare interrupt his focus just to say hello. Elena breaks the silence by asking for a spot on the rock, catching Katie off guard. She shares a basket of fresh cookies while he tries to play it cool, asking if she finally has a day off from the tower's grind. Something about her energy pulls his focus elsewhere, because seeing the princess like this reminds him of the younger brother he left behind. Katie's got the whole world to worry about, and he's still letting sibling guilt live rent-free in his head. Elena is curious about the family connection, but Katie clarifies it's only a half-brother. The kid is likely caught in a succession war by now, and Katie can't stop replaying the cold words he used the last time they spoke. He was too tense and too focused on leaving, and now that one regret is just sitting in his chest. Kadi sits in the quiet of the garden, weighed down by the feeling that she's still too weak to be of any real use to the man she left behind. Her self-doubt is cut short by Elena, who thinks Kadi is straight-up delusional for not seeing her own progress. Apparently, the aura leaking out of her is loud enough for anyone to hear, signaling a level of power that's grown exponentially since she first arrived. Elena reminds her that even the Demon King had to stop messing around and actually use his wings to block her last strike, a detail Kadi hadn't even processed until now. The realization finally lands. Her time in the tower has been more effective than a lifetime of royal training. If she's actually closing in on the level of the 10 stars, then she doesn't have to just sit here and wish for an escape. She might actually have the strength to save Noah herself. Elena isn't about to let this spark of motivation fade, offering to cover for her with the Demon King so she can get moving. But before Kadi can even process the sudden exit plan, the princess decides her first step is a wardrobe change fitting for one of the four heavenly kings. Standard Tuesday, really. First you get the power, then you get the drip. Young Kadi is still trying to wrap his head around the nonsense title his older self just dropped. Back in the clearing, the second prince is finally losing his patience and demands to know who he's dealing with. Since they asked, Kadi gives them the full performance, calling himself the Dark Knight of Death and the second blade of the Dark Heavenly Kings. This guy is straight up aura farming at this point. The second prince and his mage just sit there in a silence you can actually feel. Even the little prince is starting to blink in disbelief at his savior. The second prince tries to find a response, but the sheer secondhand embarrassment has his brain hitting a critical error. Honestly, same. Tade Jesbane is officially at the end of her rope, reaching a level of mortification that has her screaming for a master who clearly isn't coming to save her. A memory hits of the day Master Loger handed over her new gear, promising a massive boost to her stats, provided she was willing to perform a specific, ridiculous pose and recite some high-level cringe. Young Kade realized the price of power was her dignity, and even the Demon King couldn't stop himself from laughing at the sheer absurdity of the requirements. Back in the present, the armor is on and the damage is done. The second prince starts reading her title and catchphrase out loud like it's a bad script, sending her into a full mental collapse as she begs him to just stop talking. Truly a tragic day for her aura. Archmage Naya Diaphragm doesn't care who she's facing. Heavenly King or not, anyone who gets in her way is getting deleted. She recognizes the Dark Knight of Death standing before her, but warns that her high-tier nature magic isn't something a weak hero can just tank. Her target is the 17th prince, and she gives the knight one last chance to run if she's not ready for what's coming. Naya launches her Swarm March, a wave of massive, carnivorous plants that tear toward her enemies, forcing the prince to panic as the green tide closes in. He screams for his sister to dodge, but Kade Jesbane refuses to budge, doubling down on her edgy persona because she's already committed too hard to back out now. To her, running from a little intimidation would be even more embarrassing than the Chunibyo act she's been putting on this whole time. Her confidence isn't just for show, either. Back at the Tower of Blazing Fire, a younger Cade went through absolute hell, getting schooled by Blarimp until her sword skills reached a level that most people couldn't even fathom. Honestly, if you can survive that kind of brutal training, a few giant man-eating plants are probably just a light warm-up. Cade Jesbane stares down her opponent with the grim realization. If she can't even hold her own against the 10-star hero, then all the training and struggle up to this point was for nothing. She isn't just fighting for her life anymore. She's fighting to prove she's actually grown.